Ladies and gentlemen and everything in between, welcome to Swedish Nationals. Woo! My name is Peter Bross, and today I have with me my lovely friend
Christian Bergersen.
and we are here to have a day of super fun. We had some technical difficulties with the stream, so sadly there won't be a round one, but we will stream all the rounds, and tomorrow we will have a top 8 at a very exclusive and cool studio, so I'm really excited for that. How many rounds is it today, Christian?
So today they will be running 3 rounds of three rounds of CC into 3 rounds of draft, and then another 3 rounds of CC again before they have the cut, and we know who is going to be playing tomorrow's top 8.
Sweet! That's 9 rounds, or technically 8 rounds of fantastic flesh and blood for everybody to watch here.
No, it's 8 to watch.
To watch.
It's 9 to play, but 8 to watch.
You can imagine the hypest stream going on. So sorry about that, folks, but we will do our best. Let's talk about who is showing up today. How many players are playing in this Nationals, Christian?
So there was a cap of 62 players, which is on the larger side of the Nordic Nationals. It's actually this in Danish was the 2 largest one. Norway and Finnish only had 32 players.
We gotta step it up, Finnish people and Norway.
They have 47 people registered for today. That is, I would say, is a really good turnout. I know there is some people that couldn't make it today because they sadly got sick and other things.
Shout out to Albert. We miss you, buddy.
Hope that some of them are actually sitting here and watching the games at least, so they can feel like they're here and participating in the games.
Yeah. So there are 42 players and almost
47.
47.
Yeah.
God damn! So some lucky dog has gotten a bye. Let's look at some of the heroes that are in the register. Is there any interesting one or something? What's the overview of the meta that you see?
There's a lot of different decks I see. There's a lot of the usual suspects. There's a good amount of enigmas, new. There seem actually to be a little bit less Zen that you would... Yeah, so I see about 5... Is it only 5 Zen? We will do a little bit better meta breakdown a little bit later during the day, but I see at least 1 Vinzette. There is a player that actually came on Vinzette, which we've seen a little bit of it. There's at least 1 Kano, so let's see if people have actually brought their ABs.
Yeah, don't be like me. I never bring AB.
Don't be like most of the Norwegians where they did not respect Kano.
We don't play about Kano.
There is also a Sir Bolton, a Dash IO.
Okay.
There is some original Dash Inventors Extraordinaires, at least 2. There is 1 Levia. And yeah, there is a lot. There is Azalea is here. There's Riptide. Yes. There has been a very interesting thing there about here in the Nordics, because there has been a tendency to almost be more Riptides than Azaleas in like Finland and in I think it was Finland and in Denmark. There was more Riptides than there was Azaleas. Let's see if that's true here too. It does not seem like it. It might be about the same amount of those heroes represented in this tournament.
That's really interesting, because the talk of the town has been like, oh, it's Sen. But the European metagame seems very different from like the other countries, as such as if you were trying to target Sen today, I don't think your deck would be really good positioned.
No. Well, it might be, because that depends on how you target it. If you try to target just like directly as the Zen deck, I think it would be a little bit harder. But if you're trying to counter it more in a direct aggress, you're just trying to be counter to an aggro deck, you might have it a little bit better and a little bit easier. Not necessarily easier, but you might be more correct in doing that than just specifically target.
Yeah, so make
Zen.
a slightly slower deck, but you have more disruption, you have more value, so you don't die in the first turn. It's also good to see that the Guardian Sweden is not beating the Guardian allegation. I saw at least 3 victors and 1 Bravo.
Yeah, that seems about correct. And there's one thing that makes me really happy here, because there's a player I know here that was contemplating on what deck they were going to choosing, and we were talking about the player maybe playing Prism, but then the person wasn't able to get enough testing, so they decided on another deck. So I was a little bit sad because I was thinking, okay, Sweden isn't really famed for having a lot of prison players.
Oh,
They had
they have you.
they had an yeah. Whenever I visit,
Yeah.
I'm the token prison player in Sweden apparently. But they've had a couple of Draw My players, and it does seem like there is quite a bit of Enigma players.
Ooh.
But I do see there is one player that actually came with Prism. So I'm very curious to see how their
Okay.
build is and what they've done to try and
Oh,
fight
we
with
have
them.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a message from our superior stream overlord headmaster judge that we are mentioned that tomorrow will be in a different place. The studio is so beautiful. I even heard a little rumor that a very special person might be tuning in tomorrow. Do you know who that is, Christian?
Yeah, well, so our our big overlord, the guy that's mainly in charge of the streaming, Henrik Montin, he posted this a beautiful picture of the studio, Cruxel Production Studio, that we're going to be in tomorrow. And well, James White put a little cheeky comment there and saying that he was looking forward to tune in. So that's gonna, if he actually does, that would be amazing. That's
That would
gonna be really cool.
So amazing if he watches. Oh my god, I can't imagine. It would be so amazing that a little more attention is going on, or a little Scandinavian. We always feel like we're kind of like the smaller brother to Europe. So it's very nice that we actually have like the big production and try to show, yeah, we have players, the hobby is blooming here, and we want to show that to everybody.
Yeah, we also can do cool shit. It's not just like the rest of Europe. It's not just the States that can do the cool shit. We can actually do it too. But also a lot of props to Henrik Montin that has. He's been one of the main people behind running Fab Sweden. He is the one that's been in charge of making sure that a lot of these Swedish streams are happening. And he's worked very hard.
Yeah. Big shout out to Mr. Henrik, man.
He does a lot for the Nordic community. Hey, without him, we wouldn't have these dope shirts.
Well, tell me about the shirt. What are the shirts that we're wearing here today?
So the shirts that we're wearing is there is a collective Discord for a lot of Nordic players where they gathers together to try and exchange information and knowledge about like trying to get better. The main goal is to get better. And we had a thought for Barcelona that it would be cool if we had shirts with our countries on and like a gathered one for the Nordics. So this one is for Nordics. There is also, as you see, all of the countries' flags here. There is one in each flags with different colors and things like that. Like the Sweden has like a blue one where the logo is yellow. A little bit more yellow around it, so to represent the flags.
Yeah, that's really awesome to like show unified people working together, not working together. There's like a little rivalry, but also still cooperation, and show like these are a group of people that are celebrating Flesh and Blood together.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the schedule for today?
Yeah. So as we said, we were going to have a total of 9 rounds, where sadly we didn't get to, because of a little bit technical difficulty, we couldn't have the stream in round 1. But there was 9 long rounds. There is also a side event going on today for those that want to play that. There's going to be a Blitz draft on demand going, and there's going to be a Super Armor later today around 2 o'clock for commoners.
Yeah, so if you are watching but want to be playing, come to Dragon's Lair Stockholm. 10 o'clock there's an event, and 2 o'clock there's an event. So you better be here.
So we will have now 3 rounds into draft. We have scheduled for there to be a lunch around 11:45.
Yeah.
So that the judges can set up things for the draft, because it actually takes a little bit of time.
There's some logistics to like get all the packs ready, seat all the players so they know where to sit, print out the sheets and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of pre-preparations that need to be done for a draft, and also it's good for the players then to get a little bit of cool down time before they head into a completely new draft completely new format compared to just doing classic constructed. Also, we might have a little bit of opportunity to actually eat a little bit.
Nah, we don't do that here. We about the grind.
But yeah, it's a 40-minute break. We will try and see if we can do something fun during those 40 minutes, so it's not just going to be blanked out 40 minutes of waiting.
Yeah.
That would be boring.
Maybe we could get like one of the 3-0 players, if they would like to talk on the stream. they tell about their decks. Maybe we can get some of the more profiliant. Maybe we can get the elusive Joachim, current Swedish national champion, to see if he can defend his throne. Or the girl on fire, Erika, is here today.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of big names in the Swedish community. But yeah, we'll try to do something fun so you guys will be entertained for the little break. And there's also seems like, and then there will be draft, and then we'll continue with CC, finishing around 7, half 8 tonight.
If everything goes
Yeah,
swimmingly.
if everything goes.
That
So,
we just hope that it might go.
yeah. We'll pray. We also have, thanks to Henrik, a lot of players are sending some fun facts. So we are going to talk about them when we get to the second round, so we can talk about the persons that are playing.
So you can get a little bit more known with or get to know a little bit more of the Swedish players. As we talked a little bit about, we do. It's good to get us to actually get some more player profiles out from a little bit of the smaller areas, because we have after the Pro Tour, the last Pro Tour, there was this big question about like what is the best region, right? Is it Europe or is it States? Well, now also Asia is coming more into this after finally launching properly in Japan, and the Japanese players has a long good history in card games. But also Sweden does have quite a good amount of good players historically in card games too.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really interesting to see how this community around the Nordics grows onto the international scene as it goes on.
Yeah, I really hope that Scandinavia have a strong showing at the Pro Tour. We have Mr. Juha Skaralampi, also creator of Oracle, Voice of the Oracle YouTube channel. Shout out to him. Maybe he does well on this Pro Tour. He is currently the Finnish national champion, so he's on a streak. I heard a rumor that he said Nu was unplayable, then he wins with the deck. Kinda based, but you do you.
Maybe he did a Tarek Patel. Maybe it was just Smokes and Flames.
Oh, sigh up gang.
I don't think he did that. I think he actually felt that it was not a good deck, and then he figured out that it was probably the one that was most appropriate to his own playstyle, and then he found a way to make that deck work for him.
I played a lot of Nu, and I see like the evolution of the deck, because people were like laser focusing on we need to play stealth card, and we played so many bad stealth card, and they were like, wait, why don't we just play the good stealth card and the good cards, and whoa, the deck is good. Who would have thought?
What will be interesting to see today is, can Joachim be the best? Can he either defend his title, or can he be the best placing last year's champion? Because in Denmark, the last year's champion was not able to play.
Oh.
But in Norway and Finland, both of the last year's champions managed all the way to the semifinals.
Ooh.
So we will see, can Joachim make it to the semifinals, to the finals, or even win? To become the first among the Nordic countries to be a double national champion.
The legendary double champion is on the line, Joachim. You got this, baby! Do we know what deck he's playing? Is he on the Wizard, or is he on something else?
It did not seem like he was on the Wizard. He might be on something else. I'm thinking we're gonna wait a little bit more before we try and say what deck he's playing.
Yeah. That's fair, not to target anybody.
Yeah, but to be fair, then again, people can walk around, people can see the other decks. So
it's not the biggest advantage in. It's
but I'm thinking. So Joachim is very known to be a Kano main, but he also played a lot of Dorinthia. Last ProQuest we played here in Sweden, down in Spelgatan.
Yeah.
He was actually playing Dorinthia. He was playing a Decimator Dorinthia.
Oof.
He actually won that ProQuest. He won that ProQuest.
Yeah, and he also placed very well in all the RTNs that I played. I think it was top 8 on everyone.
Yeah, he's a really strong player in general. So it was really interesting to see how he does today.
Yeah, I'm rooting for him. He's cool guy.
I'm thinking we can be a little bit surprised on what kind of deck he has chosen for today's tournament.
Maybe we'll get him on stream if he wins round 1 or round 2. I don't know.
We will see.
Who decides? We'll figure it out.
So we talked a little bit about some players here. We talked about Erika, the girl on fire, who. She's going to be at the PT Amsterdam. She's not going to be playing though. She's going to be casting the Pro Tour.
She's going to do what we do now.
Yeah, exactly.
Except being more talented and better at the game and good looking.
Hey, don't throw us under the bus like
Okay. Maybe
Hey,
we
we
can
can-
draw. Erika, draw?
that.
Draw?
We can do like 1/3 of what
Yes,
she does.
together we can be 1/3 Erika. Let's go! But it's very nice to have some other than white men commentating Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
So thank you, Erika, for helping showing that the hobby is for everybody.
She's also, as you say, she's a really good player. She's
Yeah.
definitely one of the players to watch today. Is there any other players that you can think about that it's good to keep our eyes on?
Oh,
That
my boy Niklas Bengtsson, for second year champion.
Yeah, 2022 national champion.
With his famous quote, Briar go Burr. He's been doing well, and I really support him. Been a very good friend of mine. And of course, did I see anybody else I remember? Do you have any champion potential you're looking for, Christian?
Well, of course, we have Joachim, as we talked about, being the previous champion, as we have also Nicholas also being an ex-champion. It would be cool if he wins. He will also have 2 national trophies
That's
underneath his
true.
belt.
Not back to back, but still there
But still
are
2.
two?
Other than that, you also have another good friend of ours, Niklas Astner.
True.
The
Is
other
this the real
Niklas.
Niklas? Who currently holds the title of Niklas right now?
I'm not sure actually about it. I don't have any clue actually
Okay,
about
I
who's the
think
true Niklas. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure this question out before the next round.
Who the true
currently
Niklas? Who's the
holds
true Niklas?
Niklas title?
Yeah. And other than that, you also have Jakob Trosting,
Yeah.
who's also been performing quite well now in the recent. He did quite well in the same ProQuest that Joachim won on Dorinthia 2.
Yeah. I think he's been called the Swedish Michael Fang.
I've heard some rumors about that too, yeah.
He's like very prestige, very surgical, very well thought. So that's also a very strong player.
There's probably also some more people that we don't necessarily know. We
are not from Sweden.
We have some information on the placement of the different players that we are going to be bringing more when actually people are sitting down, talk a little bit more about the different accolades. But currently, those are the people I'm looking for. So the big question now comes. This is the players we talked about that we personally think that we should watch. Now, who are you rooting for? You have to choose one person that you're rooting for.
Oh, it would be my love Albert, but he's sick. So I have to go with give me Bengtsson. I'm putting my virtual dollar on Niklas Bengtsson.
It's hard for it. It's very hard for me to choose. I know I was the one that said that we have to choose, and I'm the one that's struggling the most with choosing right now.
But you have so many children. You're the popular. You're like Swedish. You're almost Swedish. How loved you are in this country.
Yeah, I've had. So I do want to root for Joachim.
Yeah.
Well, also, as I'm a Kano lover myself, even if he doesn't play Kano. What? I play Kano when I'm not playing Prism.
Yeah. When you're not playing Illusions, Christian, you're not beating these allegations. But okay, Kano lover.
But yeah, so, but also Joachim is a great player. I think he has what it does to maybe, to be able to take down this one too. I do think I would have to give my vote to the other Nicholas. Niklas Astner.
It's more fun that way.
It's more fun because then we can also have the name fight still going.
Yes! Oh my god! Imagine if the final is Niklas and it's not only the trophy, the money, the gold foil, it's the name.
The name.
It's the name.
That's almost the biggest thing.
Yeah.
That would be amazing. If we get a Niklas versus Niklas finals, that would be everything I want.
Ooh. And it might change during the day because I heard that every time they play in like professional settings, the name is always on the line.
Yeah.
So we might have the legendary story of the name going back and forth because in these dual formats you can actually play the same person more times, right?
Yeah, you can actually play the same person up to 3 times.
God
so
dang.
you can play them in Classic Constructed, and then you can play them in Draft. I'm not 100% sure. I think theoretically you might actually be able to meet them 4 times because so you can meet them between after CC. If you meet them in the first 3 rounds, you can meet them again in the Draft if you are in the same pod. I'm not 100% sure, but there might be a theoretical case where you might be able to meet the same person in the next Swiss round, depending on how Gem actually does the pairings when it goes back to CC again.
Okay, I thought maybe it would have to be 2 day, that they have to be like a separate day for it to change.
I think it might be just enough for the format changes. But
Okay.
I'm not... The second part there, I'm not sure about.
Yeah, but we know-
Don't quote me on that. But on between draft and CC, people can definitely meet each other again.
Yeah, so this will be a very exciting day for Swedish nationals. I think, how is the tournament shaping up? Do we have any results? Do we have...
Let's see what we have.
Okay,
There's some players being done by now.
Okay.
Not that much, but we are also only like 45 minutes in. Oh yeah, there is... the round started...
there are roughly 20-25 minutes left in the time.
Yeah, so there's still quite a bit of time left. Do you see any other names that we might have not thought about here?
I really love the name Love Luca. That was a very cool name. I've not met this person before, as we are not Swedish. There's the Stefan that is not the judge. I think I met that man. I don't know, remember.
Seems like you were a little bit down here, sadly.
Oh no! My boy Peter, shout out my name brother, is playing against the champion, Mr. Joachim. That's cool.
How is my vote going? Am I blind? I cannot...
I saw him. He's on the right side, I think. Where's the other Niklas?
Yeah.
He's right there. He's playing again. He's
still playing. So.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, it seems like he also lost.
No!
So it seems like both of our counts...
Yeah. But this is a 9-round format, guys. So even if you lose the first, I think you can actually lose 2 times. And if you win 7 straight, I think you actually go top 8.
I think you do that because this with 9 rounds, it is designed for 62 players.
Yeah.
And being on the 47 players about there, they're closer to the 32 player mark than they are to the 62 players mark. And by there being closer to the lower part, it's going to make it so that people with worse score is going to manage to get into top 8. I'm actually not sure they're even going to have a undefeated player at the end of the 9 rounds.
Well, they can, but you have to be pretty good.
Yeah. No, it's not a guarantee. Like, it's not a... the person that will be technically undefeated at that point will go multiple rounds.
Yeah. So
being undefeated.
Yeah, they'll probably have the 7-0, and then us the only one, and then that person will be locked for top 8, and then they can be 8-0 and 9-0.
So that also will be fun, fascinating to see here, because Finland, Denmark and Norway, all 3 had 1 player go undefeated into top 8. Though Finland was the only one where the winner went undefeated through the whole day. Oof. But in Norway and in Denmark, both of the players that went undefeated into top 8 lost in the semifinals. Oh. So there is almost like a semifinals curse where Juha Saranilampi is the only one that did not be affected by that curse.
Shout out to Juha again, lovely man. And also a certified fab dad, as I heard. the not the rumors, but like the faction of the dads. Fab.
Faction of the people that loves to play the game, try and play a little bit competitively, but also had kids. That I've heard it can be really hard. I wouldn't know about that.
Me neither. The only kid I have is my fat cat named Maya. He's very needy, but I love him anyways.
Cats are kind of like kids, aren't they? I guess.
I don't need to think about Maya's future. His future is when I am going to put more wet food in his food box. That's his future.
It is easier.
It's playing an aggro deck versus playing a control deck. Yes, there's your fab allegory for what a kid raising a kid versus raising a cat is.
Is there, as we've looked a little bit over the meta here, is there any decks that you feel like you think you would have seen here, but is not actually seen represented?
Yeah, there in Norway there was a Katsu, but it doesn't seem like there's anyone here. But maybe they don't think there is a point to playing Katsu over Sen.
Well, in Norway, we didn't just have Katsu, we also had a 5-player.
Yeah, that's true.
That actually went all the way into top 8. If you watch, so there is a channel called Basketball that does a lot of these he goes through the top tournaments in around the UK and more of the Nordics, where he also go through. You can see the top 8. You can hear him talk a little bit about how the games went and a little bit what happening to try and to get a little bit more of a profile on these smaller area tournaments. But yeah, they came top 8. But here it seems like in Sweden, everyone that plays a ninja has just decided like, nah, we're just gonna play Sen.
It makes sense. It's kind of people are saying it's the best deck. I think it is.
Would you say it makes sense?
Oh my lord. It's gonna be 9 long rounds, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone, pals. So just strap on in. He will not stop. He cannot be stopped. I will try to stop him, but a futile effort will be made.
Good luck with that. I'll just make more illusions about it.
Oh, yeah. It's already starting.
Yeah, I'm just getting warmed up about this. So, yeah, as you alluded to, like there is a lot of talk about Zen being Zen is the talk of the town after Part of Mistville released. People have been talking like, maybe is it too good? Is it too strong? Should there be banned anything? Is he fine? What are your thoughts?
My thoughts, I think the deck is strong. It has a very linear and aggressive game plan, which tend to be like the most popular decks. I'm a bit more conservative when it comes to like spamming the Bam Hammer. I think the format is still early enough that people should have more time to try change their decks. Maybe put Amnesia in your KO deck. Maybe add more disruption in your Azalea deck. Maybe I also heard from Arsenal Pass. They had really big success with the OG Dash with Hanabi Blaster. So I think it's too soon. It doesn't feel like the Stubby Gauntlets or any of the problem decks.
In my opinion, it's not even close to any of the other. Like I've heard people compare it a little bit with Chiro's Briar.
Nah, they never played that deck.
That is my thoughts too, because the people that actually played with and against Chiro's Briar is it's a different ballpark, because Chiro's Briars was doing the same thing all the time. Zen has some really strong pop-off turns, and I feel like people need to. We are a little bit back to a question that was talked a lot about back in Tales of Aria for the players that didn't play in that time. But there was this evaluation about when to block and realizing what turns your opponents are doing. So you need to try and see if you can. If you want to be trying to block on the turns where they play Art of War, they play Ancestral Harmony, and then on the turns they don't play these kind of cards and they don't go a full bonds line or something like that. Okay, on those turns, they're representing less damage. They're not pushing 20-30 damage on you.
Yeah.
So you can take more of that damage on those turns, and then on their actual pop-off turns, that's when you block them down.
Yeah.
And that is how you can fix it a little bit. I know people have been talking about like, if they're going to ban something, they might look at the boots, because the boot gives them a lot of value in that you can get the tiger into hand that you can banish to Art of War.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, like, the boots is to enable the tiger strategy, and the Senpai is just throwing the tiger the trash to drawing two real cards.
Yeah, it like, I see the argument, because I've seen a lot of players played very well where they will split it up, because a lot of times people will block with helmet and legs at the same time to just do one big turn to maybe 40 damage, 35 to 40 damage. But then I've seen what's been getting more and more popular to do is that you use your boots once and then you use your helmet later.
Yeah, to get two strong turns.
Yeah, and sure, you're not pushing 35 to 40 damage, but you're pushing between 25 and 30 damage. And if you do that over 2 turns, that will be up to 55 damage instead of this one 45 damage turn.
Yeah.
And that is a better way to win. But as you said, there is ways to combat it. People might not want to do it, but Amnesia is a really good card against them. And Weakest Link is also a card that they don't really want to be hit by. And as you said with Arsenal Pass, it makes sense that a Hanabi Blaster Dash deck can actually do well into Zen. Because if we're we're kind of back in a meta here where people don't really want to block. And if people don't really want to block, you just go okay, I'm just going to try and do more damage than you.
Maximum velocity is a hell of a card.
It hurts so much. They're just going, hit you for 5, hit you for 4, hit you for 4. And you're like, okay, now I'm just going to, okay, shit, there was 10 more damage. Crack my boots, hit you with a 5 for the Hanabi Blast with you, and you're just sitting there. And the average damage on a OG Dash deck is actually higher than on the average damage for Zen.
Yeah, it's more consistent because they start with the what's they called, the
Tackle Pounder.
The pounder in play, so they have 6 more damage, and then they go like 7, 5, 5.
Yeah.
Get counter 7, 5, 5, 5 more, and their weapon is 3 bigger than Zen's weapon. So if the Zen doesn't draw the pop of turn immediately, and there's also they need to transcend to get the helmet's value, because if they don't, they have like Blade Break True Helmet, and that's not good enough. Then you could play Skull Cap for 1 more health.
That's like one of the limiting factors, and also a balancing factor in all of the new heroes. It is when you play against them, the earlier they're managing to transcend, the harder it is to, or the stronger they feel. But if they don't transcend during the first 4 turns, the deck feels kind of bad, because you're playing basically 4 first turns without a hero ability on your heroes. But also, it's sure, Zen has currently the most national wins so far during the national season, but we saw last weekend Nu was actually the highest winner.
Yeah, my girl!
So it will be interesting to see who will be the biggest winner after this week. We might also be completely wrong, and this week is just 50% wins by Zen. It might be. I don't think that is going to be a reality. I think people have warmed up and figured enough ways that they can actually deal with Zen. What's another thing that's interesting is that right before Part the Mistveil, there was a very huge outcry about a very certain card being printed into a very represented brute. What was that, Peter?
Oh, I think it was Starting Stake in KO. Imagine getting a gold. Insane.
Oh, yeah. Starting Stake, that's really good. Oh, wait, maybe Starting Stake was... it was Starting Stake into Victor, right?
Oh, yeah. Bro, it's draw a card and then you set up to win the clash later.
You just go, you start, you're the first player, at that point, you're pretty much just Prism.
Yeah.
Right? You play Starting Stake, you get a gold, you drew a new card, and you do some more cards in the arsenal. No. We're, of course, talking about Stash.
Yeah, from the proliferated and, might I say, infamous Armory deck.
Yeah. Especially since it was so lately delivered, especially here in Europe, we had, or especially in Nordic, I don't know if the whole problem was in Europe, but it was in Nordic.
Yeah,
where
Nordics had problem getting the cards.
Yeah, we didn't get the Armory decks before after the ProQuest season.
I also heard on Bass, he also said that some of the UK also had problems. So anti shout out to the delivering of the product.
Yeah. But yeah, we also see that other than there's been a sharp decline in KO. And what do you think that?
I think that there's a certain amount of players that just want to play the best deck and the most aggressive. And I think KO filled that role. And now you separate the people that are chasing the best deck from the people that play brute. Because even though Flesh and Blood is a very competitive game, people have a lot of class bias. So people will play, myself included, worse decks if it matches their playstyle or matches their class, because card acquisition, and there is a skill to picking up to playing a deck. Because in our nationals, shout out to Lucas Vaz, who got second place on a deck that doesn't even exist. Hatchet-Dory is an illegal deck. It doesn't exist. He played with blank cards and managed to get second place somehow.
Yeah, according to the internet, Hatchet-Dory is not a thing anymore. It only existed because of Droma was a thing.
That makes no sense, because that was a super hard matchup for Hatchet-Dory.
And lo and behold, he managed to go into the finals against Christopher Rios on Zen, and was a very close matchup. It was a really cool game. I'm really sad we didn't we were not able to stream it.
Yeah,
It is actually one of the best Fab games I've watched.
It was the top deck on Rias, where
Yeah.
his hand is so bad, draws into one bounce. Oh my god, that was very iconic.
But yeah, I think it is a little bit of this. Like, we can actually see a pattern here where it started with Chiro's Briars. A lot of people were playing Chiro's Briar because it was the best aggro deck. They changed over to the aggro Stubby Zen
Fi.
Fi, I mean. Yeah, Fi deck, a bunch of those. That one got worse. There was a little bit like, what should we play now as the aggro deck?
Yeah, but Fi was still good even without the stubbies.
Yeah, it was still good, and there was a lot of people playing it. But then they started, when Icelander got more and more bigger, some went a little bit over to the Michael Hamilton's version of Icelander, the Bulllander list, because it could be played a little bit more aggressive style. And then when that disappeared, a lot of them went over to the Empress Dromai list, which is it's kind of like a Fi deck, just where your
with
attack sticks around
with board
with more health, because yeah, why not? And then shit, my brain just stopped right here.
Yeah, you're thinking about, so after Dromai, they changed to
KO.
Lexi first, I think.
No, Lexi was the deck I was thinking of. They changed to Lexi because Lexi LL'd before Dromai LL'd.
Yeah, I don't think the 5 players started playing Icelander, but I think the 5 players started playing Lexi.
Yeah, they were over to Lexi. I just kind of forgot Lexi.
Yeah.
Blanked it from my mind. But yeah, they went over to play Lexi, and then those went over to play Empress Dromai, and then they went over then to KO, and now a lot of those players are going over to Zen, because that we see that the shift is dropping off for KO but increasing for Zen.
Yeah.
So it is more, I personally feel is a little bit more that Zen is very represented because it is the deck that might be the closest to give you easier / freer wins, because I'm not saying it's an easy deck to play by far.
No.
But in card games in general, usually it's better to play, and if you want to have a easier way of winning, is most of the time better to just play the most aggressive deck that you can find, because it's better to make your opponent has to answer the questions that you present than presenting the questions yourself.
And you get to eat food, and the rounds are over quicker.
What are you talking about? Can you eat food between rounds?
Yeah, if you don't play for a 50-minute deck and they play 20-minute deck.
So this is why I always do bad, right? Because I always play these decks that take me an hour. Like, I love playing Prism. I love playing Enigma.
Slow deck.
And I'm just sitting there. I'm just like, oh yeah, that's how it is. So when I meet a Zen, the games seems like they should be done quick, but we're still sitting there, and then it's like soon timing around, and just like, shit, we need to finish this game.
Yeah.
No, it's the games can be quick also with those kind of decks.
But yeah, so as you said, it's always the default for, like, and we're still in a new meta game. I think we are in week 4 of Nationals of the new season, right? Yeah. So it's on the meta is only a month old.
Yeah, it's about 6 weeks old, because the set released about 2 weeks before the first Nationals.
Yeah. So the interesting question is the format going to change a lot before Pro Tour Amsterdam?
It might, because before PT Amsterdam, we actually have the new Bolton Armory deck.
Yeah,
that one is releasing soon. I don't remember when, but it's releasing soon.
Yeah, and
I think it's next weekend, actually.
Oh, and I actually have cards for your deck as well, the Prism. Oh my god, Sash in Prism!
Yeah, they talk about it being a Sash in Prism. I can see some lines, I can see some use for it. Not sure it will be actually played, but it could be usable in more aggressive matchups and more aggressive points where you don't really have the time for getting the value out of Vestige, and you're not reliant on hitting to enable your Empyrean Raptures, but just use it to maybe get... I think it will be a different kind of build on Prism compared to the ones that we've seen currently, the more popular builds.
Yeah, because current Prism, it's quite a big cost to remove a card from Soul. Because you want to do that to awaken your angels, attack with them, drawing cards. And now we got a message that we're going to go for a little pause. Round 2 will begin shortly. Stick around and we'll see you soon. Welcome back. Now we're ready for some fabulous action. We are ready for round 2. And we got a very exciting for you, ladies and gentlemen. But first, we have gotten a little gift from the store. We're from the Dragon's Lair in Stockholm. Thank you so much to keep us healthy and hydrated. Take us to the game, Christian.
Such a cute local. So the players are just doing some sideboarding, so we're waiting a little bit till they're done with their sideboarding things and getting ready to just setting up the
play area, the
play
arena.
Yeah. I just realized we don't have the timer started on
the stream. Ooh,
yeah.
Oh no!
You can just run out and start it on the
Oh yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah,
phone.
yeah. Okay, so I will be leaving. Don't miss me too much.
Oh. So I will be just sitting here and entertaining you guys alone. We have Erica Forslow, one of the players that we were saying that we would keeping an eye on. She has actually some good accolades. That you can. She came top 6. She came at 6th place in Battle in Baltimore, and then she came 5th place on the last year's nationals, and then she also had a 6th place on a Battle in Liverpool.
Oof.
So that's some really strong accolades there.
God damn, the battle-hardened champ. And she also won RTN this season, didn't she?
I think she did, yeah.
Yeah, I was there.
Okay.
It was you were supposed to know this, Christian.
I only have the information of these are Tier 3 events. That's the information I have. So, Erica, some of you guys also know that she has a sheet through Twitter that she calls the Flesh Fab Goats, where she has an overview of all of the players and what kind of top 8s they've gotten in Tier 3 events and others, and also the earnings of the different players. So you can see who are actually the top placing players in the world based on the statistics. But it seems like the players are getting shuffled up and getting ready, so let's jump over to the game.
Take us. So what we got for here, ladies and gentlemen, is a Victor Mirror, which is really exciting. I myself am not a particular Guardian player, so do you have any interesting thoughts about the matchup? I know Victor is like a very grindy hero, trying to get value from all the gold. My prediction is this will be a long and good game, and we'll maybe see the fabled pitch stacking competition, because Clash is random in the first cycle, and in the second cycle you can know if you won the Clash.
This game, in my opinion, can either go really long, as Guardian Mirrors can, or we might also be stuck with a game that, or not stuck, we can also have a game that goes really, really fast. Because depending on their builds of the victors, we don't have the deck list for the heroes, so we are just as blind as you guys are on what the heroes are actually playing.
Yeah.
Though I did see, I peeked over when they were getting ready, the players, that Erika had a cool little headpiece, which I think is what we see in in that slab at the top there. I think that is a Crown of Providence. No, not Providence. No. Crown of Dominion.
Dominion, yeah. It's a favorite of mine. I played Kasai, and it was really good in the grindier game. So I'm really interested if she use it. I wonder. Oh, is it to turn on the Golden Estate?
That's what
quicker?
I believe. That's what I believe. But here's another interesting thing. It also might be so you don't have to use the shield, so you can use a two-handed weapon. Because as you see currently, there's only one weapon that has been shown.
Yeah.
Here, or
so
only one
so
place.
she's giving a little bit of free information here. By not stacking all the equipment in a pile, so she's clearly representing not a shield.
Yeah. So how the rules here are is that if you can stack all of your equipment in a pile underneath your hero, you can either do that or you have to put them in all of their respective zones where they have to be.
Okay, here we show. Do we have a equipment? Oh, we do!
So there is very different builds here. So I think Erika is in a little bit more aggressive one, while Stefan is a little bit more grindy one. The reason why I believe this is because of the choice of Crown of Providence and keeping Titan's Fist and also the Gold Shield, which I don't remember, the Aegis, as it's aptly named. So as we talked about, does this actually work? My mind keeps going blank.
Yeah.
I haven't slept that well.
So we can already start. There's a couple of things that's really interesting. One is the choice of the boots, and we see here that I didn't see who won the die roll, but Stefan went first, picking up his tunic. I think it's really interesting that they're using Snapdragon scalers. Which one-cost attacks do you think they're playing that Snapdragons? That's a magic card. Is it just for E-Strike? And here we see a big Guardian attack, pitching 2 cards.
It might be for E-Strike, or it might be for... I'm not 100% sure what it might be... what it might be there for. I think E-Strike is the one that makes the most sense. I'm not sure what other cards they would want to play. I think they might also decide to only run one leg slot. They might not be actually running the the stronger Guardian, the Civic Footsteps. Yeah.
Yeah.
As giving away the Quicken token that they generate might be really punishing for them. There's just a little bit fixing clarification here on it. So we see a Celos belting here coming, a staple amongst newer Guardians now, or not newer, but a staple among the Guardians to keep using the or keep going, having some more go again. Their Victor has been known as there has been some back and forth on how you should actually be building Victor, as some people have thinking that he's more defensive because of his Victor is more defensive because of the block cards that give you reward for blocking, while a lot of other people have thought that it's more a tempo deck because you get reward for blocking, so you can block and you still get value from your blocks. You don't just get the block value, and especially if you block with things like Test of Strength, you will get the gold and you actually draw a new card, so you can keep up. You can still block and keep up the tempo.
Here we see a pitch of the Visit, the Goldman Estate. It's a new card from Party Mistwhale that will surely come up later, but you need more gold because it gives you a gold. So you want it when you have 2.
There is a blue Thunderquake coming from Erika running into.
Just a damage, but it seems like Erika is continuing holding the tempo here. I think we're going to see a block for 6, take 2, and then try to swing back with your arsenal and 3-card hand. But he might be able to take it. I see some good cards here. Another Visit the Gold Estate, so we might want to pitch them to get them so we can draw them together and get a huge setup turn in the late game. If he's thinking that long forward.
I'm wondering if you want to play multiple at the same time, or if you want to stagger them, so you want to go one round, one for the next round.
Yeah, because it's it has go again,
yes.
And so you can pair it with a good attack. And we also see who do you think is favored just from the equipment here, because Erika's weapon has the stronger weapon, and usually in the longer games the one with the best weapon tend to be favored?
That depends on what the life differences can be unto that point. We see them changing life quite equally down here now. But so the advantage Stefan has is that he represents 5 more block in his equipment than Erika does. He gets 2 equipment from his Crown of Providence and also 3 blocks from his shield if he wants to use all the block value on the Aegis. Well, Erika has given up those by giving herself the 2-handed hammer.
He blocks with the Visit the Goldmade Estate. That's very interesting.
And also Chokeslam.
No, it's the Carnival Crush.
Yeah, Cranial Clutch, not Chokeslam.
It's a big... it actually has relevant text due to some of Victor's cards because they can't draw an extra cards. which will be interesting. We saw Erika draw a clash card. Do you think she's a gambler? Or here we see the E strike. Is it going for draw a card and the Snapdragon Scaler, or is it going for 7?
I think it's more likely going for 7 and maybe Snapdragon. If it's coming for 7, it's probably going for... Yeah, it's going for 7 since he was looking for the other die.
So he was just gonna arsenal this card and keep the tempo. We see the both players trading down. Here Erika can block with 2 cards and only take 1 damage, which seems like a good profit. But he cracks the snap. That's very interesting. Why would he do that?
It's a bit curious that he decides to do that and not have an arsenal, because then it could make some more sense to draw a new card, see what you can do with those cards if your thought is give it go again.
So he's snapping for 4 damage and is content with that. Erika takes the 4. She takes all the damage, so that means she has a very good hand.
It might be the reason where since Erika took the 7 damage, Stefan was thinking like, okay, then I'm going to push a little bit more damage with the Titan Fist, but if she blocked out the weapon, he would just be fine without an arsenal because of the damage that was going to be.
Here we see a Guardian favorite. So your E-Strike is 7 go again. Here we have another 7 go again card.
But mine costs 3.
Yeah, so but E-Strike costs 3.
True, it costs a card. What's also interesting is that I think it was a very head-up play by Stefan there to actually attack with the Titan's Fist there, because if she doesn't block the 7, she's very unlikely to block the 4 that comes after it. So you know it's free damage because the person wants to keep their whole hand.
Yeah, unless it's a very good card.
Yeah, so it seems like the thought pattern was I attack with this. If it hit or if it's not blocked, I'll give it a go again and then attack with my Titan's Fist afterwards.
Yeah, so it seems like also Stefan is just going to take all the damage from the card.
It seems like it, yeah. They seem like they've started to be a little bit more aggressive on their life trading, and this is usually what I feel you will see in these kind of games, where they might start like poking each other with a little bit of damage here and there, and then they start trading bigger chunks at the same time. Though looking a little bit at Stefan's hand, I think what he might be is, since this is just damage, he might decide to keep his hand to see what more will Erika attack with.
She remembered the die.
because if Erika does not, because if Erika then presents a crush effect on the next attack, he would rather want to block that one than block the 7. Because the 7 is just damage, right? So you would rather want to wait for a little bit more information. Oh, he gives
2 equipment pieces, blocking for 4, taking down 2. No reactions from either side. So technically Erika IP'd herself. That means intellectual penalties, since she didn't get to use all her card. But she used the card to enable the go again. So I think that was a good enough trade for Erika. Stefan presented the 7 plus 4. And then Erika presented 7 plus 6.
Yeah.
So she's currently reading. And this is a risky card, because this needs go again. If the card is blocking has less power, out muscle as it's called. So here Erika is really incentivized to block with a 6 attacker to stop the go again. And then Stefan has 2 cards that he can't use.
Yeah, then pretty much getting stuck himself with 1 card left in hand. Though there is, depending on the build of Victor, sometimes they will have hands that would not actually be able to. We do actually see a test of strength here in Erika's hand that she's using that plus some more cards. It seems like they have bigger block values.
And here we see the first clash, and boom! Oh, that's a huge win for Erika. Tunk triggers, she gets a gold, she gets 2, she also gets a vigor token. Life is looking good for the gambler.
This is what we want to see from the Victor side.
Now she has 2 gold, which means if she draws the golden estate, that card is live.
Yeah.
I think Erika is playing around pummel here, because this...
She put 10 in front of it.
Yeah, and that's so she was playing around the pummel, which was on top of the deck, but not in the hand.
So it makes sense playing around pummel here, because this outmuscle attack could look like it's coming with a pummel, because it's very likely for it to be blocked out.
Yeah.
But now she also has
she cracks the gold. Interesting. So she she values. Yeah, because she was fishing for extra resource to come here for 9.
Yeah, because since the gold only cost 2 resources to activate, and you pitch a blue for it, that means that you will float 1. So she was 1 resource off to be able to play her chokeslam that cost 4 resources.
Yeah, because she could use the tunic, couldn't she? Yeah, but then she would be stuck with a card that she don't want.
Yes.
So
And I don't think necessarily she would want to use the tunic at this point.
And here we see a huge giving of equipment to block for 7.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, 6.
Yeah.
Not to take the crush, which is really important because we know that Stefan has a pummel in his hand.
So it would be very bad for him to do that.
Oh, and Erika drew the attack. The defense reaction. She's ready for the heads up pummel. Oh, no, but it's CNC pummel. She can't use defense reaction. I was going to. I thought last round that a CNC and pummel is usually a thing that will help you win a Guardian Mirror. But Victor usually doesn't play defense reaction because they are misses.
Yeah.
But Erika has actually hedged a bit and actually plays them. So now she's probably going to discard the defense reaction to this CNC and pummel. Do you think she will take 10?
That depends on her hand. It's not that easy to see. I see a Macho Grande there. It might be a blue one. So it depends on what she feel like she can push back. Because if she just takes 10, she's still gonna. But she's gonna be losing 1 card from her hand, and she's gonna be losing her arsenal. And it also might depend. It might also be that we don't even see the pummel getting used here.
Yeah, the threat of activation, as we like to call it in the business.
The pummel just existing potentially in the arsenal can be a bigger threat for later in the game.
So now he's going to slam that shit. Bam!
Yeah, using the tunic, and so he keeps his arsenal to
so
pummel it.
CNC kills the CNC and defends the defense reaction. So Erika can push back as much damage. I think
if it's a red Macho Grande, this is still going to be a 10 dominated attack back. But even if it's just a blue, it's a potential 7 dominated attack that's going to be hitting back here with 2 cards in tunic because it costs 7 resources.
And even though Erika is down on life, I think Stefan has tempo now, but she still has 3 block in equipment.
Yeah, Erika has not used her. Oh, it's the Golden Sun.
Golden Sun. That's 10 damage back.
That's still 10. That's a 1. That's a better 10 than I was talking about.
Yeah, and it has overpower, which means that you can only block it with 1 action card. And this Victor list tends just to play action cards, so this is almost dominate.
Yeah.
We have dominate at home.
Except like maybe it could be.
She cheekily puts the dominate counter on the stream, and she is down 8 life, but she's clapping back for 10.
I see a Golden Sun in Stefan's hand. He could enable it by giving up his shield.
I think that's worth. Can't he go? No, he doesn't have tunic. If he had tunic, he would have gone E-strike into Golden Sun, which would have been a huge clapback.
Yeah, no, he uses tunic last turn to do that pummel.
That's true, and Arsenal that card.
Yeah, I think normally that is a really good line, but because of what kind of cards Erika was getting rid of.
Takes the 10. Are we watching a Sen mirror, or are we watching a Victor mirror? I'm unsure. Or is this how Victor hates? They're both on the horse, jousting into each other and not blocking.
And that's this kind of comes back to what I said. We could be sitting here for a long game, or we could end up being more on the. More aggressive one, and that's what we're seeing here, right? They were a little bit feeling each other out in the start, and then it kind of break down, and they're just slugging at each other, and we're gonna maybe end up at a new point where it's gonna be a little bit slower.
Has Stefan drawn another pummel? Because we knew that he had an E-strike in his hand, so why wouldn't he go again E-strike CNC? Surely he must have another pummel.
Or he might want to. I do wonder in the turn that he drew that pummel. I think I saw him he might have 2 pummels in his hand that turn. So the arsenal might be a pummel.
Erika fixes the pitch, no problem there. Gives the dice so our lovely viewers at home can know. But she doesn't need to block it. Can't she just give 2 if she wants to play around pummel? She can just give the arm piece, the tunic, and 2 cards. Because the arm piece will trigger, making the pummel only giving it +3 and not +4. So that would be 9 damage. And here we see, she's blocking 11.
Yes. It might be, yeah. So
it's called Iron Will.
Yeah. It's a heads up trying to play around a pummel there, as she's already taken 10 to the face once, losing 1 card from hand and 1 card from arsenal. I don't think she particularly want to do that when she's at 13. Going down to 3 does not seem like what you want to do.
This is not a good draw for Stefan. He drew double defense reaction with E-strike and no blue.
And Harry said you were... and it's just a pass from Erika?
No, Stefan is just...
yeah, Erika just passed.
Erika also she just passed. Holy moly,
because Stefan played the Command & Conquer, passed it over to Erika. Erika just drew back up, and then Stefan had his double defense reaction hand. So this is actually good for Stefan. Or actually, he would probably preferably be wanted to use one of the sync blows to sync around his hand.
I think this is actually good for Erika, because what is he going to do? He's just going to pass after the E-strike. So he's actually baiting with the go again here, which is really interesting.
No, he's not necessarily going to pass. He will go 5 go gun and then weapon.
Yeah, because he will pitch the Golden Sun, and he will he will also pitch the D-react. So here they probably have just some clarification. Erika chooses to block it with sync below. She's thinking about syncing a card, which means putting it to the bottom and drawing a new card.
It will be interesting. So what do you think about the game so far?
I think it's been very fast. I didn't know Guardians could be this fast. She switches to sync a card, draws a new one. I think it's the block card. It's the getting gold
Test of strength.
Test of strength. Or maybe she wants to, as Daft Punk once said, be up all night to get lucky.
She might be. Well, the feeling I've had of Victor is that is more like the aggressive Guardian. It's more of the aggressive Guardian than the more
Betsy
grindy
or Bravo.
Yeah, where I feel Betsy is more of the setup one that wants to set up for a good turn, while Bravo is the more like grindy one that actually have on hits and things to do with that way.
Because of his specializations, she's lining up the block. Does she feel the luck is on her side? If she knew that Stefan drew 2 misses, this is probably a risky, because you don't want to be giving Victor gold.
No, like none of you want to, but it depends. Like I think that's what she's considering right now. Like how many has she seen of her own misses and compared to Stefan's? But at the same time, I think you just have to do it. If you miss, you miss. That was.
Yeah.
Oh,
she's blocking with another.
It's a Clash of Vigor.
Clash of Vigor reveals a blue. Oh, it's a draw.
Yeah. Well, that's better. But the other reason why this is more fine is because you can see. Oh, he's considering using his shield.
No, they're just going to damage.
Yeah.
Because she's blocking for 3, she takes 1.
Yeah.
So overall, she takes 2 this turn, putting him up 11-11.
The other reason why you would be fine, maybe losing 1 gold here, is that the Golden Sun is pitched, so she knows that there is only 2 other Golden Suns left.
Yeah.
And the game is not that long into it, as we see. The game hasn't gone on for that long. They're deep in their decks, but they're not that deep in the deck, so it's still going to take some time before he might see the other 2.
But what is she going to do now? She's attacking for 5, go again, and she has 1 floating. So if she had Tunic, she could have attacked with a hammer, but she can't arsenal that block card. Then she has ruined her arsenal. Oh, there's a pump. But it's with Rouse the Ancient. That is what we like to call in the business non-bow.
Yeah, you don't really want to see your pummels together with Rouse the Ancients because it's usually really hard to actually enable the Rouse the Ancients with a pummel card. As, well, we know pummels doesn't really have an attack value, and you need to show 13 total attack value in order to use it as a generic. Oh. It says it's a generic card, but
it's a Guardian card.
It's a Guardian
it's
card.
It's G for Guardian. Okay. If Stefan is the coolest man alive. Here's his line: "Attack with roused agents. Do not reveal."
And just pummel it.
Yeah, what she's going to do. It's not that good because she has one block equipment, so she could just block for 4, but it would be really cool to do it.
Yeah. You see Stefan here looking what he can use as a hand, deciding that he cannot use all the cards in his hand, and then it's just better to conserve some strength, conserve some health.
Yeah, so Erika, I think we might have seen wrong, or Erika is just happy to...
I don't think it was a test of strength, because I think it was more likely that she would have used it and kept the blue in her hand. Because the Clash of Vigor was a blue card and not a... not a red one.
So
okay.
he does not have a card he can pummel, so this might just be a hammer for 8. Which is kind of good, but not that
It's
good.
fine, because Erika is only at 11, so 8 damage is a good chunk of her life, so that will put her down to 3 if she just takes 4 damage here. And Stefan says, I'm fine with just throwing your face here. Because if Erika says no blocks, you are happy with just dealing the 8 damage.
Yeah, and then you're just 1 golden sun from winning the game, because she can only block 5 on the golden sun.
Or, yeah. So it makes it closer for you to enable a good win, or a win into making it harder for Erika. So you can see here you can see Erika using her time, thinking about what should she do on this damage. It seems so innocuous. It's just a hammer for 4.
Yeah,
Just take it. It's just a hammer for 4. What's the worst things that can happen?
But you see that her mind her grinds are gearing, because why would Stefan, with 4 cards available, choose to send a hammer for 4?
Yeah, it's not a lot of, and especially another thing here. If you look, it's a block with a test of strength.
Okay.
So she had, is it? Oh, it's a loss. Oh, this is.
And she can't do the victor cheat, so she has to give gold to Stefan here.
And I think at this point Stefan might be fine. So if Stefan actually draws a card here, because it generated a gold.
No, isn't it from your abilities?
Yeah, from your ability. Yeah,
so you give them the gold. So luckily he didn't look at the card, so no fraction there. Yeah, so luckily it's not that if you lose the clash, you lose the game.
Yeah.
if the opponent drew a card, that would be so brutal.
He's going to use the pummel because he wants to clear up his hand.
Yeah.
But he was also making it kind of clear that he had something, because he pitched away the rouse, and when you have a 3-card hand, and he had a 3-card hand. It's harder to do rouse with a 3-card hand than a 4-card hand.
Agreed. No, he had 2
double. So that if she just took the damage, she would just be dead. She would just straight up die. But then I was correct.
Yeah, you saw that.
I did see correctly. That was the second pummel.
Holy
shit!
Very well played from Erika, sniffing out.
So she's still going down to 3 with that block.
Holy.
And we were just like, it's bad with 1 pummel. She can go down to 3. She would just be dead.
That's true. But now, it's not that dangerous, because Erika knows that there is no more pummels to play around.
That exactly. There is no more tricks.
Unless he's playing blue, but I don't think he will do that. She plays the golden estate, only gets the draw. No might from daddy, just money.
Are you saying it's bad to pay 1 resource, play a card, to cycle around a card to have a gold that can do more things?
No, life is good, but it could be better.
Of course it could be better. It's not like it's Tome of the Arknight or something like that.
Oh, Tome of the Skill Knight, as it's lovingly called in the Norwegian
meta.
So this is like one of the new powerhouses for Victor, but it seems like none of the players think that getting to 3 gold is crucial.
I think it would be crucial in Lit, but just this game has not been a way where you can realistically get to the 3rd gold. Like if you see on Erika is the one that have been drawing the most gold generators. She's drawn 2 tests of strength, right? She lost 1 of them, so if how the game has gone, she could have, if she not cracked the 1 gold the 1 turn, she could have gone up to 3. The problem would be then that she didn't really push anything that turn.
She will have a very weak turn, I think.
Yeah. Oh, there is a test of strength from Stefan.
Oh, and Erika is floating 2, so this might be a pummel.
Okay.
Okay.
We just heard that we were a little bit loud on the excitement of the two pummels.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The notoriously loud man, but I will try to be very professional and not talk too loud.
Yeah. We have a little bit some audio leak from the studio compared to the player, so we're trying to be a little bit
Here's
more
a clash.
hushed.
Ooh, and that's a clash for Stefan. He will
He
now
wins.
draw a card because this is his clash ability.
And now Stefan is up to actually 3 gold. So if Stefan plays a visit to the Golden Anvil Estate, he will actually generate the 4th gold because the shield is a gold. There's the pommel.
There's the pommel. So now we'll get a crush effect and a discard effect.
Yeah, and actually the debilitates crush effect is actually quite good in this game and this matchup because reducing the power of your opponent's attack does help you quite a lot when you're just trying to slug each other in the face with these big attacks.
It's actually gained 2 life, but poor Stefan here, he has a really bad turn. He can't really do anything. He has only
Well,
red
he has
cards. Is that
he-
E-strike, so he can send it for 7?
I thought there was a blue debilitated blue choke slam.
No, it's only red.
Okay, well then that's a lot harder for him.
So it will be an E-strike for 7.
If he could have saved his snapdragons, this would be a wonderful point to actually have it. But I also see, yeah, it would be normally for 7, but it has -2 because of the debilitate.
Yeah.
So he just decides to eat the debilitate effect now and just attack for 5.
So do Erika go to 1 or does she cover it up? It depends on the...
So Stefan has played quite a lot of go against sources. This is his last E-strike, and he's played 1 out muscle and 1 Zelos belting. So that means there is only 2 out muscles and 1 belting left. Not 2
Assuming that
beltings
he's
left.
playing all 3 of them.
Yeah. If he plays 3 beltings, which I think he does, that would could be a way for him to push through. If Erika goes to 1, that is a way he could push through all her blocks, because he can then go 5 into a 8 potentially, and Erika cannot block out that with the 4 cards in her hand, because she would need to give 5 on the first one on the belting, or she could do 1 card and then her tunic. She can block out that once. Oh, there's another clash of vigor.
Another clash. She will choose to go to 2. Let's see if she wins the clash.
Let's see what happens here.
3, 2, 1, go! 5
versus
Ooh,
9.
9. She's not been hitting the casino correctly
No,
this time.
it's going worse and worse for her.
But she has the most important casino of all, tempo. So even though she Stefan gets a vigor, vigor here, sorry folks, I don't think it will matter too much because he has to block with some of his cards because he doesn't have any equipment. And here we might see...
So Erika's starting her turn with 3 cards in hand and a tunic up, and still have the Snapdragon Scalers available for her.
Yeah, I don't think she has drawn any E-strikes.
No, I don't think so. It might be that she actually just... I don't think she've cut them from her deck if she plays them, but I think it comes down to what I talked about. Like, they might play the Civic Footsteps, but they decided they don't want it in this matchup because you don't want to give your opponent the
go again in the
free
late
go
game.
again.
Ooh.
That seems like a good way to be.
Yeah, she cracks the
behind.
gold, trying to fix her hand. Let's see if she can get a good card.
Oh,
that was a Zealous belting.
What's it about? Yeah, we knew about the belting. She revealed it on the clash.
Oh yeah.
So it wasn't a random card. We knew about what she was actually going to draw.
That's true. So that's huge. Very heads up play for Erika.
Yeah. So this can go back now. So it's going to be probably just belting, hammer, arsenal, but it's still 11 and then arsenal, with Stefan being on 3 and 11 being a little bit awkward to block out because he only has his tunic left to block with right now.
I saw he has a Clash of Strength, so he can cover this up, but he still has to give 3 cards minimum plus tunic, not to take anything. He can take 1 from this. He can go to.
Then he goes to 2 himself.
Go to 2 to match Erika. The big question is 3 or 2 a difference in this game? I don't think so.
I don't think there's a big difference between 3 and 2, but there is a huge difference between about going to 1.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the attacks from the Guardian has these awkward breakpoints which attacks for 5. The attack for like 6 is fine to block out, but like 5 and 7, there is quite a good amount of 7 that kind of attacks.
He's really in the tank now. He's really thinking it.
Yeah.
I think.
Actually, being this low on life, Stefan's weapon is actually better than Erika's. Or they were kind of the same actually.
They're
They attack
actually
for
the
4.
same.
I'm just
they
dumb.
attack for 4, Christian.
That both of them attack for 4. So I just
That was
Don't
great
mind me.
But I think Stefan, he has. I can see the path of victory to Stefan. No, don't give the tunic. Oh, I was going to talk about. Oh, he's going to
that's
play
double clash.
double clash.
Double test of strength, I mean. So it's going to be 2 clashes. What do we see? That's a 5 against
that's
an
an
8.
8. So he wins this one and he draws a card.
So he draws that one. Then the second one, so that's a 5 versus...
Oh,
that's
another
a 7.
8.
No, that's a 7. The blue one's a 7. So it's 7.
Macho Grande. Anyways,
Yeah.
he wins back-to-back clashes. Here comes the money. Money talks.
So this is going to be really... There is the strike.
You can't count. It's for 8.
Oh, it's actually for 8. Why have I
Yeah.
always thought it was for... It costs 7.
Yeah.
That's where I mix it up. It costs
Okay,
7.
so Erika chose to do it to pump it up to 7. Possibly to take both his cards, not to going for the risky draw, because if he doesn't draw a blue, this is really bad for her.
Yeah, I think this is better because it's more guaranteed of pushing Stefan down to 1. So that's an attack. That's a choke slam. That's an attack for 8.
Oof. So Erika can give 2 cards and a tunic to survive this.
Yes.
But this is really scary because Erika is totally at the mercy of Stefan not drawing Golden Sun, because that's game over.
Yeah. Stefan could also start consuming some of his gold to draw later in the game. Stefan also still has that 1 block on his Arkham Shield.
That's true. So he actually is at 2.
Yeah, well, Erika is at 3 because of her tunic. So it depends soon if Erika has to decide how many more games does she believes this, or how many more turns does she believe this game is going to last. Because if she believes this game is going to last 3 more turns, she would do better to keep her tunic around.
But then she has to block with 3 cards.
That's exactly the problem there.
Oh no, she has.
Or she just has Sync Below.
Let's go.
So that's a block for 7 against the 8,
So
going down to 1. Now will she sink a card?
Will she sink or swim?
That time will tell. Seems like she does not choose to sink a card.
She is happy keeping both her cards. Let's see what her turns.
This is such an intense game.
Oof. If Stefan draws Visit the Golden in the State, holy moly. That's gonna be, as kids say, poke.
He strike for 7.
He strike for 7.
No, she draws a card.
Oh yeah, she's going.
Because she's going 5, and that means that she can go 4 with a weapon afterwards
she's
because of the Snapdragon scale.
She's going for the risky go again.
As long as she drew a blue. But here's the thing, if she doesn't draw blue, that is an arsenal. And I think that's better than attacking for 7 right now. Because since Stefan has the shield still, attacking for 5 and 7 is the same.
Yeah, because he doesn't need to give 3 cards.
Exactly. Both attacks only give needs.
Oh, but he has a 2 block.
So that 7 would be a lot worse. But that depends. Like he could still attack with his Zealous belt. Like he could have changed up his block.
She draws the blue, coming for 4. He's giving the shield and blocking for 3.
So he can go back for 4 himself.
Then Erika probably, if she doesn't draw 4, gives tunic and a card.
We need to give a little stern voice to Erika afterwards because she's not allowed to flip over that with that equipment. With the new rules, with the new cloak equipments, you're not allowed to turn over the equipment.
And Christian being very strict with the rules.
Oh, I'm really strict. I've been trying to drill the Norwegian players into doing this from the start because this has been popular doing it.
She's blocking with with the Golden Sun, which makes sense because there is no. So she's putting the tunic in the graveyard.
because everything she blocks with has been destroyed.
She remembered. Let's go.
You know, old habits die hard.
There's a 9.
That's a 9.
And he has a 2 block in his hand.
That's a sigil.
And a sigil. Oh.
So he cannot block this out. He can block this for 6 and then gain 3. So he can keep 1 card in hand to actually. And I think there is a blue in his hand. There is a blue in his hand.
No, but he can't. He has to block with the blue because that's the on both the 2 cards are the 3 blocks.
So he then have to go down to Arsenal pretty much.
Yeah, so he can Arsenal Zealous belting.
He has to Arsenal Zealous belting,
which is it can be a good card because if you go to your local church and pray, then you can draw, and then you can go Zealous Belting and go again. But if you draw 4 blues in a row.
That is true. But also the Zealous Building is still good if you don't draw blue, but you draw a yellow, one of your sons.
So he's going to block for 3 and then use the sigil as a defense reaction quotation marks.
And then still be at 1?
Yeah, he will go up to 4, take 3, down to 1.
Yeah. This is such a close game. And then Arsenal is always Building.
Yeah, and they're laughing about the defense reaction. So
probably having a little history thing there from the last Pro Tour.
I think the game is over. Erika drew Visit the Golden Estate and Golden Sun. She's gonna send 10 overpower.
I think that is... Yeah, because this game, now when both players are 1, is just the first person to draw their Golden Sun.
Which is live.
Yeah. Which is live. Erika had to find a way to generate the gold,
and
which she did. This is the last Golden Sun.
Yeah, this is her last because we blocked with anyone. And I don't think we're still pretty far away from going around the deck, so it was not a guarantee to draw it this turn.
No, but at the same time, like Stefan is also close to drawing. Well, he's pitched.
He's pitched 2 of. No, he blocked with 1 and pitched another 1.
Yeah, so he only knows 1. So yeah, it's so it was up in the air of who was going to be the first one to actually come into this position.
I would like to point out that Erika's nails are matching the sleeves, as we say in the business, Slay Queen.
That is wonderful.
Yeah, I always love when people are showing the representation. I think he's trying to block with the gold, or trying to pay Victor. Do not attack me, I will give you half of my gold.
Do you think Victor would accept a bribe from himself?
I think he's the only character in the game that would bribe himself not to do anything.
Well, to be fair, he's the one that goes around bribing others. So do you think he would accept the bribe? Because he already has so much money.
Yeah, but he loves money.
But it would be on flavor for Victor to try and pay off the other Victor.
Not to win, yeah.
To not attack him. But then it depends on, would the other Victor accept that, actually?
He will probably take the money and still attack him.
Yeah, he seems kind of like that.
Yeah, look at that smug face. He's not a trustworthy man. I can tell.
Are you saying Henrik is not a trustworthy man?
Oh, Erika does not go for the gold line. Did she not see it? Or did
No, she cannot do the overpower thing because she only gets 1 gold. You need 2 gold to play it and overpower it. She doesn't have the resources to play everything.
No, but she draws a card.
That is true. But even drawing the card, she doesn't have enough. She isn't guaranteed.
And another sigil to block out. Yeah. Oh, but now, are we going to church? Are we going to pray to what holy gods? Yeah, I think Erika just might have missed the line. But you know, this tens is national. People don't always see the line. You only need 1 gold, and it costs 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's just coming for 4, and now Erika has to block this one out.
Yeah, she has to give 2 cards, but we know there is no pummels. There is nothing pummels to be afraid of because
Erika has her own pummel. Oh. So if she gets to keep 3 cards,
but that means that if she actually drew the Golden Sun, that's what's in Arsenal right now.
No, she pitched it together with the Golden State. So Erika needs to figure out how is she going to block it, and there's her last Visit the Gold Main Estate. They were at the bottom of the deck. I think she's going to block with the pummel, which is interesting, and then might just send 6.
No, but if she pitched the Golden Sun last turn, she didn't have enough pitch to play that line.
I think the Arsenal card is a red card, and she has 2 red cards.
Yeah, because if she needed a blue, if she had a blue, she could do both lines. But if she doesn't have a blue, she needs to try and gamble on drawing the blue off the Visit, and I don't think at this point it's worth that gamble when you can just throw an 8 in the face and you still grab that many cards from your opponent's hand.
Agreed that and with Victor only with 1 card and Arsenal, it's not that many scary cards. I don't think he plays that the Crush the Weak that attacks for 7.
We also know that there is the Zealous Building in Arsenal, so but with the line of attacking for 8, if Stefan then draws a 2-block heavy hand, he might have to give the whole hand. And if he has to give the whole hand, that leaves Erika with her own full hand.
That's Stefan might have gotten it now, because now he can block for 6 and take 1 because he gained life with Sigil and then send the Golden Sun for 10 overpower.
But still, yeah.
So this is tense. I see he has the blue and he has 2-3 blocks. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, if he can just, the second sigil was really good for him because it allows him to be able to block with just 2 cards here, and take 1, go down to 1, and that allows him to pitch a blue to hopefully draw. He needs to draw a new blue again to be able to play the Golden Sun with overpower.
Yeah, but he has so much money, so he has corporate bailout.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
if he draws a red, then he just pitches to the gold.
Yeah,
And
but
then if he draws a red again,
then yeah, that is the problem. That because he's not guaranteed, because of how his hand is, he's not guaranteed to be able to play it. So it might still be a risky line. I think that's what he's doing now. He's looking through how much red does he have left in his deck, what cards do he has left in his deck. So how much or how likely is it for him to draw back-to-back reds if he goes for a line here with Victor? But I think that's what you will end up doing, because it is what is most likely to give you the win.
I have a better line. Golden Sun is get this yellow card. It pitches for 2. Sell his building costs 2. So he can go 5 and then 4, taking all of Erica's cards.
That is also a thing he can do now. That is actually very true, what he can do.
I think that is better, because then you don't go to church. No, he's going to church.
But he can still do this. He can still do this and do the same line, because as long as he draws... he's just
he
best.
drew the
He's
blue.
just best.
He's the best! And there's the fist bump.
And then Stefan takes this down, 1-1. That was...
My heart
What a
was,
roller coaster of a game!
My heart was pounding. This was very well played from both players. Congratulations on Stefan clutching this one out, going for the risky line and getting paid.
It was... That was just... a magnificent game to watch. That was so much fun.
Flesh and blood.
Oh.
Really fun.
My heart was beating so fast during that game. Holy shit.
It was so many exciting lines. It was so many ways it could have gone. If Erica won one more clash, maybe she steals the game.
Yeah, if she had won the clash that gave Stefan the gold, that could have been the difference in this game.
Yeah.
So, to be fair, Stefan did end up with 2 more golds left over, but that 1 gold could have allowed Erica to do this before Stefan did.
Yeah.
So that could have changed everything in the game. But I think it was very well played by both players. This was, you could say that variance decided a lot, but I really just feel like both players played to the best of their outs, the best of the capabilities.
I think Erica might had to go for the risky line, because she could have, could she pitch the red to the card, draw a blue, and then play anything, or she's 1 short?
So if her hand is red, visit the Golden Estate and Golden Sun, she needs to she needs to pitch double.
No, she pitched the red, plays the 1, draws a card. If she draws a blue, then her hand is red, yellow, blue. And
then she can go Golden Sun. But if she hits anything that is not a blue,
she might lose the game.
She can still play the choke slam. If she, I don't know what she actually had in her arsenal, because I don't think she actually showed us what she had in the arsenal.
No, it was a mysterious card.
So if she pitched the other red card, then she draws another Golden Sun. She could have attacked for 4. She could have still done the attack for 8. But if she draws another red, she cannot do the attack for 8, and she does not have an arsenal, and she just attacked her hammer for 6.
Yeah, and then she only takes 2 cards instead of 3 cards.
Yeah, I think at that point, because that means you only take 2 cards. Stefan is still left with his sigil in hand. He's going to go up to 4 life instead of 2. And I think the game just is lost at that point. And because I think Erica was looking through her graveyard to determine how much reds she had left.
That's a very smart play, knowing her deck list. Look, but let's talk about it. Isn't it really funny that Stefan, who showed the most misses, won the most clashes? Because he also played Sigil, which is also a miss.
That is true. So this is the big discussion that people have building the deck. Like, okay, how many misses, how many non-misses should you play and realistically play in your deck? What would be the good amount to play? And I think some points you just have to say, okay, I'm going to win some and I'm going to lose some. And I think that's what, I don't know.
Hey, that's what you're signing up for.
Yeah, I do wonder if Stefan, because of the extra misses, he might have only played Test of Strength and not actually had like Clash of Vigor and Clash of Might, where Erica decided to have those in because it seemed like she was trying to go a little bit more aggressively slanted into the matchup compared to what Stefan was doing, which you can show that he decided to keep the little hammer and the shield.
Yeah, and those extra health might have saved him the game.
I think they saved him quite well, because you can think about it that he also ended up at 1 life, but he had 5 more health through his equipment than Erica had.
Do you think Erica should have just sitting on, taken a more defensive approach? Because she has the gold helmet. So she can go, okay, I have the gold helmet, so I just need to get 1 gold, and then all my visited gold mental training are so much stronger. So I could just try to block, Arsenal good guard, block, just try to take a more defensive approach and try to blocking, because there's not that much dominate in the Victor deck, and all the cards block very well.
I think in general you could have done that, but if you look at how her draws were, if you compare the draws a little bit, Erica drew all of her Test of Strengths. That also Stefan did, but Erica did it more early.
Yeah, she drew
so
it
in order to keep up tempo, she had to use her gold a little bit more aggressive to be sure to actually push back. Like the turn she played choke slams, where Stefan had to block it out. If she just attacked with weapon and arsenal to the choke slam instead, which is what she could do, Stefan would not use his equipment at that point, so he would have more health later, and then he could still do the same CNC line. Yeah. Well, actually, Erica already had an arsenal at that point when she did it. So I think in order to not...
but I also think if you want to go for the more defensive line, you should play the shield and the small hammer, because then you have 2 gold.
Exactly. So if Erica had drawn a Visit the Golden Estate earlier or something like that, she might have had different. But she chose to use the bigger hammer for more consistent damage through that hammer. But if you also look through a little bit of the game here, you would see that Stefan was actually the one using his hammer the most in this game.
Because she had a lot of tempo, but he drew all 3 pummels and managed to weave them perfectly in to do a lot of surprise damage. And as we discussed, the CNC and pummel is really key to line up in the moment, especially since both players had D-reacts at the time. Yeah,
it's the double pummel was... that is... I'm going to remember that one for a while.
Yeah, that was sick on the hammer, like... Boom!
But also, we still have that. We see people play Sigil up and down. So it's interesting, because in my opinion, Sigil, if... In a meta like now, I think Sigil is at its best. If no one wants to block and the only thing you want to tank with is your face, Sigil is better than a block card.
Yeah, because it blocks 3 damage no matter how you split it, the breakpoints and stuff like that.
The more important thing is that if I play a Sigil early, that means that there's 1 less card I have to block with later in the game.
That's true.
So I can block with a card early in the game. Let's say I start a turn and I start by playing 2 sigils and my first turn. That means that down in the line,
that's so disgusting.
That is 2. That means that there's 2 less cards I have to block with later in the game, so I can keep more cards in my hand.
Yeah, I think we have to go to a break now.
Yep.
Stay tuned. We will be back shortly with the last round of CC, and then we will try to ask if anybody wants to talk on stream about their tournament so far.
Yeah.
Have a nice day, and we'll see you very soon. And we're back, baby, to round 3. And you have a little surprise for us, don't you, Christian?
Yeah. We have a little, during this little break I managed to fix up the little viewing of the meta later, because I realized that the microphones are not connected to that view. So we will actually not go through that.
Okay, so we have a surprise for later, but we have the meta. And guess what? Sen is the most represented deck, with Enigma and Nu following close with just one player left. So this is very exciting.
So,
hello guys, can I just so I will give you these. If you want to break anything open and show the stream, you can. For today and tomorrow.
Okay,
so that means that we have more fun content to fill before the draft.
Yay!
So what I'm gonna say now is that we've proven that the Nordics, they don't give a shit about Azalea.
Yeah.
They love Riptide. Because every nationals we've had now where there is more Riptides than Azaleas, even though it's only one player in difference, except for Norway. Norway was the only place where there were more Azaleas than Riptide.
They
but
love
Finland, Denmark, and Sweden, all of them had more Riptides
They
than
love
Azaleas.
trap music, goes hard. The players are still getting ready with the sideboarding. They both are 2-0, and here we have he's exalted himself. Mr. Gustafsson, the current champion.
Yeah. Who do you think is favored in this match?
I'm going to be biased and say Nu, since this is my favorite deck and the one I'm winning. And I've talked a lot with my friend Adam Forage, notoriously late event attendee and Norway's best Nu, according to him. And he means that Dash is favored if she gets the item online. So we don't know Dennis. Excuse me for 1 second, I gotta sneeze.
It could be interesting. People know that, well, Dash is a blue heavy deck, which Nu really, really likes Nu really likes to prey upon the blue player, like the blue liner decks that has a lot of blues in their decks.
That will make her hero power actually very useful and hard for Dennis to block. The question is if Dennis is a hybrid list or an aggressive list. And I'm assuming from what I heard that his list is pretty aggressive because he wants to beat the other Sens.
Do you think he is on the affectionately called Habibi Blaster?
Oh, Habibi Blaster, baby. I really hope so, because it's really fun.
I think it's likely that he will be on the Blaster. That is also the list that won in
New Zealand.
In New Zealand.
Shout outs to New Zealand champion and Hayden Dale for coming top 4.
Do you see? So I was going to say something, but my brain just stopped.
Have you considered eating, Christian?
I have considered eating.
I think it's good for you.
I wouldn't know.
Skinny legend right here.
Their players are still getting ready. It seems like they are very close, packing up their things. So I think we can head over and
let's
have
go
a look.
to the match area.
So you see here, Joachim on the right-hand side and Dennis on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
So this is what I talked about, where Joachim usually been playing Kano, usually been playing other cards. Do I look correct? And is that actually a Japanese Nu and not an actual English Nu?
Yes, that is actual Japanese Nu, so he's going full weeb on this one. Respect to him.
How do you think he got? I wonder if he got that from Asner, as Asner was over in Japan and played the release event.
I think their friends, also one of the Swedes, said that they bought some Japanese cases to open up. So it seems like there's a lot of Japanese cards going around in Sweden.
Yeah, that's very likely. I wanted to buy a box of Japanese myself, but at the same time, I want to keep my cards English.
What you want? You can read Japanese, so they're basically English to you.
Yeah, but mixing languages makes the deck look not that pretty.
Oh, that's fair.
I don't really want to mix the languages in my
Okay,
pack.
so you need a full Japanese deck. If you
Exactly. So as soon as we get more Japanese card, I might just decide to do that. Foil my illusionists into full Japanese foil. Why not?
Oh no, the Norwegian community. They are now they will never read the cards, Christian. They're already not reading them, and then you guarantee that they will never read the cards.
No, they'll read them. They just won't read my cards. They'll just have to believe what I'm saying, which is pretty much how it is already.
Yeah.
I just say something, and apparently that is the law.
Yeah,
so
the Norwegian rule is, I don't know how this works, but Christian said so. So then that's how it works.
I'm not sure how we ended up in that at the place.
Laziness.
It seems like the players are cutting up the decks now and getting ready.
Oh, I am so excited
To,
for this. I love watching some new, and especially if Joachim gets to pop off with the hero power.
What I really like about this is that we have the old versus the new.
Oh!
We have an Arcane Rising hero versus the newest hero.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
Oh, here's the fist bump, baby, and they are revealing the card. So he is on the pistol plan.
His pistol is going more grind this game. This is gonna be a really interesting game.
And Joachim, interestingly, decides to go with the Scale Peeler. Scale Peeler is a very good card that's been showing up in almost every new deck. Most against more heavily armed opponent, because it makes defense block. Did you know against Katsu that if he gets hit with the Scale Peeler, his equipment block goes from 7 to 3?
Yeah, which is a really good, and I think that is the reason why Joachim has decided to go with Scale Peeler 2 to reduce the block values on the mechanologist's block equipments.
But he only has 4 block, and he has a lot of attack actions.
Yeah, I think the thought here is that I think the reason behind using the Scale Peeler here is not pushing the damage in itself, but forcing your opponent to actually commit cards to the blocks instead of the equipments. I think it's coming more on that point, because for what I've felt with in the newer metas or newer times is that she's more interested in ripping the cards from your opponent's hand than necessarily actually doing the loads of damage. If she does 1 damage and get her on hits, she's fine with that. But as long as she's ripping the cards from your hand, that means you're slower and you're going into her game plan.
Yeah, so here we see a very fun new play. He hits with the Beckoning Mistblade, which gives the next blue card +1 and go again. And then he attacks with a blue Infect, which gives a Blood Rot token that deals 2 damage at the end of the turn, which both connect. So he actually get the go again, and he has to react and another blue card. So it's another blue Infect. So Joachim, this hand looked a little dopey, but he actually managed to get quite a lot of damage just from blues. And then he slams the attack reaction to push the damage, because since Dennis is not blocking, I agree with this line to try to get the HP as low as possible, so he will then start blocking later. And Joachim is not even slamming the token. He just take all the damage. This is 5. You have 2 Blood Rot tokens. That's 4 more damage, and I'm ready to go. The dash famously, if it's the more aggressive line, doesn't have a lot of boo. So this is basically 4 unblockable damage, meaning that Joachim managed to push 12 damage, which is not that good in other decks, but very good in new.
I think I would have liked a little bit that 1 damage. I think I would like a little bit more to just keep that in Arsenal, as it can present worse things later down the line, like the Weakest Link or Command and Conquer later in the game, because it works on any attack actions, compared to the Venomous Strikes and things on his, which only works on the Mystic or Assassin attack actions.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the 1 damage is fine to go through. Do you think we will have another point here where we will have a person who has this being their first Tier 3 event? Dennis has not, according to our information, any other Tier 3 placings.
Ooh. This is a very strong turn for Dennis.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's also the new versus the old here, with Joachim with several Tier 3 placings versus Dennis with not anything according to our spreadsheet, which might be wrong. But tell me why this play is so powerful, Christian. Oh.
So what he's going to get? So he both gets to draw a card, but he also gets to fetch the most common item here to fetch, which is the Teklo Core, which enables him to start his turn off on 2 resources, which allows him both to conceal resources, but also pretty much says to him that, hey, I get to start my turn with a yellow pitch card in my hand.
Which is really powerful. But here we see why Dennis might think this is not a favorable matchup, because if he hadn't gotten a item here, that would look very well, because now Joachim can start blocking efficiently and just trying to... Oh, that's a max velocity boost. That is one of the key cards to breaking through all this block from the new deck.
So normally the Swago Genius does not have Go Again, but thanks to his high octane, his boosting, he's actually getting the token that he has on the table that represents how many action points he has left to do his different kind of things. So whenever he boosts, he actually gets an action point from high octane.
Yeah, which is very popular in Dio to get up to 6 shots with the gun, or gatter as we say in Norway.
And this is also like a common play pattern for those that have seen Dash in general in a long time, because this Dash's weapons are quite unique. The plasma Teklo pistol and the symbiosis shot have both the unique thing of there not being once per turn, but can actually be used multiple turns, multiple times, as long as you have action points. They don't have inherently Go Again, but you can activate the action as many times as you want to.
But here we see the problem with the Dash. He did all this crazy stuff, and he's still down on HP, and Yuki still has 2 cards in his hand.
Yeah, it was on the weaker side of a high octane, but at the same time, it was usually you cannot push that kind of damage and also play and also set up your items. Usually you have a turn that does some damage and you end on an item where you probably want to do some more damage. So if we consider the fact sure he used high octane, which is one of his powered cards, but he also managed to set up for future turns, it was actually not that bad of a turn.
So here we see a typical new pattern. You send some damage and then you send a disruption. This is Leave No Witness. If it hits, it will banish the top card of his deck and his arsenal. So here Dennis got to think. He can do what we in the business call a cop-out, blocking with the Crown of Providence. That removes the arsenal, but it still takes 1 card from the deck, which can matter a lot in this matchup, as the Dash has to continue to use the deck as a resource. And this man, he's just gonna take it. He just don't care.
He is saying, that's fine for me.
That's
you can take my top. Oh,
Ooh, here comes the money.
That's 2 silver.
Money talks.
So it will see that if we don't see any of the original recurring pieces. So he doesn't really have any payoff silver other than cycle his hand, cycle around his blue.
The payoff card is called Levels of Enlightenment.
That is very true. That is a very strong card.
Okay, but now we just see a Spark of Genius getting a big equipment. So he took all the damage, gave up his arsenal, only to lose Temple, which is really interesting to get the Teklo Pounder. Yeah, so he definitely doesn't have any gun upgrades. This man is here for one thing, to kill his opponent by going fast.
So normally this would be a little bit hard to get, because it would cost 6 resources to... no, it would cost 4 resources to get this. It seems like he pitched 2 yellows, which I'm a little bit curious on why he pitched that with...
He just played Xyz 3. He don't want those cards in his hand, so he just overpaid and choose a lower cost, because it says up to X.
But what he could have done that is he could have actually shot the pistol, give it Go Again.
That's true. So he missed out.
Refueled all of those cards and then pitched and done the same things he does. He missed out on 2 damage on,
which might be crucial later. Now he has bonds of
it's
agony.
More he just voided some resources that.
I think we're gonna see here attack with the Beckoning Mistblade, and then attack with the other one, and then attack with Surgical Extraction, forcing Dennis to block with cards from his hand and Arsenal Bonds of Agony for the next turn.
Yeah, that seems to be a better line on this. Devil's it.
Because I don't think Joachim is. He doesn't currently have any reactions in hand.
No.
So I personally would not use my equipment here. So I think we'll just go dagger, and he also might be able, if he hits with the beckoning misplay, he can sense the bonds of attraction to try to gain 2 life. But I think it's better to force a card out from Dennis' hand with the surgical extraction.
I think so too. Because
Actually, it's so that would be 1 card plus 2 equipment. That is a really good deal for you.
Yeah, if he hits with the scale peeler.
Yeah, but he is probably going to. He's not going to block the daggers. They are too weak, too little. So it's interesting. You can often find yourself.
That depends actually, because if you decide to block the scale peeler with one of your 2 block equipments, that is the same. You're getting more block value out of that than if you get yourself to hit, so you have to use both equipments on the next block.
True, if not that one of his equipment is blade break.
That is true.
So here comes the dagger, hits, on hit trigger is active. So now do you see? Is he going for bonds?
Is he going for bonds? It seems
It
like he
might be the legendary bluff bonds.
It might be, because that's also a good thing here, that he can just bluff, and if Dennis just throws a bunch of cards in front of bonds, that means that his...
No.
No, he's just
Joachim
going...
is not here to bluff. He's not here to play poker. I think if he had blocked with both of his equipment, there might be time for bluffing. But I think now sending the surgical for 5. No, he's sending the bonds. Oh my lord, this is so spicy. It's coming for 2.
So I think he is... he's contemplating here that he is representing with all his equipment. So if Dennis just throws 3 cards in front of it, he might just be like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that would be sick.
I'll banish those 3 cards.
Then you're super happy.
And you just arsenal your... Actually, I can also like the arsenal in the surgical extraction, because it's easier to play out of your arsenal, while your bonds, usually you would rather arsenal something like just a nick or a reaction.
Actually, what I have found is that you don't technically want to arsenal the reactions, because then you might be able to, if you draw Codex, you can't use it, or if you don't draw Gogan, there's a high opportunity cost to arsenal reactions with new, actually. So I prefer to put action cards in the arsenal.
I do think surgical extraction is a better card from arsenal than bonds, because it is always going to be a good attack. Bonds is also good a lot of the times, but for it to be really, really good, you often have to pair it with the correct cards.
Yeah, but he only needs 1 reaction, and it can be any transcend card as well, because he has both tunic and both of the equipment, so you can even block with 3 cards and still activate the bonds, which is really powerful.
Yeah, that is true.
And then it coming for 5, but if he blocks 5, then you say okay, then you just arsenal then you either take 1 more card from his hand or just arsenal the transcend card. So I think Yuki is just trying to get this over quick. Okay.
Then it just takes the damage. Just takes 2.
He read the bluff.
Then he just follows up with
surgical. So now I think we're probably going to see Dennis use both of his equipment to keep his hand.
Yeah. So this is also what I like about this.
He keeps the crown. He's saving it for CNC or something more powerful.
This is the second...
oh, but he didn't play around the rousing wave. He takes it, and his hand is red.
Yeah. Nothing spectacular.
Yeah.
There.
A little mis-sequencing because you take from the top first, which might matter if you're trying to fish for silver.
Yeah.
But here he's probably just gonna take one of the zipper, one of the 0 to 60s, and just be happy with his life.
Yeah, I think they're just like he's taking reduced damage, and he's taking less damage. He knows now. He has 100% information about what is coming next turn.
Oh,
that's the last high octane. There's no more high octanes for Dennis.
That's quite rough, actually.
I think I don't want to be pessimistic, and I don't want to say that a game is over before, because the game is not over before it's over. But it's really uphill battle now for Dennis.
I think it's also interesting how aggressive Joachim is playing this. He's trying to finish this game as quickly as possible. And not since he didn't block with equipment and he just slams, he didn't arsenal the bonds, he rather went for the bluff. But it also might be just a vibe check on his opponent if they actually play around it or not. Oh, and he's rewarded with a clutch Codex of Frailty.
So I think I wonder if Joachim is on the same list as you on Juha's list, trying to be a little bit more on the aggressive side and put kind of like we talked about Sen earlier, where you're disrupting. You have a lot of disruption, but you're also pushing them, so your opponent gets a little bit confused. Like, should I block this? Should I not block this? And then forget that you can just poke 1 extra damage, and that is enough. As I talked about earlier, where I feel like Nu is often fine by just doing 1 damage and get their on hits because they have so disruptive on hits, either in form of taking cards from your hand, getting silver that sets up your levels of enlightenment, gain life if you're playing like Bonds of Attraction, which helps you because it means that you can take more damage in the longer run of the game, kind of like we talked about Sigil.
So if he has 2 blues, he might just only block with 1 card and go for the typical dagger, Codex of Frailty, and then get the surgical extraction because it doesn't have a CNC in his graveyard. Because Dennis is not presenting that much damage right now.
No, but what is an easy point to end up doing at this point in the game is that you have a high life lead, and then you just kind of like, I'm just going to take everything, and then suddenly your opponents have cashed up, and you don't necessarily push enough damage to actually finish the game. I don't think that's what's going to happen here, because Joachim's hand is still very good. It's worth, I think it's worth taking the damage for it.
Yeah, he also has go again, so he has an extra attack here.
Yeah. I really like actually that people are playing the hurls. It's kind of just like a head jab in most of the new decks, but a head jab in new is just good with just pushing damage. It's just a good go again damage dealer. I think it's better than it can be better than looking for scraps sometimes because it doesn't cost you a resource.
Yeah, and the combo with her is on against decks like Guardian and stuff, where you can throw the Beckoning Mistblade. Here we see a single blue. Oh, he gets the value. So Joachim is playing this very good. He sees the blue, so he knows he's going to use it, but it takes his time to memorize and get the information. So he knows what to play around. Here he sees a 0 block and 2/3 blocks.
I think this is something that people are still undervaluing a little bit about cards like Siren's Call and Weakest Link, or just cards in general that allows you to see on your opponent's hand. That is how much, by knowing what your opponent is capable of doing, you know how threatening their hand is going to be for next turn. It also tells you how aggressive should you be, how aggressive can you be, and how much should I tank with my face next round, what can my opponent do. It takes quite a bit of effort to think about all of this while looking just on your opponent's hand, and you also have to have the knowledge about what their deck want to do. But if you can use that, then even if you were missing on the Siren's Call, you would still get so much information just from knowing what the content of their hand.
So Joachim drew a blue and then attacked with the Beckoning Mistblade. Continue, and here we see the fabled Codex of Frailty. He didn't have Tunic, so he can't get 2 cost, but he has a Leave No Witness, which is like the
standard,
the bog standard, and also the very good.
It would be nice if he had Tunic, because then he could have gone Surgical Extraction for 5 again.
Yeah, and attack his hand. But he knows that there's not that many good cards in his hand, so he might just want to attack the Arsenal anyways, because he either forces him to block.
Do you like the Ponder in Arsenal?
Yeah, I love the Ponder in Arsenal. Very good. Here we see it. Just block for 4. But Joachim is very happy. He's ahead by 8 life. His opponent's hand is not that good.
Did the Scale Peeler not hit?
No, because his Siren's Called on the Scale Peeler.
I'm mixing up the Siren's Call with the Intimate and
Siren's Call, it takes the cards from the hand,
and
which is very powerful.
It's also still blocks. That I was thinking that it makes the block 0, but Siren's Call is not that.
Please,
stupid.
Christian, tell us as to print Siren's Call again, and it reduces the block. That would be insane. So Joachim pondered a little bit and decided to Arsenal card. one thing about new is that not a lot of her cards are good to Arsenal, so you have to be careful which cards you Arsenal. Here we see another Codex of Frailty. Dennis is just going to play out the. Could he pitch here? I thought he had. Oh, the heart is gone. My bad, people watching. So now Joaquin is stuck with an entire hand, and sometimes for Nu this might be hard to empty, but he still has the very clutch boots to make sure it works. So now he just want to get in there and try to attack, to get him so low that it doesn't matter what you draw because you will be taking card from your opponents anyways.
What do you think about the fact that Joachim chose to come with Nu? Him being a Kano main and then going Dorintha. To be fair, he did play Chain for a little bit too back in Monarch meta. Or Enerfest meta.
It's very interesting. I think Joachim and I might be kinder spirits, as he would love me to say. That we love the value decks, and Nu is about all that value, about that grind, getting the information, getting to outplay your opponent, and making them think about what to block. As you saw, there's not a lot of new players that would have attacked with Bots of Agni there, but Joachim was confident that that was the right play, and I think that's very interesting.
The thing is that the advantage he has by playing with the bonds on that line is that he's floating 2 resources, so he represents a lot of things even with just 1 card left in his hand. And then if that one is blocked out, he can arsenal it. If it doesn't get blocked out, he just pushes more damage with the surgical extraction afterwards. So it opens up for more lines of play.
He has to pitch the Codex, so I think the card in Arsenal might be a defense reaction, which might have caused Yuke to be stuck in a little situation because he was thinking about not arsenaling in it. So that's my read right now.
That could make sense because also since then Dennis didn't actually attack, he didn't get to clear his arsenal, so it's still there.
See, here we see a Legal Witness.
For 4.
There is a hit. So the only blocking card is Crown, and it cost 1. So
do you think you could be tempted to give a go again, then go with weakest link afterwards?
Yep, 100%. I think Yuki is just trying to kill him, as we say. So as you clearly identified. So here's the question: do you think Yuki should have blocked with equipment much earlier?
So the only real round, there's only been like 2 rounds where he could have chosen to block with the equipment. I think he should have maybe done it on the high octane turn, to just
get money.
To just have some.
Oh, Christian, he has a 0 block in his hand. So
yeah, because I was thinking about that's a Tekla Pounder.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about that's a good thing. Weakest link is good in this matchup because they do have.
They have 0 blocks.
They usually have about 6 to 7 0 blocks because they usually play 3 Tekla Pounders and 3 hearts. Yeah. That's 6 cards, and then we also see the.
Yeah, so he has to respect and block it. So he's probably just going to. I think he has a blue, so he's probably going to use the what's your favorite card?
Backup protocol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christian, known lover for backup protocols.
Okay, you're a lover of value and you don't like backup protocols.
I think it's decent, but I don't love it as much as you do.
But it's just value. It's just pure value. You play out the item and you just buy back the best red you need at that point.
Yeah, it's fair. It's a good comparison. Here we see the gun concealing the information. Gonna give it a go again, and then go from there. Yuka has a defense reaction. He's probably just gonna take the 2 and think about the next turn.
Did I see a CNC that I think I saw?
Maybe.
I think I saw a Marvel CNC there.
Holy moly! Is this man stacked with cash?
But yeah, he was considering using the persuasive prognosis to block there.
That would be interesting because that is a very good card in this matchup. Yeah. So he actually didn't crack it. He just played the Tekla Pounder and arsenal the card.
Yeah, I think this is better because this is gonna be better for him to try and keep pushing the damage compared to because he can still he doesn't really have much reasons to pitch on the opponent's turn, but he can still trade a yellow or blue in his hand for a red card later in Joachim's turn. So
it's interesting that I think Dennis is trying to play to his out because Nu can brick, and I think Joachim's hand is not that powerful right now. So his out is that Joachim does not be able to use all the cards to kind of strand him of options. Here we see prognostic persuasive. If you can find that card and put it up, Christian.
I will.
It's one of my favorite cards in New. When it hits, you banish the top card of your opponent's deck, and then you can banish a card from their hand, and you gain life for every action card you banned. So sometimes this is like a sigil that also deals damage and takes cards from your opponent's hand. It's that sweet value. Sometimes it misses when your opponent is playing all the colors, and then it's really frustrating. But you know, we gotta have some variance in this game.
Gotta apologize a little bit for the Windows noise that was popping up and down. I wasn't sure if the people was actually.
So
hearing.
here you see why Jocke couldn't play the Codex, because he didn't drew any card to use just a Liquid, which is the risk what I just talked about.
Exactly what you talked about.
But now, is he just dead?
This just might be a double pummel again.
Yeah.
All over, just
Is,
well, either you can pummel person for 4 and take a card from their hand, or you can give it pummel someone for 5 and take the top of their deck instead, and also enable all the other things you do.
Just the nick, it doesn't hurt that much. So luckily for Dennis, Joachim didn't have a blue, so it will.
Yeah, he'll resolve the single banish first.
Yeah. No, he said oh. Yeah, so here he sees, this card is going to gain 4 life. Holy moly. So now he's thinking about which card to take from Dennis.
What do you like about the mix between foil, white borders, and normal border for Dennis?
You gotta get the cards. You can't always decide what to use. So here you see Jocke. I think he missed on the prognostic. I think he revealed a blue card, actually. So he only managed to get 3 cards and not an extra card from Dennis' hand. But still, he's at 19. He has an Arsenal card.
I still feel people undervalue how much just getting an extra life here and extra life there can actually affect the game. That is okay. That is the very beautiful Marvel Command and Conquerors that Jocke is playing.
Oof.
They're
It's so pretty. You own 3, right?
I wish. I think it's bad enough trying to just get the Shimmers of Silvers in gold foil.
Oh yeah.
Oh, here we have a zipper hit coming for 9. Double Tekla Pounders. Sure, Joachim is on 19, but taking a couple of hits from these is gonna quickly diminish that life total that he has.
Yeah, but I think Jocke is ready to try to close up this game. I saw he's going to check the banish, because Jocke now can activate. Joachim can activate his hero power or the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, because he draw double of the Transcend cards. Yeah, we can't show you what the hero ability does, but New's ability is that you can play every blue card from your opponent's banish without paying their cost. Sadly, they won't get go again. Oh no, he's blocking with the CNC. So sad.
Well, I think it's because he knows he can't use his whole hand, so he decides that he just, you know what? That's fine. Yeah. I'll just conserve a little bit more life. Nothing wrong with trying to use that.
Yeah, and Dennis is at 2.
Yeah, it does not take a lot of damage before.
And here we see the beautiful girl.
Here we can see the hero ability of New, which is a really strong ability. She has 2 quite strong abilities. The banishing for cards that. So Yuki is thinking, what should he place in front of that?
Yeah, is it the tunic or is it the mask? Because it's just one. But
I think personally, I would give it the mask, since you have the tunic, extra tunic resource here. You don't get the full bulk value out of it, but I think you can do more with the tunic resource. Now, I don't know the content of Joachim's hand, so it's hard for me to actually say.
Yeah, he is planning. I think he's planning to either go dagger or using the hero ability. And
that's a warmonger's diplomacy.
Yeah, he's probably playing it for it can be good against Dash, but he's probably playing it just to fill out the blue count.
So it seems like a Passover and homage to the ancestors. That is
Yeah.
the Transcend cards.
Yeah, he's giving the Tunic because he's probably going to use Nu and use Mask of Recurring Nightmares on the same turn. Ooh. And now he has to show 3 cards, so he's
Now
going to
he
lose the
lose
Warmongers. But I
yeah.
don't think that matters.
No, because he was probably just playing that at the end of his turn or using it as pitch.
Yeah.
I think the worst part here is he loses his as the pitch.
Yeah, but I don't. He doesn't need a pitch. He's just going to go. He's going to play both of the cards. He's going to attack with 1 dagger. Or he's just going to activate Nu and then activate Mask.
That is also could be that depends on.
Yeah, because sadly, even though they have Go Again in their deck, they don't have Go Again in your deck.
You can boost if you
Yeah.
want to.
You can boost.
It's not going to be very good for you, but if you know what's on the top of your deck and you don't want that card there for some reason, you can boost it away.
But Christian, what if it's a Mechanologist card on top of your deck?
I have several questions, and the judges will probably want to talk to you at that point. So here we see, for the first time on this Nationals, we see the thing that has been talked so much about, where you play 2 Transcend cards. So you first play 1, and then before it resolves, you play the second one.
Yeah,
So,
so why does that work?
the game of Flesh and Blood tells you that as long as you have the priority, or it's your turn to act, you can play as many cards as you want, as long as they're instant,
Ah,
on top of each other before your opponent gets to do. So you don't get the effects before your opponent is allowed to do something, but you can stack several cards on top of each other. And the Transcend cards that we see here being resolved pass over, and all of the other Transcend cards says that you need to have played another blue card this turn. So you've played a blue card, but you haven't resolved it yet.
okay, so playing is just paying the cost of
Yes.
the card, which is 0, and choosing a target in this situation.
Yes. So once you've done that, you have been allowed. You legally played a card. It's not done its effect yet, so it hasn't resolved yet. And then you can before you actually get the effect, you can play another one. And you could, if you have 4 Transcend cards in your hand, you can play all of them on top of each other.
So here we see Joachim not running Spider Bite might be not to his benefit, because if this would have been an attack with Spider's Bite, it would have been very hard for Dennis to block profitably. So he has some blues attack here. None of them have Go Again. So Joachim might just attack with the Beckoning Mistblade, forcing a card out of his hand. No, he's just going to activate the mask.
Yeah. So this is where the disadvantage of him losing the Warmonger is, because if he had a Warmonger, he could actually have gone Beckoning Mistblade and also attacked with this for potentially for 5. But it's also because the Beckoning is still dangerous for him, because Dennis is at 2.
Yeah.
So the damage is not irrelevant.
Yeah,
and now
so
he goes to 1,
He
right?
goes to 1 because he has to keep some cards. He has to try to present something. Joachim had actually a lot of options that turn. He could try to crack gold. He could try to look for something. And I'm wondering what his card in Arsenal is.
I think it's a CNC.
Now
This
here
is-
comes the
For 12. It's 12 damage.
12.
That is... Okay, how much is that compared to Joachim's life?
It's 1 more, so he has to do something.
Joachim has to give cards here.
Oh, but he has a defense reaction.
That helps him a lot.
And now, the problem for Dennis that even if he takes 2 cards, Joachim just needs to keep 2 cards to take 2 cards from him.
Yeah.
Because he can Kodachi lock him or a dagger lock him, which doesn't sound as good.
No, it's a bit harder to dagger lock because it requires 2 blues instead of just 1/0.
Yeah.
But yes, he is so far down now that also the dangers that Dennis is at is if Joachim can keep 2 blues, he can also go dagger and into. I think there is a CNC in his arsenal.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure about
I
that.
think if he has 2 blues, he's probably going to crack 1 silver to try to draw anything else if he doesn't have a CNC in Arsenal.
Yeah, I agree with that. But it seems weird if it's not an CNC. I wonder what it could be. It could be a react. So he's just waiting for a way to use that properly, I guess.
But
yeah.
we know that this is the it was a yellow card that was pitched, so this is the end of Dennis' turn. Joachim has full information now because he had to block with 2 cards, and
I'm actually a little bit curious about that because it seems like Dennis actually banished a blue card off of the mask.
no, he banished a red.
Okay, he banished a red.
He banished no, it might be a blue card.
I think
That's
he
correct.
and because I think it seems a little bit weird if he
Blocking,
did,
saving, taking 5.
if he actually removed a blue one, because then he could have boosted now. Or if he doesn't think that he wants to boost. No, I think it was red. I think it was red.
Yeah, it makes
doesn't
no
make
sense.
It makes no sense to give up a red.
Yeah. So here we see dagger for 1, you have to block.
And now, is it another dagger?
Yeah, dagger for 1,
Yeah.
you have to block, and do,
CNC at the end because there's 2 blue.
and that's the entire hand.
And that's the game. And that is the
Whoa.
game. That
Holy
was-
moly! That felt so fast, but we've actually been playing for around 40 minutes.
So that was a quite good game by both players.
Yeah. Let's go, Joachim! Let's go now!
Joachim is on to 3-0, undefeated into the draft rounds.
Ooh. So maybe we have to talk if he wants to say something on stream for a quick interview, or if we're going to crack some delicious boxes in the lunch break.
We might do that.
So what do you guys want to see? Do you want to see us talking to one, or do you want to see us cracking some packs in the little break that is coming up? You have the chance to voice your opinion in the chat now.
And while we do that, we can talk a little bit more about the meta, where
Yeah,
I
have you-
realized that we actually do have the microphone for it.
What do you think about? Wait, is it on stream now or is it not?
It's not on stream
Okay,
because I mixed up what is the sounds. So yeah,
We promise the meta will be showed. We will get back to you, back to you later.
seems like people are more wanting for boxes.
Okay, is that what people want? That's what people going to get. We're gonna crack some delicious packs. The players is going to take a break, take a breather, reset their mentality because they're going to get away from the CC, and now we have to take draft. And some skills are referable, but often you have to think in an entirely different way to extrapolate a possible win for the possibility of going 3-0. So there's an interesting tournament we have here, since we are only 57 and not 64.
47.
40. It's only 47.
47 players.
Ooh, that means there are a lot of people that can do the legendary Pablo turnaround where you lose the 2 first and then go on an insane win streak and get back.
All right. Now I fixed it so we can actually show the metas. A little bit
Hooray!
scuffed
Technology!
So we see here that we have 7 Sens, as we talked about, 6 News, and 6 Enigmas. So it's clearly mostly being for the part of Ismail hero. This is a part of Ismail party, you could say.
Well, they parted the party, and now we entered the Mist Whale.
And here I thought I was the one with the bad jokes.
What do you mean? I'm hilarious. People are laughing. And it's also interesting to see this. The 5 decks that are stuck on 3, Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire, Dorinthia Iron Song, KO, and Riptide, and Victor. So here we see a lot of the the last meta winners still competing and still keeping up. And with the meta, it's really interesting to see that. And then we see a huge, not a huge drop, but a kind of drop for the 2s. I know there's some Levaya heads in Sweden. Cool that they're still sticking to her. It's interesting that she's not being played more, considering she got the new card, which is very powerful, the Shadow Realm Horror Beast, or whatever it's called. Don't kill me, Mansant, if you're watching this.
It's both Shadow Realm Horror, but also she got the Sash. I would say, I believe Sash is more powerful in Levaya than it is in KO. Since Levaya has more other ways of getting go again.
And getting the high roll potential of the Sash to get the pow, 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 pow.
The problem I would have of playing Levaya a little bit into this meta is if I expect her to be about 6 or more news, I don't really want to be playing Levia.
Yeah, I played it, and it's not unwinnable, but it's kind of rough because the new player will never attack you with cards that allow you to block. And then it's really hard to play Levia if you can fuel your graveyard without blocking.
Yeah, if you don't have access to anything of that, like you're not really fueling your graveyard, you're really struggling into that.
And if you're not going to block one card on the dagger, it's like you're doomed if you don't, and you're doomed if you do. So
well, if that's the way you have to fuel your graveyard, you do what you have to do.
yeah, but it's so frustrating if they attack with a dagger and then attack with a stealth card, and then you have one less card to block with. So you hit the stealth card hits, and then they take cards from your hand, and it's just like downward spiral of bad decisions.
And then, but yeah, it's interesting that we actually end up with, as we had, or as we talked about, where it's more Riptides than Azalea, because I feel like the most people have been talking about is how strong Azalea is going to be into Zen and everything, and now you see people going Riptide. But Riptide is also, I would believe that it's because Riptide seems really strong into Zen, because every trap you have is active into him. And you also have a lot of the... He has some of the same disruptive suits, and especially the new card he got in part of Mistveil that
Yeah.
I don't remember the name for, but
It's Merkmeyer something. Look
something.
it up.
It's Merkmeyer something.
It's him in the water, being all stinky, climbing. Not Merk Milk.
Yes,
What are you
Milk.
writing?
Milkmeyer.
There it is.
Murky Waters. It's not Merkmeyer. It's Murky Waters.
Yeah.
Just because it's like a 7 attack that is quite strong. I do wonder, because I've seen some Riptide lists that actually uses Driftwood, like the
To
token
get
weapon,
get the
help you
counter.
with the counters. And then you can play more things like immobilizing shot and barbed shot. The
Yeah, and
shots that-
more. So you play more disruption, and I think the argument for playing Riptide versus Azalea is one, he is stronger against Warmonger's diplomacy, because he has more ways to get cards out of his arsenal and still do something, because he often plays the trench and not the tunic.
Yeah.
And two, there's so many enigmas here, and Riptide is really good against enigma to shoot on their turn, and
Exactly.
then he can attack when they don't have a ward because they lose it on their turn.
Yes, exactly. That is what is dangerous about play. Like, that is what makes the Enigma matchup a little bit hard. I'm actually a little bit surprised that we got 6 Enigma players here.
Yeah,
Sweden hasn't really been known for their Illusionist players, though I have liked to call Enigma for the Guardian/Brute of the Illusionists.
Oh yeah.
And if you think about it, if Enigma with a ward is kind of blocking, and we say that Sweden loves their Guardians,
Yeah.
it does kind of make sense that some of the more players would go over and play that kind of...
Yeah, it's much more logical deck switch than, for example, Drawmy or Prism, which plays much more traditional Illusionist, and Enigma that plays the new stuff.
Yeah.
Are we able to get the new standings, or are
We will probably getting them a little bit later. We don't have access to them right now.
Not all the games are finished, I think.
I don't know if all of the games are finished. We also need Henrik to make some pretty graphics for it, so we don't just have...
Don't you just want to have names and numbers? I love names and numbers.
Names and numbers are bad. There's still some games still going, so we'll have to wait until all of the games are done for this round.
Yeah. Are we going to... I think maybe we'll take a 13-minute break and come back for 12. Then we can open...
I was thinking
some
what we
packs.
could do. We could do one booster pack.
And
Just a
one-
little tease.
Just a little tease.
And then we do a little small break where we're just going to stuff our face with some food. We have been thinking of...
Getting a draft cam.
Getting a draft cam where we can follow someone. So we can have a look at how people draft and do that. We're going to figure out how we're going to do that, but that is what we want to do.
If we have the technology, we will spectate one of the drafters,
Yeah.
so you people at home can see what the pros are doing and learn something for your next draft tournament.
There is some logistical issues with that, so we will see. We'll hopefully figure it out. If not, me and Peter will do our best to figure out ways to entertain you guys.
Yeah, I can not juggle. I can do a little dance. I can laugh at Christian's bad jokes.
I used to do breakdancing,
Yeah,
but
Me
I, don't,
too.
I don't think we actually have.
we don't have to.
We don't actually have the floor for it.
Can
So
stand on
sorry
your
about
hands.
that. We'll see. We'll see what we can do when we get to the studio. Maybe you'll get some breakdancing from Peter.
Oh hell yeah!
Do you want to tease one pack?
Okay, so here is the brand new unopened box. Let's see. Do any of you guys in the chat have any preference? Where do we take the pack? From the bottom, middle, top, left, right? Any recommendations for getting the gold pack? Let's see if there's a gold pack in here.
We should wait with that. We should just don't rush down to it. We should just slowly go through all the packs
Okay,
and
yeah.
and then do it that way.
Okay, I'm just gonna
Do
take
you have a
the-
preference?
I'm just gonna take the top right. Here we see.
Yeah,
If
that's
there's anything goody.
that's what I also do. Always do.
Yeah, it's hosted by me. Christian is not there. So let's see. Is there any funny card?
No.
Oh,
Well, it's fitting. We just
Yeah.
had a amazing new game, and we got the new
Yeah.
tokens.
hell yeah. Okay, so I don't know how to do.
So there is gonna be. You're soon gonna be hitting the good cards. Yeah, after the equipment.
Okay, so let's see if there's anything good or just rares. So we have a very good chess piece. I actually think this is one of the higher picks in draft. If you see this bad boy and you're not sure what to do, just take it. All the other chess pieces, none of the class have a class chess piece. So I really like taking this one highly because I don't like the flip chess piece as much. But let's see, we have a. This is also a very good card. A lot of people are playing reds. Let's see, wapa!
It's not the worst. It's good for limited. That's
And
a nice foil.
Ooh,
That's a nice foil.
It's a good foil.
So again, we just saw
Yeah,
new,
the power of new.
and it seems like the packs are telling us to go new.
Yeah, in this pack, there's a lot of good cards. There's double red, a spectral manifestation, a water the seeds, a desire of flesh red. This is a very good sealed pack.
Yeah, I actually like Blessing of Key quite a lot. I think it's an undervalued card in draft, as it's a 3 block in block in your Zen deck, which is something that you're really looking for most of the time. We can just separate out the rares in another pile, or I don't know how they want it, foils and rares, and the rest goes into whatever pile. All right, we're gonna go a little short break, figure out if we can get a little fun.
Yeah, we will either get you a draft cam, or we'll get some packs openings while we discuss what
Yeah.
cards are good, and just hang around for a little while the players get playing.
We're also gonna give you guys standings as soon as we might do a little check-in with you guys as soon as we actually have standings. We're gonna talk a little bit about the standings, and then we'll see a little bit of how it goes. So, but until then, we'll see you soon.
We'll see you soon.
Welcome back here to Nationals for the here at Dragon Nest here in Stockholm, Sweden. We're going to,
Shout out to Dragon's Nest.
hosting this amazing Nationals here in Sweden. People are getting ready for the draft. We're actually going to bring you Jakob Trosting's draft. He is currently the second place stand on the standing.
Heroes, who do you prefer to draft? If you were sitting in his spot, what would be going through your head right now?
So I would be just, okay, I would open my first pack and I would just be thinking about what is the strongest card in my packs. That's generally what I would be thinking about. When I do limited in general, I prefer to just find the strongest card in the pack. I know some people are thinking like, okay, what signals are I sending? When it comes to the first pack, I don't really think a lot about that because it's so early when you first pack. Like, you're not going to give any singles to the first two people.
They're starting.
Okay, it seems like they're getting ready set up now.
Yes. Continue your thought, but just swap over to the correct camera. like no combo cards. So it's really important to have at least one good combo card.
So we're sorry about that. We seem to have been talking to ourselves ever since we started the draft cam, since it seems like we actually forgot to add the microphones into this screen. We're sorry about that. Yeah, we talked a little bit about the Battlefront Bastion might be a good card, but also the Pounds and Keys is a premium common for the deck. We see here Jacob is looking at the Spectral Manifestation, just the card I talked about, where he's kind of following a little bit of what I talked about. He picked the strongest card, what he believes was a strong card in the pack, and now he's not necessarily locked to playing Ninja. The Biting Breeze.
Yeah, it's a good card, and I think he's going to try to establish his preferred. And then we get a little whoopsie. It's when in a draft, if everybody tries to stay open, nobody is open. So sometimes it's nice to just plant your flag and say, I am the ninja man. And but it might be risky if the person he's passing, getting passed from, is also planting his flag saying, I'm the ninja man, because both will end up slightly weaker decks.
I think it's not as much as planting his flag in this point. It's more like if you're looking through the pack and you think about, so Spectral Manifestation is a stronger card in a vacuum, but if you combine that you already have a Pouncing Key and you take a very strong red 0 for 3 with Go Again, it would be, so that one could be stronger than Spectral Manifestation combined with the card you've already picked.
Yeah.
Here he's very disciplined and he takes the equipment.
Yeah, when I am Ninja, I often don't like to pick the headpiece, since the headpiece is quite strong. But I really agree, because there was no Ninja cards in that pack. So he is already starting to plan an escape plan. So here we see, I would take this. Okay, so Illusionist looks really open right now. That's a 4th pick manifestations and the very good equipment.
So you can see here that doesn't seem like any Illusionist card has been picked from this pack. And the fact that you were also passed, look, as I said, you can't take your second pick as a signal, but here you can see so many good cards for Enigma, and you see that Jacob is also thinking, as we say, like, what are all these cards? What is all these Illusionist cards? But he's still considering the Biting Breeze, and he does.
So he might have a preference not to draft Enigma?
It could be, but it also could be that he's thinking a little bit about that. He's already passed a Spectral Manifestation, and he feels like he might have been passing good enough cards of Enigma towards his left, so that he's afraid that he might not get good cards on his turn back. We will see if his read picking and keeping himself a ninja is going to pay off, or if he might be a little bit punished for not grabbing the shot. I don't think, even if I sent the 3 picks before in Strong Enigma, if I've just gone into it at this point, I still think you're early enough in Enigma that you're still going to be the one that gets the lion's share of the better cards.
Yeah, because we also see here there's still some more powerful. Oh, he takes the chess piece that gives you a key if you are at 1 life, which is also really interesting. Not a favorite of mine, but not a good ninja pack. So I think he might have drafted himself a little into a corner here, unless there's a ninja here. There's a blue. Oh, there's a red. Is that a red?
There's a red Untamed.
Okay, yeah, so
and a red of Art of the Tiger.
So his patience is paid off. It seems like he's probably next to some new players, because I've not seen any extremely good new cards.
I think, it seems either that or some of the players in front of him and trying to stay open, and Jacob is trying to capitalize on that by picking up the stronger cards for the class he's gone into.
Being the first to go into a class is really powerful.
Yeah, if you think which I believe here, it seems if you see a lot of generics are gone, a lot of the Mystic cards are gone from a lot of these packs. It's not that many class cards actually gone from a lot of these packs. It seems like people are trying to stay open, and then if you people are trying to stay open, I think I'm going to lock in earlier, because that means I can get the filler cards or the more other kind of cards later in the draft. Some people might look at this draft and say, oh, no, he's just forcing Zen.
Yeah.
But the way that you see him evaluate cards and shift between here,
he has shown thought and interest to go into Enigma. I don't think he has been in a position to go for new. The blue card he picked up here is actually a really pretty good card, because it it's the one that gives a Tiger +3 if you transcend, and being the blue, it's also you can play the blue to get the plus value, so that will be good as a red without the transcend.
It is something that you need to be aware of when you play in limited in this format. There is a lot of floating pieces here that you have to think about. You have to, so for example, when we look at Zen here, which is being drafted, you need to have a number of Tiger generators to enable your better payoffs, like Pounce and Key Unleashed. You would need a number of Tiger generators. So then you can either go for the Mystic Ninja cards, which gives you Tigers in your hand, or the generic Ninja cards, which will give you on hit.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting thing about this limited format, is that you know, so the Mystic class cards is one that will give you tokens or some kind of other reward compared to the normal class cards. Here's your red Companion of the Claw and a blue Water of the Seeds. Both of quite good pickups for this kind of deck.
I really like picking the Water of the Seeds because I don't like red. I don't like Companion of the Claw. I think it goes very awkward on the curve.
So a lot of people say that, and that is because you're thinking of them so much with a weapon. But I actually like Companion of the Claw together with Untamed and Water Disease, because then you can represent the same, or you often represent more damage in that kind of line.
And, okay, so here we see Jacob pointing that.
Just like, why is this here?
Nobody's an illusionist.
Yeah, I don't think I
Oh my
think.
god.
Yeah, there's a blue Companion of the Claw.
Yeah.
I do like the blue Companion of the Claws above the red one, even though the reason why I like the red one is that 4 damage is actually a lot of damage in this format. A lot of things just attack for 3. There's not that many that straight up attacks for 4, which is again why Spectral Manifestation is such a strong card, because it actually attack for 4 with Go Again. But yeah, a Spectral Manifestation still being here. I think it's either going to be 1 or 0 illusionist players.
Is it too late to pivot?
It's too late for Jacob to pivot, because he's picked 15 cards here.
14.
Yeah, 14. I mean, 4 of those are, so 2 of them are non-class cards, are not ninja cards, and 2 of those are the equipments, and then there's 1 generic, right? So that's 5 cards. That means it's 9 card he cannot play if he if he decides to change.
Yeah, so it will be very risky, because then he will need to get at least 28 cards that he can play to get a deck.
Exactly.
It might be correct to switching, actually, but it's very risky.
Yeah, so he can be really punished about the last picks he will be getting in the 2 last packs, because because I feel like a lot of the times you have to think that the last picks you get are not going to be playable in your deck. So that was going to be, most of the time you have guaranteed 3, or not guaranteed, but very likely 3 dead cards in your pool that you cannot play. So that means that realistically you actually have 39 cards in your pool, not 42 cards that you can actually use.
I agreed.
So let's see what he opens in the second pack here. There's
no
2 tokens.
No funny cards for the person
Sitting across
him. So what would Jacob love to see here? Chase the tail, maybe?
Of course he would like to see Chase the Tail. It's it's just everything you want.
I think also Rising Key is a very good card to have on. He also is lacking the boots and the mask.
Yeah, he's happy with any of those. Like Key Unleashed would also be a good card. He would like to see maybe, at this point, I would like to see maybe some Rising Sun, Setting Moon as a good Transcend card. To that kind of thing. Of course, if you just open Loves of Enlightenment, that he would be nice with that. There's a Pouncing Key Blue. That is a path well traveled. Okay, you see him flashing the card.
Yeah, he was like, if in another life I would have slammed this 3 visits, I'd be very happy.
This pack also is quite good for Enigma. Because there is a Spectral Manifestation Blue, which I think also is underrated, because it's basically just a hero activation.
Yeah. And there's also the Go Again, which is very strong. It's also Battle Bastion. Not a good Zen pack, because the Zen cards are yellow and blue. I think
the Bastion is really strong.
Yeah, it's underrated to just go like weapon something Bastion for a lot of damage, and it's good in the mirror because it allows you to block better.
The thing I feel Jacob is missing a little bit here is his blue base, because this is one of the things you have to be aware, what you have to be thinking about when you're drafting in Path of Mistveil, is that you want cards that enable your Transcend.
Yeah.
Jacob might go for the risky line of just saying, I'm not going to play Transcend cards, because he haven't really picked up that many good combo cards either. He has the red Pouncing Key.
Oh, here are some good new cards, but they are not for him.
No, it's like, at this point, I would kind of be sad that I'm not gone into Illusionist.
Yeah. But I still think he can get a pretty good deck.
Oh, I still think his deck is good. I like him looking between Wounded Bull, Stir the Pot, and the Battlefront Bastion. I think I would be inclined here to take the Stir the Pot, just because it's a pretty decent Transcend card. Otherwise, I think I would have gone Blue Wounded Bull over the Battlefront Bastion, because I would rather want the 0-cost 3-block compared to the 3-cost 0-block. There is 3 damage in difference between those two cards, but right now I would prefer the...
He takes the chi and wants to start to get in on this combo business, which I like. I would prefer another chi card than Stir the Pot, since you already shuffle your deck.
So if you look at this pack, let's see if he's fanned out and I'm just blind, but it seems like to his left there seems to be some kind of ninja player, because there's only one ninja card left in this pack.
Yeah.
It could be one of the rare packs where, because there are sometimes some packs that will only have one class card in the pack. Most of the packs will have 2, but there are times where I've heard about packs, and I think I've seen 1 or 2 packs myself that only has 1 class card in it.
So he's actually considering that if you play the blue card, it gets a buff.
And I think those are actually really strong in Zen, because they have a lot of Gogans and you have a lot of blue Gogans. So you can go one of these weaker Gogan cards and then into. But yeah, he went for a third pot again. I'm not terribly, like, it's not an exciting card, but it's a little good one, because you don't have to have any targets. You can always play it.
Yeah. It's good in that regard. Ooh, here we see he's shaking his head. There's, I think we might be in what we call the ninja corner, where the other ninja players are to his left and to his right, because that's also a pretty late arousing wave, which is a really strong new card.
Yeah, I am afraid this pod might end up with a 4-send 1-1. Or a 3-2-1.
4-send 1-1, that's 6, my dude. And that
oh yeah, they're right. Yeah, 4-2-2. I mean.
That sounds more like it. Yeah, then I really want to be in the two hero.
Same. I would rather be. You see Jacob shaking his head a little bit, and just like shit. Yeah, but he could have been rewarded. But that's also good. I like the Untames and Rainbow Color. He's not. You see, Jacob is not that happy. I think a lot
understandably.
I think a lot of the blues are underrated in Zan. I think the way that Jacob could save in this one is by picking up a little bit more droplets, a little bit more of these mystic cards, and then just pick up some of the blue Zen cards, because I think
then they can outrace the other Zens.
Yeah, because I don't think the other Zens are going to be picking up that many of the blue ones, right? The blue Gogan cards. They can probably leave those go because they want the reds, and then you can be like, okay, but then I'm going to pick up the mystic cards. That's a second 3 visits.
Oh my lord! So there might be a pod bias in this.
I wonder if what we actually end up here with is 4-3-1. Oh. Because I'm very unsure of how these cards are still in the pack with Enigma, by there being 2 Enigmas. It doesn't make sense for me that there is more than 1 Enigma.
Or else the Enigma has the balls of steel, like, yeah, it will wheel.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure there's only... Because I would also understand why one of the Spectrum manifestations kept going around. Yeah. Because I think that's to the left of Jacob here. The other person player is sitting to the left of Jacob here.
Here we see some blue, good ninja cards.
Yeah, the Biting Breeze blue is quite good. I think I would have taken that one over Harmony of the Hunt yellow here. And as I said, I would probably now try and favor blue ninja cards and just go in for trying to make the mystic cards into red and just go pure damage. Yeah, compared
especially
to
the
Tiger strategy.
The 2-cost one, because then you can go that, say, Arsenal, the Tiger, and the 2
Yeah.
ghosts, they still present a decent amount of damage for 3 cards.
It is like, if you think about it, like the Mystic cards are vanillas. If you play the blue, it is just, oh, he gets a helmet here.
Yeah, but it already has a hat. So it's
Yeah.
unfortunate. I think he will take the... Is it yellow?
There's yellow
combo
Breed
card?
Anger.
Okay, yeah, so yellow Breed Anger is very bad.
I think I would still be on taking a blue Untamed here.
Yeah.
But Jacob has been leaving... Yeah, he takes
Yeah.
the blue Untamed.
It's,
So-
at worst, it's 3 damage.
Yeah. The other thing is that you want a good amount of Untamed and Water Receipts because those allows your Tigers to actually... to pump your Tigers when you have multiples. There's another Water Receipts blue.
Oh, and a blue double trouble on the wheel. What is going on here, my guys?
I think I would play it. Yeah, I would take the second Tenet. No, the first Tenet.
Yeah, that seems
Tenet
really good in his
Tide.
deck. It's 3 block and it gives +2.
It is the kind of thing that Jacob is looking for right now. I believe there is like 2 builds of every hero in this format, and I think one of them is the one more mystic inclined ones, and
yeah.
this is what Jacob. I think Jacob could have an even stronger
Takes
deck
the defense
if he
react.
had picked up the Rising Tide. He would have picked up a droplet that he passed.
Oh my.
Here's nothing for him, right?
Yeah, so he has to take a dead
And
card.
this is really bad for him. So he just takes the best card for
Is
the
that
Enigma
red
player.
etchings?
No, it's yellow
Yellow.
etchings.
But
But
yeah, still pretty good.
I still would have just removed it from my opponent.
Yeah.
I also wonder, in the pack he took the headpiece, he could have taken the second Tenet Chi Wind.
Hooray, here we get a playable card. He might be pick up a Nimblism and then turn that card into a pretty decent card.
Yeah, there was an Embolus in a pack earlier, but I don't think that one is gonna go back
Oh.
here.
Blue defense reaction. No, it's
It's,
yellow.
it's a red, so it's not the worst. I would rather pick that up and
yeah.
than the Spectrum Manifestation Blue. Because I'm pretty sure that the player sitting across from me is not the Enigma player. So I know that the Enigma player is not going to get it.
And
anyway.
the good thing about this format is you can get a lot of wins, even
Yeah.
if your deck is not that good because you can play tight. And I
Yeah.
think in the
So-
way we're going, we don't need to play any cracked bubbles, which is huge.
No.
And then we can just with tight play cover up this draft.
I think actually if he just focused now on picking up the Mystic cards in pack 3, I think actually he has a solid deck.
Yeah.
Because you can see he has quite a lot of blue here's. If he pick up things like the Mystic cards and then maybe look at the fact findings and if he gets like a Blanche, if he gets things like those,
Yeah.
that would be amazing for him, for his deck, because then he just gets more power, more damage into his deck.
We're still a pretty decent deck, even though it's not an usual Sand deck, frankly. But I still think he can do a lot of cooking with this
What are you
panel.
talking about? This looks like my average Zen deck.
Okay, then you need to reevaluate your Sand decks.
But that's also because I tried weird shit, okay?
yeah, but that's how you get good at the draft.
Because, yeah, I've really felt there is a lot of different kind of things you can do in this limited format.
Don't ask me. Every time I evaluate a deck, it's always the opposite. Oh, my deck is good, is bad. Oh, my deck is bad, is good.
Yeah, every time you... Oh, that's a Cold Foil Evo. That's pretty cool.
Nice.
But yeah, every time you've come up to me and just like, yeah, my deck sucks, and then you go 3-0, and then you go like, I think I have a really good deck, and then you lose every game.
Yeah.
And then I look through your deck, and you go just like, yeah, this is really good. I'm like, this looks like a steaming pile of shit. And you
Language, young man.
go, I think my deck is good. I think my deck is meh, and I'm like, but this is a really good deck. What are you talking about?
I don't know, man. I'm just looking at the card and I picked them.
Yeah.
That's my strategy.
So you're trying to say that you're picking it to pieces.
Oh, I would love to pick to pieces my cards. Anyways, they're currently waiting to look at their third pack, and let's see if Jacob can get some magic. I think he has to prioritize cards over equipment, actually, even though it breaks my heart to say it, since he might play baubles if he take more equipment.
I think if he gets the shoes, the ninja shoes, it's fine to take those.
It's scary.
No, because it's still an equip. Yeah, I see what you mean, but he has, I think it's about 6 cards that is that he's come up to that he cannot play in his deck at the moment.
Is that including the 2 pieces?
What 2 pieces? 2
Of
pieces of
equipment?
equipment? Yeah, but he can still play. No,
yeah, but they don't give in his deck.
No,
he
that's
needs
true.
30 cards that
Yeah.
are not cracked bubbles.
So you have 12 cards he can give up, and he does currently has less than 12.
Yeah, I think 8 or something.
yeah.
So he's very walking a razor edge, and I would personally prefer to take cards in the deck than equipment. Even though the boots are really powerful, I think the bubble would be worse than that. But I'm not sure.
A bubble, you don't really want bubbles, and especially like how his deck is, I would not want a bubble in my deck. A bubble in his deck would be terrible. If he had
Yeah.
like a more, like what should I say, a Zen
More
deck,
standard,
Yeah.
aggressive, low chi, kill.
not like you still have a good amount of blues, but more red focused. You're actually less punished by the bubble, I believe, than a deck like this where you gonna have to use your where you have to pick up the mystic cards to actually get the power out of your deck.
Yeah, and especially he doesn't care if the blues are not that good because he has the mystic cards to make the blues better.
As long as you pick them up.
Yeah, he has
so
one.
it's- He has picked up one. That's a rising tide. So it's going to be interesting now to see what way he decides to go. If he actually decides to go for that, or trying to find other ways to salvage it. I'm very curious about that.
Yeah.
I don't think the draft is lost.
No,
Not
not
even closely.
not by long. He has one. He has the hat. He has the transform, the chi card, and he still has some good Zen card. He just doesn't have the traditional good Zen
Yeah.
list.
He has 3 chi cards, 3 transcend cards. He has 1 pass over into stir the pot.
Mm-hmm.
So what? Let's see what you get. That's a red untamed. Oh, a red breed anger. That's really good.
Yeah.
And that's the
Oh,
shoes.
boots and
a
a
yellow.
Oh.
I think I would have gone for yellow key unleashed
I
here.
think since he has the chi plan and the chess piece that gives you chi, I think you have to go for the key here. It's so important and it will make your deck so much better.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
he's-
considered all these. Like, I
Yeah.
want these 3 cards, but I can only take one.
The other card he's not looking at there, but I would had in my is the not the Rising Tide, but the card that comes after it that I don't remember. But there is the Mystic card that costs 2.
Yep.
That is also the one in the pack, and I would also be looking at that one.
I also would be looking at Preserved Tradition, which is really good in 7.
I don't think I would be looking at Preserved Tradition at this point because
Okay, he
yeah,
takes
he takes the equipment.
equipment.
I think it's fine. I do see your warrant. The reason why I probably wouldn't have taken Preserved Edition at this point is because he's already 3 cheese, but he only has 1 card he actually won tutor for.
Yeah,
So he doesn't really need that many more. I do agree. I love Preserved Tradition.
No, he's punished! No,
Punished.
and rewarded at the same time! Is
That
that a
is-
red Chi Unleashed?
Yeah, I think it's
Oh.
just it's very good that he's looking over, thinking about what he does. But I think it's just a snap key unleashed
Yeah,
here.
that's a
I do see the harmony of the hunt because he might be a little bit unsure about how much his generation is, but I do think it's just you take the key unleashed.
You take that.
It is one of the best payoffs to play Zan.
Yeah. And especially the deck like his where it has a lot of resources, so he
Yeah.
should not be afraid to pay for it.
Yeah. He
Hell
goes
yeah.
for the
We
key unleashed.
slammed that
Uh,
baby. And we're
Just like
deliberately putting it in the deck.
yeah.
Uh,
I think I think he can salvage this in as just a power deck because, as you said, if most of his Sun players are his downwind, he is going to get the best card out of this pack.
ooh, here we see also.
Oh, that's a red tiger form incantation, which is a really good card.
And Emissary of the Moon, which is my favorite emissary.
It's Emissary of the Tide.
Tide?
Yeah, because it's +2.
Yeah,
Moon
yeah.
is the one that draws cards.
Okay, the Tide is my favorite emissary.
It is really good to have a 2-card 6 from that, though I do believe I would have gone for the Rising, for the Tiger
Tiger
form
form.
incantation.
I agree. I'm just sad to take it away because all these 3 cards would be really good in this deck.
Yeah, you wish you could just pick all 3 cards.
Yeah.
If he had the choice, he would have taken
Yeah.
all 3 cards.
And he agrees with you, Christian, and goes for that. I think there's an argument for the 4 cost, no, the 4 power, the Tide, because it's just so flexible, and it's always nice to just send for if even if you have blocked with your cards.
Yeah, I see the thought about it. I just think for his current deck and how things are for him
Ooh,
now,
is that a red pouncing G?
that is a yellow pouncing key.
Okay, still good.
But a red bastion and a red gravekeeper. So it's a yellow bastion.
Yeah, and the red gravekeeper. So
Yeah, I think I would be a little bit more inclined to go for another pouncing key here, even though it's not the most of the damage. I'm not sure which color the water the seeds are that he's not even looking at.
I think it's blue.
Yeah. I wouldn't be hate to take the blue one, but also gravekeeping and a biting breeze is quite good. Yeah, he goes for gravekeeping, which is just good damage.
It's just so nice on it works so well on the curve as well. So it cost 1, so we could send the Kakara and the gravekeeping for 7 damage with one card in hand.
I also think that's a thing that's underrated in this format is that when you banish cards, you can take the power cards, especially if you're playing against Zen. You take away their combo cards that they would want. That's a blue Tiger form and a blue gravekeeping.
Yeah.
And then he's looking at the deep blue.
That might be a really good card in his deck.
That depends a little bit because it doesn't seem like the hard thing about deep blue in Zen is a little bit about all of the cards that you have to pitch and not it just being a worse version of the 3 cost.
Yeah, he's going for the deep blue.
Yeah. So
it's often better in new, as you could just go dagger that, and if one of the dagger hits, it come for 8 and go again.
Yeah, and at that point it's really good. Because what's very easy to forget a little bit is a lot of the times it's just going to be a 4 for 6, and that's not really that good. And if it comes for 7, it's the same as if you've played the 3 cost that gets +2, the Mystic, the 3 cost Mystic.
But you only use 1 card, so it's very good for decks that tries to grind you out, because you present the same amount of damage, but you keep 2 more cards in your deck.
Yeah.
1 more card in your deck.
Yeah, you keep 1 more card in deck, so...
He's taking a blue, Tiger or Harmony of the Hunt, which is really nice. Activating the Transcend cards and giving him a Tiger for 1 cost. Very good.
I think he has enough blues, so I don't think having the possibility of actually transcending is not going to be that hard for him. There's a glove slot and a red. Is that a blue tiger? That's a blue tiger form. Red chakra. And the gloves.
I think we slammed the gloves here. We have enough playballs, so we don't need to play baubles, and it's 1 more life in what might be a lot of aggro mirrors, and then life is very important. So yeah, Jacob agrees and take the piece.
I think that's more correct here. There is an argument for the chakra, but I don't think he has enough chi for it to be that good. Otherwise, it's just 0 for +3. But it blocks 3 too, so...
So it seems like a lot of the sends were to his left. Oh, here's a red water the seeds and a blue tiger form incantation.
Yeah, I think I like the red
the seeds.
water the seeds, but also tiger form incantation is quite good. It depends on how Jacob is thinking about his 3 blocks, because I think that's a sore point for his deck right now.
Yeah, and he agrees with you, and it also combos well with the mystic cards.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Going that one into a mystic card so you can activate Zen after that is also a really good turn. That is a yellow Untamed and a blue. He said that he was lucky enough to table the red Breed Anger.
That's really interesting. Why don't you think the other Sens pick it up?
I wonder if people are undervaluing. I did this a lot in the early parts of Miswheel, where I undervalued Breed Anger, but it is a lot of the times a 4 go again. And
for 1?
For 1.
The boots tabled? Huh?
Now I'm not sure what's happening. Also, Preserved Tradition tabled, and he decides to take Preserved Tradition.
Yeah, of course. Now he has a red key.
and I agree with that, because, as you say, he's double pouncing. Now he can set up double pouncing key, and his whole deck I just think has been saved in this pack.
So do you think a lot of people got scared and went out of Ninja?
It could be that people have shifted over and tried and go into Enigma, but then we might see a bunch of bubble decks here. Oh, there's a yellow pouncing key and water, so take the yellow.
What is going on here? That is a good yellow.
I'm not sure what's happening in this draft anymore.
Okay, that makes more sense. These are 2 not good cards. So he just takes the yellow. He's probably not going to play it. What's the last card pick? That's also not a good card.
It's a fine card, but yeah, no, it's a 3-block. It's a yellow 3-block. That's
So
it's a better bubble.
yeah, he gives us a thumbs up. He's happy with his deck. This has been saved by the draft gods. So
This was very interesting. This was like a roller coaster.
Yeah.
Just like, what the hell is
whoa,
happening here?
hey, whoa.
I think Jacob is sitting there himself and being like, okay, what happened there? I'm not sure, but we managed to get it over. He managed to survive through it.
So here we see a very disciplined way of. He knew that it would be risky, but he doubled down and got paid off for it. I'm
Yeah.
really interested why the boots with wheel. My thought is that a lot of booths have been opened this draft, and the Sen already had boots, so they
That-
were happily passing the boots.
Yeah, we could be in a point where they have opened multiple of the boots. I think it's unlikely, but there is other boots people could have picked up and decided to not there, or they've been unsure going back and forth,
Yeah.
and they just have to choose other cards above the boots. I'm not very sure about how they have what people have thought about. It would be cool if we can manage to get a little bit look into what the different decks on that table ended up
Yeah.
being. Also about how our prediction were there, like it felt like it was only one Enigma. Is there truly only one Enigma at this table?
It still seemed like it in Pack 3 there was still a lot of good illusionist cards coming late.
What I think
Oh.
is, I think one of the Zen might have changed over to Enigma in
Yeah.
the third pack.
And I
but
think they might be paid off for it as well.
potentially, they also, that depends on what other cards they picked early, because if they've already used quite a lot of like they've used quite a bit of picks on Zen cards, they might struggle and actually end up with bubbles. I'm
Yeah.
also curious about that. How many bubble decks do we end up with in this Nationals?
Yeah, that would be a very fun fun counter to have if we could have a bubble counter popping up.
that would be fun. I've played my fair share of limited decks in this
Mhm.
format with bubbles, and I haven't been that sad about. Like, of course, you don't want to play bubbles. It would be a lot better to just have better cards in your deck than a bubble, but I don't feel like they are that much the death of your deck as we often talk about.
Yeah, you're
Um,
already playing 0 blocks in this format, so
Yes.
it feels bad, but you can do as a lot of decks will be saved by tight play.
But it's also we do also have the thing about with the no zero blocks, they are blues, so they are better resources than the yellows.
Yeah, of course, but
But then again, if the bubbles were blue, you would always just be happy about it.
it is a punishment after all.
Yeah. You shouldn't be. You should not be rewarded. You should not get a
Yeah.
reward.
I don't
for
want to imagine a format where you just pick the bubbles to get enough blues and you just pick all the red power cards. That sounds horrible.
But that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a partner Mistveil cube where instead of bubbles, we have titanium bubbles.
Oh yeah.
As the,
with 3
filler.
block. Oh
Yeah,
my.
titanium bubbles, just straight up. I want to have
Oh.
that limited format. It sounds horrible.
It sounds
Actually,
horrible.
it sounds horrible. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna make the cube,
Oh.
and we're probably gonna play it once,
Oh.
and then after that, we're never gonna do it again.
Why do we gotta do this?
Well, you don't have to be a part of it, but I know you want to do it because it's a funny experiment.
Yeah, I have to. And just a reminder, here we see the beautiful participation promo, the time step potion that all the players get.
We don't actually see it because we've changed it to
It
cameras
was
again.
on the cam. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Jacob was holding the beautiful promo, which you get by showing up at your nationals, if you're able. As a reminder, there's still time to come and play the Super Armory Commoner event. If you got the itch after watching this great players draft and play. So still come to Dragon's Lair, Stockholm, if you're able to.
There's also, I think I saw on the schedule that there was going to be a, there seemed to be a side event or event starting at the end of the Nationals actually today.
Oh,
It's going to be at 7:30.
Really interesting. That's a really late event. People
Yeah.
want to go all night, baby.
Well, don't you want to go all night and just play games? Like,
yeah.
like I consider when we arrived yesterday, when we got to where we were sleeping at, I was considering because I saw you had your deck and the playmat lying on the
Yeah.
board. I was like, are you thinking of us playing? And I was like, I would maybe not mind playing now, but I'm also dead tired.
It would have been very sweet. We didn't finish our game at the airport.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I was losing that game.
Yeah,
I was losing that game.
I was about to win, and then homies like, sorry, we gotta close the store.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is one of the fun thing about traveling. It's playing your fun. It was just fun. It's always fun playing at the airport, sitting and playing cards at the airport.
Yeah.
People going past and just like, what the hell are you guys doing?
Yeah. So now what the players are going to do is they're going to do something called a deck registration. They have been swapped around so they don't see other people in their pod's deck. And they're going to register all the cards. So it's just a safety measure to make sure that there's no cheating going on and everything is correct.
Yeah. So because of this being a competitive event, they have to make sure that people are not bringing their own cards into the game or into that. So what they're doing now, while we're just entertaining you guys before you can see, I think we're going to stream the deck building. I'm not 100% sure
Yeah,
how we're
if
going to do
Jacob
that.
is sitting building the deck, we're definitely going to...
Yeah, they're as far as I know, the players are just going to be sitting as they are right now.
Yeah, we can
to keep doing it.
crack a prac if...
Yeah.
people
Do
are
you
with
want to crack a pack or?
we can continue on this box, or
Yeah.
do you want to open a bang?
No, you can.
Okay.
We can continue one box. It's more fun on continuing on one box.
So we have another Partner Mistwhale pack coming right up. Here we see. Is there any fun card? Whoop. No,
Nope.
just 2 tokens. 2 daggers.
Well, this pack also tells you to play new again.
Yeah, because of the pack. If I open the token, I definitely know what I'm going to play.
Yeah, isn't that how you guys chooses your hero to play? Don't you just
I
you see
look
what
at the
token and
token.
just like, okay, I'm playing this. I'm playing this. I don't care how my pack is. I'm just if I see a weapon.
Just equipment piece. Let's see if there's anything more fun.
That's a Bond of Attraction blue. That's playable in CC.
Yeah, playable in draft as well.
Oh, that's a pretty guy. So these kind of cards is in a high contention. It's a foil Vax Inspector. So there's a lot of contention about people how good they think these cards are. The heirlooms, the one that triggers when you're only on 1 life, because they can be very hard to actually activate, since you have to go down to 1. I do think the Zen one is the strongest one.
Yeah.
As that one gives you battle, it's a blade break, but it blocks 3/2.
It blocks 3.
Yeah, so you get 3 extra life. You could talk about the illusionist one, the rabbit's
Ward
hide,
4.
because it's a ward 4. And then you have the snake hide, which is the assassin one, which has block 2, but it's battle worn.
Yeah.
So it can block for 3. It blocks as well as heirloom, but it can block multiple times.
Yeah, the hard part is getting the full value of it when you are at 1 life.
Yeah, that's where heirloom would be a little bit better.
Often better, yeah.
Yeah, the tiger hide would often be better because it's block 3. The disadvantage you have with the illusionist one being ward 4 is that if you take 1 damage, you lose all the extra ward values.
So you already have to... So the thought is like you have some spectral shield lying around to combo to take the small damage, and then you have the chess piece to take the big damage.
Yeah. But I do like them. I think they are better than a lot of the time than people give them credit to. They're just hard to play into.
Yeah.
Or set up correctly.
It's also scary, especially if your opponent is hiding their gauntlet piece, because that might be something that might add 1 damage. So always be careful when playing part of Mistwhale Draft. If you are trying to go to 1 and they still have a cloaked arm piece, then you really need to think about if it might be the reaction, because that might lose you some games.
The more I've played in start of this format, I was very down on fact-finding mission, the 2 cost that comes for 4, 5, and 6, because I was like, okay, why would I care about, like, okay, looking at your arsenal, that would be fine. Looking at your equipment, who the hell cares? And the more I've played, I'm like, I love that card, because figuring out if you're playing against an illusionist, for example, their glove piece can be one of 3 cards, not one of 2, one of 3. And you want to know if that is put a counter on an award aura, so it goes gains go again. Is it just a normal +1, or is it just a prevent 1 damage?
Yeah.
And having that information is so good for knowing what your opponent threatens. And the same goes down for his shoes. Like everyone has one of 2 shoes it can be if they're face down. It's either going to be go again or prevention. But you really want to know, can they give go again, or is it just prevent 1 damage?
Yeah. I also like to check the chess piece if they're playing the cheek ego to 1 health chess piece, because then I know not to put them at 1.
Yeah. Do they play the heirlooms, or the Keiko, or is it just is it the Keiko prevent 1, or one of the many heirlooms, or the one that goes to 0, the one that Jacob picked up?
Yeah.
So Jacob almost got a full suit of armor.
Yeah,
No, he got a full suit because he picked up the Keiko gloves.
He has 4 equipment, which is really nice. I don't. The chess piece a little arguable? If it comes up, it can be game winning.
I think in his deck, because he managed to get a red pouncing key, not a key unleashed. I think it got a lot stronger.
Agreed.
Because what Zen can do, what he can do is he can use that early to get it in the grid. He can play the pouncing key, the key unleashed early, and then he can block with it. But mostly he would want to play it, then preserve tradition its back, and then later in the game he goes to 1, and then he can just do the final push for damage there and kill his opponent. I do think that Enigma and Zen is the one that uses that the best. I do think Nu uses that chest quite well too, but it really depends on their opponent deck on how good that chest is gonna be.
If you have like a stacked banish, it can be like, oops, I won the game because now I get the chi instantly.
But exactly. But for Zen and for Enigma, especially for Enigma, it's always just gonna be the same thing.
Hello. Stream.
Here is Henrik.
I am Judge and Theo, not Theo, because I can't be, but I'm Judge.
Yeah.
Anyways, I was wondering if you want Jacob to build a deck in front of the camera as well.
We would love that.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Okay, then we will fix it.
Hell yeah, we get to see Jacob build. Let's go.
That's amazing. Then we can see about how he thinks about the cards you want to play, because sometimes you might end up with this point where I have 30 cards. There's no deck building decisions. There are no decisions for me to do. It's just, okay, I have my cards. This is my deck. This is what I'm going to be doing. But Jacob actually has more. Jacob has more cards than 30, so he can play them. What I really like about this format too is that it actually rewards you for picking up good cards, because every matchup you would want to sideboard against. There are some cards you want against you that you don't want against. Like you want to cut down some of the generic powerful blue cards against Nu, which is harder for Zen to do, but you want to cut down some of them.
Oh no, the camera! Let's move.
They still can't see that.
Move to the other camera then. So here's a big question for you, Christian. Are you a 30 card truther, or have like a 25 and then change the last one?
I am applying the same logic as I do when I play my CC decks, and that is I have a pool of cards where like this is necessary for me to play my deck. This is what I'm gonna do, and then I change, or rather I wouldn't say that I put all the cards that I can think I want to play. So that would most often be more than 30, or hopefully more than 30. But it would be the collective pool of cards I can play that I deem playable. And then when I go in to start playing my game, or when we sit down, I will start, okay, what is the worst deck? What is the worst cards in this pool for this game that I play? So that makes it more coherent, I feel, in that way. So I don't have to... the advantage I feel I have with this is that I don't have to lock myself into this. It's just like, okay, I have this collection of 30-something cards, and I say, okay, these are the worst 7 cards. I remove them from my deck, and then I try to have just the best cards for this matchup left in my deck.
So you go down
Yeah.
You like, this is my entire deck, and then you go down to 30 instead
Yeah.
of going up to 30.
Yeah. That is how I'd like to do it in CC2, where I have the collective pool of cards and cut it down to the size I want to play.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any inherently strategic advantage of either play style of going up or down. I think it's as long as you end up with the best version of your deck, it doesn't really matter if you go up or down. I think it's more of like personal preference.
The advantage I have felt, but that's more personally, and I won't say it's based in any truth or anything, by going down, is that I don't get locked on any cards being holy and can never be cut.
Yeah.
Every card is open for an evaluation to be cut. But you could do this preemptively, like you can sit and plan this for CC especially. You can sit and plan what these cards are, and then you can just build these collection of cards you want to have into your deck. So in the end result is still the same. You just have a core you're always happy to have, and then you build up, because that's easier for you how you do it. It's a lot of time just preference.
Yeah. Yep. Our players are very soon finished with registering the decks.
It seems like they were doing the checks one side of the table at the same time, so it takes a little bit longer time to fix it right now.
But it's much cleaner, so
yeah.
So it's more important to do a slow process and get everything correct, rather than try to do a faster process and not get everything correct.
No, it depends a little bit, because you don't want to use too much time, because then the players can get a little bit not annoyed,
Impatient.
but impatient. Yeah.
Yeah. They're already staying here for 9 rounds, so
exactly.
Lord knows they want to go home at some point.
It might be like, because there is, it's very easy to think a little bit, because there's a little bit different procedure on how you would do this pool checking thing between sealed and draft. Where in sealed you would do one player at a time, but draft usually both players would do it at the same time, because the collection of cards are less.
Yeah.
And also there will be more of the same classes in a draft pool.
So it's easier to separate them out correctly.
It's easier for one person to we wouldn't need both eyes on the registration in the same way that you would in, say, sealed.
Yeah.
This was
sealed is 8 packs. There's so many cards.
Yeah, this was a mistake we did in Denmark when I was over there and judging there. We did the one side at a time, and it took quite a lot of extra time doing it.
So it but then you noted it down and then can improve upon it for the next tournament, right?
Yeah, that's why we didn't do that in Norway.
Okay, yeah.
In Norway, then both sides registered at the same time.
Thank you, Denmark.
You should know this. You played the nationals.
I did? Nah, I would have gone top 8 if I played.
Yeah. The streak is broken.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. The streak was broken.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there was a lot of fresh bloods. If you look at that in the Norwegian top 8, it was a lot of fresh blood.
It was really cool to see a lot of new faces that not have gone top 8. But we're not here to talk about our glorious home country. We're here in beautiful Sweden. The weather is okay, but the plays are hot, baby. So
I think the weather is good. We were out a little bit and got some air. Other than that, we're down in a little bunker here, so we don't actually know how it looks outside right now.
It could be a storm. It could be sunny. Who knows? There's no way of knowing.
For all we know, the roof of the building is gone.
Not this roof, so we're good for now.
No, that would mean the floor was gone.
Oh yeah.
The floor of the building would be gone.
But it's technically a roof as well.
It's our roof, but we are in below ground level, so it'd still be a floor.
So you say what's a roof and a floor is only a matter of perspective.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
It's a life lesson to learn here, people. A floor can be a roof. You just need to stand upside down.
This is what happens when we two Norwegians sitting here and just trying to talk shit. You get philosophy lessons apparently out of a card game.
Yes, a house of cards if you want. Do you put the roof or the floor when you build the third piece of your house of cards?
Well, it is a roof and a floor. As we said, it depends on the perspective. If you're standing on top of it, it becomes a floor if it has another roof above it.
then it's a roof? Oof.
Yeah, so if you're standing on top of a roof, is that a floor or a roof?
I don't know, Christian. Is it a floor or a roof?
Well, if there is no if there is not another floor above you, I would say it is still a floor. No, I mean a roof.
Yeah,
Fuck. Shit.
Don't swear on stream,
No,
young man.
I tried to stop myself.
You have
I'm
to
sorry
say
about that.
frick, or else YouTube is going to be very angry. Demonetize the stream. That is probably not monetized at all.
God damn it, Fiddlesticks.
There we go. Now you know your role. I think Jacob is soon ready.
Yeah, he's mostly just waiting for getting his cards back so he can actually like build his deck.
Yeah.
Mm.
The nice thing about the draft process is that the deck building is only 15 minutes, and I think
It is actually only 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Damn.
It's 20 minutes for registration and then 10 minutes for...
15 minutes for me because I'm special.
He keeps saying that. It's not true.
Judge, I have dyslexia. I need 5 more minutes on the test.
Okay, that's good. We remove 5 minutes from your test.
No.
Oh, that wasn't what you wanted?
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's
That's how
hard
it is.
times in Norway. The judges are corrupt and they're out to get you.
If
it's
I w-
us against them, man.
If I was corrupt, I would have been corrupt towards you,
Oh, that's
considering how
true.
much trade value I own you.
It's bad corruption. I give you money and then you punish me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep you straight, man.
Ay.
I'm just here to help you. That's what I'm here for.
Oh, thank you so much for the help. It's very appreciated.
Should we try and open another pack and see what more fun things we can get?
Let's see if we can get anything good.
What is the best thing that we want?
Marvels, of course.
what do we want?
Legendary, cold foils, the fun. Okay, is there any fun card? Yeah. Oh.
Is that a cracked bubble, or is it? So we wait with that
Yeah,
card.
we
We're
wait
gonna put
with
it
that card.
away.
Then we remove the commons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the equipment piece could be good. Voila! Next one.
Yeah.
Voila!
So the
Okay.
7th card would either be like a generic or it can be a class card.
Yeah, so it's a good, very playable, powerful new equipment. Nothing exciting for us. First rare.
Oh, that's a Blanche.
Ooh, it's a red Blanche.
That's a really good card.
I heard that the foil of this is extremely rare to get.
I've actually not seen it in foil yet. I've opened 3.5Ks of part of Mistale Vale, and I have seen 0 red foil Blanches.
Oof.
But I have 5 blue foil Blanches.
Let's go.
It just doesn't like me.
That's
the weakest link.
This is a
That's-
powerful and quite a nice card to get. That
Hey,
was a good pickup.
You needed it.
Yeah,
you only have 2.
Okay, let's go. And let's see, was it a cracked bubble or was it anything good? Here we go.
Drum roll.
Bam.
No, that's a foil. No, it's a card after that one.
But
that's a cool foil.
No.
It's a tiger.
Rawr.
So we were correct though. It was not a cracked bubble.
Yeah.
It was something else. I just kind of forgot that there was a tiger.
Meow.
Meow.
But yeah, no, this is a very good card to get in draft as well. It's a fat 6 and it has a relevant text.
Okay. It seems like they are sending away the packs, so we're soon gonna change over so we can look at Jacob's.
Yeah, don't just.
Okay. It seems like Jacob is ready now, so let's jump over to his view,
Oh, hell yeah.
where he is just playing around with the cards.
You know, what you do.
Yeah, aren't that technically what we're doing when we are playing the game? Are we not technically playing around with the cards?
I think playing is in Sweden they call the deck lek, which I find really adoring. So I like to like the vibe that they're calling the deck like the game or the play.
Yeah, it's for, like in Norwegian we would say lekan, which is more like playing around. It's something you're playing with. It's the thing you're playing, but they're calling it the deck of cards for lekan, which is well, yeah, it's more playful actually.
It's cute and it.
And in Norwegian we just call it for kortstokk.
Yeah, kortstokk. Sounds really lame.
Like if you directly translate that to English, it actually just becomes even more hilarious.
Card
Short-
deck?
No short stick.
No, that's not correct, Christian. That's
What,
not
idiot?
correct.
Yes, it is.
Short stick?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Kortstokk.
kortstokk. Oh my lord. Hey, I'm getting owned by technicalities here by my co-host.
Well, language is fun, okay?
Especially Japanese, because it's like, man, big house. and then that means something.
So apparently I just got a text message from a friend of mine, a friend of ours, Lucas. He just like, oh, apparently Christian have never seen this card. And I'm pretty sure that this is just a stupid picture of a red Blanche. Yeah, it's a red Blanche in foil.
Shout out to Lucas, baby!
I just got this picture from my friend. It's just like, apparently Christian has never seen this card before.
Lucas is known to own cards that doesn't exist and is playing with illegal cards.
He's playing a full deck that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
so
magical man.
you know, if someone has the cards, then someone has it.
True.
Then it must be him.
That's so funny, actually. Oh, good. That's some good quality content for your young aspiring gamers out there in the chat.
So yeah, we see here people just waiting. Jacob being happy with his little cold foil card.
Yeah, a beautiful, majestic cold foil. Not as nice as the Marvel Drop in the Ocean opened. You need that card, right?
No, I have it.
That's the only one you have.
No. I'm only lacking the Sacred Art Lunar Shrine and the Homage to the Ancestors, and then I have, except for the heroes, I have all of the Marvels.
Okay, nice. Maybe you're lucky and you can trade the last cards here in beautiful Sweden.
It would be nice if I could. I've actually not seen. I've seen two of the Assassin Sacred Arts, and I've seen two of the Zen Sacred Arts in Marvel, but I've not seen the Enigma one yet.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah, if Lucas now shows me a picture that he owns that one, I think I'm actually going to flip out.
Please, somebody, if you have that Marvel, please send a message to Christian. We would love to. I would love to see that card. Oh.
I think it will be beautiful. I also need to get a hold of Enigma, both adult and young in the Marvel.
Japanese?
I do want the Japanese ones. It would be nice to get the Japanese ones.
It's cool alternative art.
But I'm mostly looking for the English ones.
Why do you think Enigma was the only hero that got an alternative art in Japanese?
I think it's. I think it mostly comes down to illusionist tax.
Here I hit you with a hard-hitting question.
It is an illusion. I was trying to find like other reasons that could tie it into Japan, but like that's good reason to give New it. It's good to give all of the heroes it, and then it is the illusionist tag. It's because it's an illusionist. Yeah. That's why illusionist gets all of the cool stuff.
Clear illusionist bias here in the foilings.
Hey, Prism is one of James White's favorite characters, so
true. And they know that so I think James White looked into himself and is like, will I pay for this? Yeah, I would. And then they made the most bling-class illusionist.
Yeah, my wallet is crying.
Yeah, good thing you don't need anything for the NES set. Hooray!
Yeah. Good that you need a bunch of things for a new set, and I owe you a bunch because I don't have the Marvel normal Enigma or the normal I don't have any of the normal heroes, but Peter managed to open the Marvel Enigma New Moon, the one that only exists hundreds of.
Jade Marvel, baby!
And he was kind of like, or actually I got to open it for him, and he was like, hey Christian, you need that, and I'm like, I don't want to spend money for this, and he's like, no, you just owe me way too much in trades, and I'm like, I am your slave now.
Hooray! Investments! Yay!
Investment in human slavery, I guess.
Isn't that what we white people are doing? No political jokes! Stop the stream! Stop the stream! Stop the stream!
I think we got some technical difficulties. But no. Nicholas actually contacted me. Bengtsson also contacted me. He was just like, do you still need cold foil shimmers? The one that you can get in the judge packs, and I'm like,
and you said yes.
I said we need to discuss about it because he asked if I had all three. The thing is, I have one because I usually
so expensive.
It's about $600 for one copy.
God.
It's still $200. It's still $200 cheaper than Arclight Sentinel in cold foil. Yeah, it seems like they're just shuffling around, so we're just gonna head back to the casting booth a little bit.
We can look at us beautiful casters in our matching outfits.
And but yeah, he asked me about that, and I'm like, how much are you gonna have for it? And we're gonna talk a little bit about it. Because usually what I've done with my judge packs from judging is that I've sold them to a friend of ours in the Norwegian community. And I've been like, yeah, if we open shimmers, we're going to give it to you for like an okay price. I'm like, okay. So I traded a bunch of cards with them, like the Marvel, Traverse the Universe, and some other Marvels. So I owed them quite a lot in trade value, and then I gave them judge packs, and they're like, yeah, now they owe me, trades, and then they open the Shimmers, and they're like, here, and I'm like, but you guys were owing me. I wasn't supposed to owe you guys.
It's kind of a funny, ridiculous hobby. Like, here you go, and then, okay, I have to buy it back for more money.
Yeah, it's basically like, oh yeah, you owe me $70 or something like that, and you're just like, okay, here, now
Thanks.
you owe me 70, and you're just like,
But you need this, and then you buy it back.
and then I'm like, oh yeah, but this is worth 700.
Yeah.
Shit. But yeah, they're giving me good price for it.
Oh, that's very nice of them. Very nice of them. It's just fun how the hobby works with the collectability. That you can do stuff like that. I don't think there's any other hobby that has the same fun things you can do. I wonder what's going to happen. They should just start building. So there might have been some registration errors or something.
I think there's probably some places still doing registration. They're waiting a little bit on that.
Well, you know what we do then? We open another pack, baby. Maybe we can. So the best card we have gotten is Weakest Link. Let's see if we can top that.
So a lot of people have talked about how collectability has returned to Flesh and Blood with Path the Mistwhale.
On No Fun card.
And I think a lot of that comes from the artwork, because a lot of the artwork here in Path the Mistwhale is a little more, you could say, artsy. It's like prettier to look at. It's very nice art.
Okay, let's see. Is the equipment funny? No, it's
It's
just
another
a
stiletto.
stiletto.
Well, you're a new player, so...
Yeah, of course. More common equipment. Here we see it.
Oh, Emissary of the
it's my
Moon.
No, it's Tides.
Tide.
It's my
No,
favorite.
I did the same
You
mistake.
did the same thing!
I corrected in you, and now...
Yeah. Very
Bad.
strong limited card. And let's see. Ooh, bam! Ooh,
Is it
just
a
a
Nick?
Nick. Very nice.
Majestic after the other. That's pretty good.
Here's another pro tip. Pick this card in draft and you will win. And the last card is a foil tiger incantation.
That's no, I don't have a good joke. I was trying, but my brain stopped.
You don't have so much brain today, Christian. Have you
No.
considered having more brain?
I've considered it. I decided to say no to that after this being my third weekend in a row doing something with nationals, because I was in the judging the Danish nationals, the Norwegian nationals, and now being here casting the Swedish nationals.
Yeah. And you were on the Best the Bard video, were you not?
Yeah, we talked about how the Finnish, Norwegian, and Danish nationals had been going, like how the result, the meta. There might be they're probably going to come a new video with the result from
Sweden.
this
and
nationals too.
There's also Canadian nationals today, this
Yeah,
weekend, I
there's
think.
also the Irish nationals is this weekend too.
I'm playing the fiddle with the Irish band.
So it's going to be interesting to see how that shapes out.
Yeah. So,
I
so
hope
maybe you get invited back to talk about
Maybe. We'll
another
see.
video.
it will be interesting to see if we can gather the data and see the difference on how much of each of the different heroes has been drafted here in Sweden, because in Denmark, Finland, and Norway, it was very close between the heroes. It was not 100%, but in Norway, I think it was 10-10-9.
So almost a perfect split.
Yeah, and that I think it was New Zan Enigma. So it was 10 New, 10 Zan, 9 Enigma. I think it was.
Yeah, it feels like it's either New or Enigma that is the least drafted deck.
You say that, but in Denmark, Enigma was the highest drafted deck.
Yeah, but was Sender the lowest?
No, I think it was New. Yeah, true.
That doesn't change.
No,
what I
I heard, like, my brain was hearing it as you saying that. No, I don't know what my brain was thinking.
I think you thought that I said that Enigma or New is always drafted the most. And
No, that doesn't make sense
okay,
if I was... my brain just doesn't work. Okay, let's do a little cheeky over
Oh.
too, so you can see
Now.
the beautiful promo. You see there up on the right-hand corner there. You can see the beautiful time snap
It's
potion.
so beautiful. I love that LSS is just giving us nice things for nationals, so it's fun to show up and play, even though you're not doing well. Jakob Trossing is doing really well, so that also helps. But like, I don't mind getting that nice card.
I do also prefer this kind of promo compared to last year where they gave out a hero, because heroes are cool because everyone can play them, right? But it also, you only need one per person.
Yeah.
So
This is better trade value.
yeah, it's if they want to print out cool cards that people want to trade around and have a little bit of collectible value, these kind of promos are better than doing the heroes. I do like heroes for like top 8s and things like that, but just as a participation, is just there's going to be so many of them
Yeah.
on the market and out there.
I really like also at the top 8, because then you get a lot, and then you can trade with the other persons to get the hero that you are playing and that you want. So here's my big question to you after you're taking a sip from your beautiful cup. If you could choose the participation promo with new art, which card would it be?
Oh, a new a new participation promo.
Yeah,
just
for
whatever
next year.
card, whatever card.
We're in next year. It's Nationals 2025. What are you giving to the players?
What am I giving to the players? That one is hard.
Yeah, we got to gotta use that brain before it fries.
So it could, if I just was gonna go personally, just whatever I want. I want Restless Coalescence.
Restless Coalescence, the Illusionist card.
Of course. But that is if I'm gonna be a card I want personally. But if it's just gonna be a cool promo in general for people, I would love maybe like a I think like a cool Command and Conquer could actually be really nice.
Oh, that would have been so sweet.
Since that is a way to get out more copies, and also because what you could do then is that people that want to bling out more, that have maybe some other versions of it, can release those into the market, and you can get the newer one in that way. So that is a way to circulate more Command and Conquers into the market. And Light and Strike would also be a way of doing it.
Yeah,
could also be a cool card. Or you have of the new kind, you could do Weakest Link, which could be.
That's also a really cool card.
So I think I would keep to these kind of generic cards that most decks could have been played. Or I would also be fine with putting something like a traded card, like Elemental card, a Mystic card.
More, not. I don't think it should be a class. I think it should be something that more than one hero can play.
Yeah, otherwise, if it's a class, it's just going to be an Illusionist one.
Yeah, even even though there's not a lot of people playing Time Snap Potion right now, but they could. It's a card that only scales.
Time Snap, you see people play Time Snap Potion from time to time, and the biggest reason people are not playing Time Snap Potion is people always being like, oh, it's a blue 0 block, oh, it's a blue 0 block, oh, it's a blue 0 block.
Guess what we're playing in the 3 most heroes.
I was gonna say that, though there is a big thing here, is that the blue 0 blocks that you play in these heroes are instant, so you don't use your action points.
And you get the resources back.
Because that was the thing I was gonna also say about the Time Snap Potion, is that it does consume. So the way I like to look at Time Snap Potion is that you say that, oh, it takes my action points. What I say, it takes my action points so I can use it for a later turn.
It's investment, baby.
Yeah, it's an investment for the future. So it seems like Jacob got his pool back, so it's just sitting there and waiting. So it seems like the way the judges did this time, sometimes what they would do is that people raise up and then change around on the tables with the pools, but here it seems like they kept the players seated, and then they collected
the pools
and
around.
then just shuffled the pools around. This can be quite good. It could be a faster way to do it. It's just more strain on the judges.
Yeah.
But no, it's a fine way to do it. Then you can let the players just sit and relax.
Yeah, sit and take a break. They have been grinding for some times.
So here it seems like Jacob is opening a pack of sleeves to get ready to
I
just
think he's ready to
build
his
and sleeve his deck.
Time to we're at the we are at the correct screen. I'm just screen confused. So
yeah, we have here on the back production side, we have a couple of
screens.
different kind of screens. So that makes it can get confusing sometimes.
Yeah. So do you think he's just gonna sleeve up every card and call it a day, or do you think he's gonna do the traditional put attack actions on top, non-attack actions on bottom, separate them blue, yellow, red, and then move the cards around? Or do you think he's just gonna slam a jamma and then go to the toilet or something?
I hope he doesn't sleeve all of his cards, because there's some cards there he can't play.
Yeah, okay, of course not the not the illusionist cards. And here we also see he has a draft set ready.
But yeah, no, I think he's just going to go a little evaluation over those, and he just leaves up his pretty cool foil, put those away in his binders,
Yeah.
leave them there.
Here we got to see Jacob's binder. I saw
I see a cold foil cost
call
me.
for stubbies, and what is that token? Is that silver?
It's a gold token.
It's a Marvel Sacred Art.
No, it was not Marvel. That was the rainbow foils that people got from the play events that was earlier on, and it's also the Fable package from some of the callings.
Ah, okay.
Because
So
it's
he's
it's rainbow foil.
okay. He's opening the packs, people. Let's see what he's going to do. So he's probably going to he's going to
He's just
slam.
remarking that he's playing Zan.
I'm playing Zen. No questions asked.
yeah.
There's no other decks he can play.
Usually people would just go and do a little quality check to check that the numbers actually is correct towards the
We
pool.
highly recommend that.
But Jacob says that, that person is probably sure about what he did. So here it seems like he's doing... He is actually putting them out in a little bit different way than you would often see people putting out, because you've put combo cards in one pile, and then he's just sorting by color. I'm guessing the yellow Companion of the Claw you've put up there is a card he's like, okay, if I have to, I'm going to play the card.
Yeah.
If not, I'm not going to play. I don't really want to play the card.
A maybe pile, if you
Yeah.
would. So he's basically said, I'm going to play these cards 100%. I'm going to play this equipment 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100% playing that one as well.
Probably playing the Battlefield Bastion red. I would say I like actually the blue fact-finding missionary in his deck, but
And he agrees. I also agree that is a yellow defense reaction, yellow Companion of the Claw. I think this is a very good basis for a deck.
yeah.
A little more blue than normal, but you can still manage to use them in quite interesting ways.
Yeah, I think what I would ideally like to see here in this deck is actually a little bit more of the pure Mystic attacks, like Droplet. You see him putting in the Droplet here. I think he really wants to play the Droplet here, because it is going to be a lot of the time 0-4 in this deck.
Yeah, and that's really good.
He's counting over his blue. He has a good blue. He has a very good blue count.
I think 15, and he's
Might be.
fact by fishing, and he's actually playing the attack.
I think he's counting over now to see if this...
if it's 30.
If it's 30, if it's left, if it's more, because then he might look. Because I think if I could avoid it, I might have wanted to not play the Nimble Strike.
Yeah, the Nimble Strike seems pretty bad since he can't activate it.
Yeah.
Then the yellow Companion of the Claw is better.
I would probably play the blue Companion Claw over the Nimble Strike.
Agreed.
So now he's just looking a little bit more over to what he has on his curve.
Yeah.
How much does the thing cost?
One thing that's also very important when playing Zen is to remember your deck list.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in a position where you don't know what combo cards are in your deck when you are activating Zen's hero power. So it's very important to make a mental note so you can play around it better.
Yeah. This is what, here it seems like he's looking a little bit about what is my Tiger generations, what is my blues, what does my deck actually do.
Yeah. He seems to have pretty okay Tiger. Some problem I see is he has a lot of on-hit get the Tiger, which can be scary if the opponent blocks it out.
That's what he's looking at different. He's thinking about the yellow Companion of the Claw. I think it wouldn't be the worst. The worst to maybe cut one of his blues for the yellow Companion of Claw, just for more damage and more of the Mystic cards.
I think the
He had three. Yeah, he has 3 Untamed. He has 1 or 2 Water the Seeds. So that is an okay amount.
He's thinking about cutting an Untamed, and I'm not sure if I agree. I think he still has the bad attack, so I don't know why he's not considering that one.
Yeah, or maybe just had 1 card too many on his pile of cards.
Wow. astounding observation. He definitely has more than 30, so he still has some flex slots and be able to change. He doesn't have that a good sideboard. I think I didn't see any cards that he would like change. Oh, but I think he put the blue Nimble Strike up to the right, so he has successfully identified that is a weak part of his deck. It doesn't need it.
Yeah, it's like it's a 1 for 2. It does not have go again. He has no way of giving it go again, and then just a block 2. So it's not a very good card in this deck. If he had one Nimblism, I could have considered. I would say it would be fine to play that card.
Yeah, it's a very good card if it's on.
Yeah, if you can give it go again reliably, it's quite good.
Here we see he laying out the cards that he's 100% playing.
So that's 10, 11 cards. Yeah, that's 11 cards.
So he needs 19 cards, and I think the
Feels
rest
like
of
he's playing the blue Untamed, which I see. Which I was like, I would say that the Untamed are a premium.
Yeah, 100%. And especially since he has the breeding anger.
Yeah.
So he really wants to have more ways to buff Tiger so he can get use of the combo ability. But sometimes it's just nice to get the combo card from your deck with the hero ability.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see here is considered, because I was thinking a little bit about this, that he might want to cut the fact-finding mission for the
yellow
Companion of the Claw, because so it is the same amount of damage from those two cards, but the Companion of the Claw will bring with it the Tiger, which is, as you mentioned, he doesn't have that many guaranteed Tiger generation. It's a lot more tied into his into on hits.
Yeah,
also
because he has some of the. He has at least 4 ways to get a Tiger, and then 5 with the boots.
Yeah.
So it's on the shorter side, but it might be enough with good use of Tigers and good use of the hero power, which will definitely come in clutch, especially since he has such a good combo cards. So what would you grade this deck on a scale from 1 to 10? Where would you put it?
I would say it's like it's I would either put it like 5 or a 4, because it's not a bad deck, but it's not a good deck either. It's like a middle on the tree. I'm fine with this deck. I'm not being super happy or anything. It is a powerful deck that will require some tight play. Yeah, he decided to go with the Companion Claw over the fact-finding mission.
Yeah, and I agree. The fact-finding mission is a blue, but it's not a blue with go again, so it doesn't really work on the plan that he wants to do, and he definitely has enough blues in his deck.
Yeah.
So this is rare footage of yellow actually doing what it's supposed to do and being slightly better than a blue.
The other thing is that the advantage that you have through these Mystic that gives you Tigers in your hand is that you can arsenal the Tiger, something that you cannot do with the on-hits. And that is, especially when you have Breed Anger and other things like that, it can, that makes it better for you. That makes it more usable and versatile.
I think also this is a fairly average deck. I think I will give it a strong 5. I think it has some power play. It does look very horrible if you meet new. A good new deck with Transcend, it can be very scary because you're forced to play a lot of the good blue cards.
Yeah, that's more of the weakness to the pool in general.
Yeah.
The reason why I would be hesitant to give it a strong 5 is because this damage output of these hands is very shaky. Your average damage is quite low.
Yeah, you have a low floor but a high ceiling.
Yeah, you have quite a good, and that's why I'm between 4 and 5. If you had some more of the Mystic cards that can become reds if you played another, I would push it up towards 5, because I'm a little bit worried about the total damage output of the deck.
Yeah, I think what makes it a 5 for me is that he has full equipment.
That I could agree that every deck that has full equipment could technically start at 5.
Yeah, because the advantage of having 4 more health, and here we see he draw an example card, and this is a pretty decent hand. 1 good red, some blues.
It's a little bit awkward, that hand.
Yeah.
Because the problem you have there is that you're lacking Tiger, a good tiger generator on that hand. This hand is a lot better, where you can generate.
Oh hell yeah! Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. So you just try to goldfish a little, see how the deck
See how it
vibes, look at through his
Yeah.
pool. He doesn't really have anything sideboard here, so he's just gonna rock with it.
I wonder if he wants to have the evasive leap. He might look at playing that one against New just to cut one like the deep.
He has a blue defense reaction, so we can't change the blue over to a yellow. So
You know, I was not thinking of blue defense action. I was actually thinking the deep blue sea.
yeah,
Because
100%.
If Enigma, if New goes pitch for dagger, pitch for hero ability, play that one for 0, coming in for
Oof.
7,
or 8. If
7 or 8 if they've pitched 3. They can even
if they hit with the dagger, it's 8.
yeah, if they hit with a dagger, it's 8 with go again.
That seems really bad.
Yeah. So that one I would be hesitant to want to have in
Yeah.
in that specific matchup. But as I did in one of our games earlier, where I still played the second tenet chi tide, not tide wind against you, the one
Yeah.
that gets go again if I transcended it. You were like, why did you play that against you? And I was like, because if I don't do damage.
Yeah. So
And that might be his little bit weakness here, as I've said. Like his
Yeah, but-
damage output is a little bit on the lower end.
the new deck still needs to actually banish the card.
Yeah,
Because
that is
he
the other thing.
he could just draw it and smack for big number back, so it's not like it's a guarantee to go to the banish. It's
No.
just something he needs to
But-
keep in the back of his mind, that some of these cards he might never block with because he might be punished for it.
Yeah. There is also he has a lot of like he is the one that draws card in the first tenet that draw the first tenet moon and the first tenet tide. The tide is probably one even more that I would look at cutting against New, because I
Yeah,
don't
or
want
the
them
draw
to
card. Ooh.
I don't want to give them free card or free
Especially
pump.
when you have so much blue with go again.
Yeah. I don't think I would want the ability. Seems
Yeah.
like he'll deliver his deck list. He's locked in.
He's
for the
locked
deck.
in, ladies and gentlemen, and
we're
every
soo-
other pals.
We are probably soon. Let's just jump a little back here
Yeah.
to the casting boost. So I'm thinking that we're probably now soon gonna have up the pairings for round 4, the
Yes,
first round
sir.
of draft.
I'm so excited.
And until that time, we are gonna go a little break, and then we'll soon bring you guys
Yeah.
the amazing.
Stay around, and
Stay
we'll see
around.
you soon.
welcome back to here in Dragon Nest. No, Dragon.
Dragon's
Lair.
And we're at round number 4, where we will have our match against. We will have Jacob versing Konrad. Both are very good and strong players, and Jacob we just witnesses the draft too, and they already started shuffling. So unless you have anything fun facts, you could just take us to the screen anyways.
So yeah, we see them shuffling up here. It seems like Conrad only picked up 3 pieces of equipment. He seems to be at least one of the Enigmas or the only Enigma. I
So-
overheard you talking with him a little bit before this game.
Yeah, he wasn't that confident in his deck, so I don't think he has the double 3 visit deck. I think that's the other Enigma.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one of the Zans later in the game there decided to change over
Yeah,
to
the
play Enigma.
third, the second 3 visit might makes you wanna do that.
It might, I can imagine.
Oh,
So-
imagine getting a counter on one of them and have both out. Ooh, that would be correct.
Yeah. So we don't have any statistic on Conrad.
I knew he topped an RTN I played on, so
Yeah.
he has done that. But anything? Have they entered the form maybe? we can
Maybe.
see if-
Let's see if what we have. I realize that this could be harder to find. Okay.
Oh yeah, because you have to look for the mail.
Yeah. Okay. So, Conrad is actually a psychologist.
Hey, that's really cool.
This is his second year playing Flesh and Blood.
Okay, so pretty new to the game actually.
Relatively new. So it's pretty cool to see him come here now.
And he's
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just start. The players were just making sure that they were allowed to start.
He is an assassin enjoyer as myself, so respect to my man.
The question under what is your favorite card and favorite interaction between cards is Pitch Blue, Send Spider's Bite, Play Coded Frailty, Return CNC, Tunic, CNC. That seems like something you like.
Yeah, I love that. It's so good. I prefer Leave No Witness, but it's very nice to have CNC as well.
Yeah, or you can go Surgical Extraction, just a good to cost.
Love to take cards from the hand. Whoa, have you updated the life icon? It looks so crisp.
No, it's the same icon that's been there the whole time.
Okay, I'm just crazy, man. Anyways, the game has started. Our heroes have drawn up, and we see that Jacob flips up the boots, as we knew how they had. And I do believe he is on the play. I did not see if he won or lost the die roll, but nevertheless, he's going first. So tell me, what's important to do when you're playing first against Enigma, Christian?
I would say that depending a little bit on what you've seen through the draft, you can try and decide if you should be all aggressive and end your turn without go again. But I think most of the time what you want to do is, if you're going to do some attacks, you want to end with go again. So if Enigma tries to play out some kind of wood or some kind of auras, you can still threaten them. But I think a lot of the time you will just go Arsenal.
Yeah.
You will want to go first because you can go Arsenal.
As Jacob did, he did something. He passed by. Ooh, that's a strong start by Conrad.
It's a spectral manifestation giving you a spectral shield, and if it's the only illusionist aura you control, it will come in with 3 +1/+1 counters.
And Enigma's weapon says that if the ward you're attacking with has a +1/+1 counter, it has go again. So this is 4, go again. And we have 2 types of Enigma style, which is Defend the Queen, where you try to build a spectral shield of this size and then just give your hand every time. And we have Build them up and knock them down, where you don't care if you lose it. So here it will be very interesting to see if Conrad is trying to protect the spectral shield, or if he's going to try to just say, okay, I gained 1 life, I dealt some damage, and I'm going to build up a better board next turn.
I think in Limited it's going to be really hard to play a Protect the Queen style, because it's very hard to do that against Zen in general.
Yeah, especially against Sen with all the tiny attacks.
Yeah, I think you can do Protect the Queen versus New, but not versus Zen. And the mirror you can also do kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
The Enigma mirror is. I've heard people hate playing those in Limited and CC. I personally like them because I feel they're very skill intensive.
Oh, he's already considering blocking with the boots. He's probably thinking if he has a way to use the tiger efficiently.
That might be because of the Breed Anger in his hand.
Okay, yeah.
He's sitting with his red Breed Anger in hand, and this might be a setup for that.
So he takes 3, and let's see, balls back to Conrad. Let's see if he has more cards to play. And it's just going to be another 4. And here's one thing I really like when I play Enigma is to have lots of big attacks. And just attacks, so people often have to take all the damage to contest your ward, and then you punish them by hitting them really hard with other attacks.
The advantage you have is that you are the only hero in this meta, or in this limited format, that has a weapon that only costs 1.
Yeah,
so
or 0 even.
Yeah, or 0. Because Enigma herself says that the first Spectral Shield attack that you activate every turn costs 1 less. So Cosmos making them cost 1 makes it so that they actually only cost, or make them so they cost 0.
So here we see a very typical start of the game Enigma turn. Enigma player plays a ward, attacks for some damage, and the other player just takes it and then tries to get board dominance back.
So we'll see here Jacob trying to see what he can do and present. A lot of the times it would be nice trying to protect his Spectral Shield, because 4 damage with Go Again for 0 is, well, 0 for 4 Go Again is really, really strong.
I don't think Conrad is going to do it when he has the Tiger, the Arsenal card. I think this Spectral Shield is not long for this world, even though if he gives all the equipment. And here we see, ooh, that's a bad
good block.
Well, that's a good start.
That was the yellow Battleform Bastion that Jacob was actually, or it might have been that or another one, but we knew Jacob
considered picking that card.
Yeah.
So here, it's kind of hard to see what the cards are, but here's the Biting Anger coming in for 3, and if it connects, he will get another Tiger, which will come on nicely.
Yeah. So sitting there with an Untamed and a Breed Anger in his hand. So that makes that he has a way to get value out of the extra Tigers. So what I like about this line of play is that if he hit here, he can keep that Tiger in his hand and maybe even arsenal the Tiger for later.
It actually is in... Yeah, you use the Tiger for banish. So here we see actually Conrad is trying to protect the Spectral Shield, or else he just want to block with this card, because this is a lot of damage coming in.
I think these blocks are fine, because it's not... He wouldn't really be able to use them that well anyway. Because it's like he doesn't seem like he has any auras that he can take advantage of the second tenet, no, the first tenet Chi wind. So it's better to just block out this and just force Jacob to have more ways of pushing.
Yeah.
But it's very likely that Jacob has it, because he had his arsenal and had 3 cards left in his hand at this point.
Yeah, and he chose to get the Tiger with the boots.
Exactly. So it's
here we see a very powerful turn where Jacob would use the other Tiger for no value, but it will come in for 0, and then another attack for 4, and then it will arsenal the last 4 attack.
That depends a little bit, because what he can do here is he can either go Pouncing Key for 4, but what I think is better here is actually pitch to play the Untamed and then attack for 1 with the Tiger. I think that is a better line than playing the Pouncing Key here. Or he can play the Pouncing Key and arsenal the Untamed. So it depends on if he wants to push 1 more damage or if he wants the arsenal. I think it's better to actually do the arsenal.
Yeah, and here we see the Spectral Shield 4. Yeah, so he's going for the arsenal, which I also like, so it's easier for the next Enigma ward.
Both that, and you also then have more ways of pushing damage with your Tigers.
Yeah, agreed. So this was a pretty huge turn.
This is where you have the strength with the Tigers and Breed Anger, is that, sure, your Tigers attack for 0, but it enables you these extra effects, extra to combo effects, even though, as you say, okay, it is a Tiger for 0 value, but it is still fine.
So here we see Conrad going on to 13, so they're 13 apiece, even though blocking. But I think he has no, he has... So he has a pretty good way of rebuilding.
That's a blue Haunting Spectre.
No, it's a red one, baby.
Oh, it's a red one, yeah. So Haunting Spectre is actually a card I really, really like. because it's guaranteeing you to always get a Spectral Shield when it gets destroyed. But if you don't have any other auras at the point when it gets destroyed, the Spectral Shield will actually get a +1 counter on it.
So it has technically ward 5 actually then.
Yeah, and it's potentially ward 5 and attack for 2.
Yeah. So here's a very hard question for Jacob. Does he has any weak attacks he wants to send first? So Conrad doesn't get the value from the ward 4.
That will be a little bit hard. Looking at his hand now, I don't think... Like, he has the... No, I think every attack he can present, except for the weapon, is going to give most value out of the ward 4 for the Hunting Spectre.
Okay, and
So
here
we
we have
just-
some data for you guys.
We just got some data here. So it seems like we have 14 Enigmas. We have 17 news. And then
that's
we have...
18, my dude.
Oh, it actually
It's
taken the total here.
I-
Yeah, that's 18. Yeah, my math can. So it's 14 Enigma, 18 new, and 16 Zen. This is actually the biggest spread. They're still very close. It's only 2 heroes different per hero, but it's also a bigger spread than we've seen the other places here in the Nordic countries.
yes.
So we see the Untamed, as I talked about.
Attack for 4, so here he's probably going to... No, it's a blue Untamed. That's why I was wondering why he didn't flip up any of his ward equipment.
Oh, so it seems like the Untamed I thought was a red one from
Was a
last
blue.
time. It was the blue, because this was one. This
Yeah,
was the
this
one
from
from
the
the
Arsenal.
Arsenal, and it seems like it was a blue Tiger Form incantation.
Yeah, so much better to get the combo card. So this is probably a Transcend turn.
Yeah.
And
Then-
he can get the Pouncing Key here.
I also like a lot more than the Untamed, because that means that he doesn't really want to give. Because the way that you can punish Enigma quite a lot is to make the wards be inefficient,
Yeah.
right? Because you play out the Hunting Spectre, and if that only wards 1 or 2 damage, it wasn't. You've spent a lot of resource to not prevent a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Hunting Spectre is still going to give you value because it's going to give you a token regardless. But you are going to lose a lot of tempo on that.
Yeah, and the way to like you play Enigma properly is to like to get the most efficient ward value out of all your wards.
Yeah, exactly. And you see here that Jacob does a very good job at trying to present these smaller value, not give the best amount of
Yeah.
value.
So here we see a starter pot, the legendary card. It says shuffle. Every day I'm shuffling.
I just love it. Like Starter Pot, I think it's been voted amongst to be the most the prettiest art, the art that people like the most.
Very Studio Ghibli with the cat stirring the pot.
Yes.
So here's probably going to activate Zen. I think he's going to get the Pouncing Key. He already has double buff on the Tiger, so that will be pretty good. The only problem is that the pesky ward. He actually transformed just to send 7. And I'm not sure if I'm really a fan of this place, because now you only deal 2 damage. No, you deal 3 damage. Conrad gets the ward, and you end your turn.
I think I'm fine with doing this because this getting the I think they're discussing a little bit like, so there's a lot of talk a lot of times where when do you get the spectral shields, when like will the spectral shield actually prevent some of the damage that spills over, and no, it will not, because the ward
It's
will
after damage has been dealt.
Yes. But I think I'm fine with not actually pushing here and just using the cards more efficiently that he had in hand, because he could still Arsenal and send that damage compared to pushing or using the hero ability to make his okay turn better
Yeah,
for later.
but he wasted the 2 buffs on Tigers.
Well, so yeah.
Wasted in the quotation marks.
Yeah, he did, but there wasn't any, because I think the value he would be getting by activating hero ability would be worse than just attacking here for 7 and just being more patient with it instead of just fetching out the pouncing key or the key unleashed at this point.
Yeah. I'm not sure which line is correct, since Conrad already was kind of low. I kind of like just pushing. Not giving the Enigma any room to stabilize and get back on the board.
But you push one less damage if you go for pouncing key. The pouncing key line is one less damage because it's 2 from pouncing key from token, and then it's 4 from pouncing key. So
No,
that's
but
6 damage instead of 7 from.
No, but he has the red one. It hits for 7. It's 9 damage total.
No, but you couldn't. What you mean the battlefront at the end? Did he have resource for going with the battle? I don't think he had resource for
but then
that.
he can't Arsenal. He has two red cards, so he could pitch them both.
No, but Battlefront Bastion cost 3.
Yeah.
He didn't have the resource to actually play the Bastion and do all of the other
No,
things.
not the Bastion. You don't play the Bastion. You play the pouncing key. You activate the hero power.
Yeah.
Get the tiger.
Oh, you mean Key Unleashed?
Yeah, key unleashed.
Yeah, Key Unleashed. Then that would be more damage, but I would rather want that for later. I would rather fetch, having ability to fetch 7 later than I would have to just play the 7 damage I have in my hand.
Yeah, that's fair. So here we see Conrad sitting at pretty 10 life and have 2 good,
technically
nice
12
spectral.
because of 2 wars.
Yeah, and most likely 15. So here we see a preserved tradition. We'll put back the key unleashed, the pouncing key, I think. Yeah, makes sense. And will transcend, giving us a nice tiger bonus that will get +3. It's very sweet. And will actually become a breakpoint with the CAC if he chooses to use it. He's gonna lay it there, so to remind our opponents. And ooh, this tiger is going to become huge.
This seems like a really good turn for Jacob. So we can see if he can equalize the health a little bit more.
So the scary part for me here, if I'm Jacob, is if my opponent has a good attack, not wards, but just attacks to take my hand and then build wards, that will be pretty scary.
Yeah, the scary part here is if you cannot push enough damage on this turn, you might have a point where Conrad just goes like, I'm just going to take the damage. But it also depends on Conrad's hand.
Yeah.
Looking at Conrad's hand here, it does not seem like the most impressive pushback hand. It's actually more of a setup.
Yeah.
There. That is the 4-3 visits that Jacob opened.
Yeah. So he is one. He probably has the one, but not the second one.
Yeah. So there was 3 people between Jacob and Conrad. Since they were sitting on each corner because it's cross seat pairings.
Yeah.
So that means that none of the 3 people between Jacob and Conrad was an illusionist.
Yeah.
Which I'm then getting more curious about. Where was the second Enigma actually sitting? It was probably sitting to the left.
Yeah.
It must be on the other side, 3 people, or the 4 people.
So I think Conrad here is trying to see if Jacob has lethal.
Yeah.
Because his hand has a lot of damage actually.
Yeah, but this is a huge tiger.
That's tiger for 7. I
think that's the biggest tiger. I think that's one of the biggest tigers I've seen that is not powered by Chase the Tail.
Yeah, agreed.
Because usually it's powered by Chase the Tail. Or actually, I've seen a 7 before, but that was double nimblism.
Yeah, Conrad should be at 8. There we go.
Yeah, they're fixing it up now.
Yeah. So he has to block. No, he doesn't have to block the tiger.
No, he can go to L1, but I don't think he wants to keep that card in his hand.
Yeah.
I do wonder what his equipment suit are.
I think he has to put a counter on it. Arms. Ooh, and here comes the Grave Kick in for 5, forcing Conrad to give another card. Or if he can flip enough equipment, then he might be able to keep his entire hand.
Yeah, if he has 2 of the prevent damage equipments, he can block 1 card. But he does not have 3 block in his hand. It's a 2 block and 2-0. It's a 2 block and 2-0 blocks.
Oh, and it's a ward as well, so you have to play it. Ooh.
Yeah, so he can block with Hunting Spectre for 2. Otherwise, he have to pitch the Preserved Traditions to play the 3 visits, only to prevent 3 damage. So this is hard for Conrad.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, he's thinking about blocking for 2 here, and then maybe giving some equipment.
Yeah,
it depends on what he has.
Jacob had a lot of damage this turn. This was a 17 damage turn.
But he can also block just for 2 and take 3 damage and go to 1.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he does. And then he attacks back for 3 from the 3 visits that he has in his hand.
Can he attack? Does it cost 3?
No, he cannot attack actually. That's true.
Yeah, so he's got a... oh yeah, but he goes to 1 and flips up. Then he gets the chi, so he can attack with it.
He can attack. and then it's going to attack for 6.
And that means that he has
It's
to
going to
do
attack for
something.
6, and if he has to counter the occult tradition for counter, that's going to be an attack for 7.
Oh,
No, go again doesn't really matter, but
Yeah.
it's still going to be an attack for 7.
it's gonna be huge. So
What
this,
he could also look at doing is activate Enigma to get a Spectre Shield for 2, but I think it's better to just go just attack for the highest number you
Yeah.
can do right
you
here.
know what we say in this business? You go Fatigo, boom, boom, pow.
Or at least that's something you say.
Yeah, that's something I say. And I am the business.
Well, I hear you say that, but
In the business of clowning.
Yes.
If we had a laugh track, I would have pressed it now. But
Yeah.
sadly, we don't.
No.
So here we see Conrad is thinking, how is he going to play this turn? It's a crucial turn. It might looks like the ball is in Jacob's position. But Conrad might be able to do a very, very sneaky maneuver here. Because if Jacob doesn't block, if he thinks that he only can give equipment, then he might lose.
No, the thing here is that that's not possible because he needs to have pitched both cards to 3 visits to attack, so the damages phase up.
Yeah, but it's not sure. I think Jacob is
Oh, yeah.
probably good enough to play around the arm piece.
Oh yeah, you're thinking that if he just
Yeah.
attacks for 6 now, and Jacob thinks, okay, I'm gonna give you 1 equipment or
Yeah.
2. He needs to give
But-
2 at least.
Yeah, but he has two. He has two prevention, so he can't get punked by that.
No, so but yeah, he can trade his helm and
Yeah.
his.
I think that's actually the correct play is to let it attack you for 7, flip off the equipment, go to 1, and then
No, what you do is you attack for he attacks for 6. You flip 1 piece
yeah.
because if he decides because he can you can flip 1 piece. Then if he responds by activate a pull, you can flip the other one.
Yeah.
And then you still go to 1, so you flip your own chess piece, you get the chi,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you
yeah,
can go
yeah.
key unleashed.
Yeah.
So he's coming for 6.
So let's see.
So let's see.
If he gets the chi here, I think it's just good night. We're done here.
I think Jacob. I think that Jacob most likely has to win here.
Well, let's see if he sees the line. That's always the interesting part. If you don't see line, put
Yeah.
true visits on the screen. It's a majestic, so people often don't know what it is.
Let's put it on.
True visit is a very interesting card because it can be extremely good, but it can also be extremely bad.
Jason Chung, one of the developers, said that he thinks it's under explored in the CZ meta, which I actually can agree with because it seems kind of bad. But the more I've thought about it, and the more I've actually tried and playing with it, the stronger it seems. Because like, if you attack once for it for like 6 or something like that, or you attack twice for 6, if you can attack twice with this card, it is so strong.
It's so strong. The problem is that the second turn that you have it, yeah, so he flips up 1,
Yeah. Now let's see.
so he has 1 prevention. Will
Yeah.
Conrad flip up?
Yeah.
Okay, he
Conrad
flips
just
it up.
Conrad just has to do the check here,
Yeah.
just like do you have it or do you not have it,
Yeah.
and there he has it.
Yeah, flips
And now
up. He takes
Jacob
Y.
goes to 1. There's no way for him to pump it anymore. So
Yeah.
Jacob goes to 1, flips his chess piece. Do you also see a pouncing key in the hand of Jacob?
Yeah, so this is gonna be a ridiculous turn.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Conrad to
Gadoosh.
so I like how we've been talking
Yeah,
about
but
how
they never flip.
we've been talking about like, oh, it's so hard going to 1, and we see both players here go to 1
And
and
both-
flip up this chess piece and get their chi and just get these power plays. Conrad had a
Oh.
2-card hand,
Yeah.
and thanks for that, cracked back for 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just talking about how he gets destroyed when
Yeah.
he flipped up. Because a lot of people miss that little thing about that card.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, it is Koi Blessed Kimono. I just forget it's
Yeah.
used kimono. A lot of people has to forget that it does destroy itself.
Yeah, because it doesn't do anything else. It just fetches you a card.
Yeah.
But it's really powerful. So now, then the problem with 3 visits is that it doesn't do anything now because it's ward 0.
Yeah, so that depends on what. So Conrad is at 2. It looks like he has a 1, but
He's
he has a 2.
pitching the chi. That's interesting.
So he might be redlocked. I think, yeah, he only has...
Isn't that the stir the pot?
Yeah, but he's blue. He played a blue so that
Oh
he
yes,
can
yeah,
transcend.
yeah. That's
Because that's the same. It's
Yeah.
the same for him. Because now he gives away less information.
Mhm.
Because Conrad knew about the chi.
yeah, but you don't know
Um,
about the second chi.
What about the second chi?
And it's coming right up, son.
Okay, so we see Conrad
on
has
the
a
grill.
chi. Conrad has a chi in his hand. That means he can activate Enigma, and that is going to make 3 visits a 3 block.
That's very good. So very clutch drawing of
But
the chi.
I saw another cool card in Conrad's hand.
Yes, and another majestic.
Yeah. It is this card that I always forget the name of.
Yeah, I know which card it is. I don't remember the name.
Let's just... It's a tune with the cosmos. No, a tune with cosmic vibrations.
I thought this card, you could target yourself with it, and then my friend said, yeah, that would be cracked. But sadly, no, it cannot target yourself.
No, it's an interesting card. I think I undervalue it. I think it's stronger than I think myself, because it can be a 5 block.
Oh no, he's pumping his opponent's card.
Okay, this is interesting. He's giving his opponent up to +3, and then give and go again.
I think
so this means
he just needs the card to be ward 3.
so the problem he has right now is that he has 3 chi in his hand and 1 attune. His hand doesn't block. No, okay, he has. I thought there was a chi, but it was a deep blue sky.
Yeah, it's the defense reaction that scales with the amount of
blues. So
blues.
this is pretty good again, because now he activates Enigma. 3 visits become a ward 3.
Yeah.
And also when he
do you think he plays the defense reaction, or do you think he saves it?
So if he plays the defense reactions, 3 visits become 6, and then the defense reaction blocks 3. No, blocks 4.
No, it costs 0.
No, the defense reaction costs... Yeah, it costs 0.
You're thinking about the common. This is the rare. It gets +1 for every blue in your zone. So here you place it, blocking 3.
Yeah, it costs 0 to play deep blue.
Yeah.
Big blue sky, if not deep. Big blue sky.
Yeah.
But yeah, it comes for 3, and then he keeps around.
Yeah. So the problem here is, I think Conrad he can't block at all. He's going to leak somewhere.
So, but he has 2 ward here, so he doesn't have to take the damage from the Kakara. And then he still has the attune in his hand that can block a place from 2 to 5.
Yeah. Well, I hope your kids like gambling, because if he doesn't reveal a blue from Jacob's deck, oof, that will be a rough buddy. So here we see the powerful effect of shuffling your deck. He shuffled it once, and the reason why Jacob didn't shuffle it more is because he's going to activate Sen. So he is going to go through his deck, so he doesn't need to shuffle his as good to activate it. So here he finds the key unleashed, and he's going to go Tiger for 1 and then play it for 7. And I don't think Conrad can survive this.
I don't think it's going to be hard to survive this.
Because he has to... He also had 3 attack. Okay, now I definitely know he won't survive this, because now he has to let go of the aura. Then he has to flip off the boots, and even if he hits a blue...
he cannot, unless as long as the boots are prevent 1 damage boots, that's the only way he has some way of blocking here. And because he has 0 block, the 0 block in his hand does nothing.
Yeah, and he can't activate Enigma as well, so...
Yeah.
So it looks like the writing is on the wall.
I do wonder if it would be more correct for Conrad to not actually activate the gloves on his turn. And the reason for not activating gloves on his turn...
He flips up, and then bada bing,
7.
bada boom, and we're done here.
Yeah, because he can only block 5.
Yeah.
Now, does it reveal a blue? Does it? It reveals a yellow. It was the yellow companion. It was the yellow companion.
Clutch sideboarding from Jacob Trossing here, continue his streak with Sen. Very good players. It was a very interesting match. But the problem Conrad facing is that he could not put Jacob to 1.
No, but I know that was he was pushing for. He was pushing that to try and set Jacob to 1. But my main argument is, so the gloves are 1 of 2 slots, right?
Yeah.
It is +1, or it is prevent 1 damage. Based on how things have gone so far, it's very likely for those to be block 1 damage.
Yeah, So you wanted him not to flip so he could pay for it on
his own
Jacob's turn
Yeah.
to
Potentially
get ward 6.
Potentially get more wood on his. I don't know if it's 100% correct.
I don't think it matters because Jacob had a lot of attacks on that turn. So
Yeah.
since he's putting Jacob to 1, no matter what he's doing.
No, yeah, but if he, so the thing is there, if he can do that, that means he survives the Key Unleashed. He's not dying this turn.
Yeah, but the problem
So it depends on what you would draw the next turn, but he would go by himself the next turn.
He already used the 3 blocks, so so the problem is he has that 1, and then he attacks for 3. Then he blocks with the 2, and it will leak because he'd flipped that yellow.
Yeah, no, but he would.
He can't cover up all the bases.
No, like then you would, like, he would be dead on that turn regardless because of the yellow on the top. Otherwise, he could use the attune on. No, yeah, he would be dead anyway.
Yeah, and Jacob's hand was too strong. It's like if he doesn't put Jacob to 1, there's a way. But what are you supposed to do? Not attack with 3 visits?
No, you have to attack with 3 visits.
It's like you could. The only argument is to use the key chi, make a spectral shield, attack for 2, arsenal the 3 visits, but it doesn't seem correct to me. It's like if you're using our assumption that people don't play that chess piece, you're not going to assume they're playing that chess piece.
I think you would assume people are playing that chess piece.
Okay, fair.
I think that people are warming more up to them, even though they don't like them that much. But at the same time, it is not about playing around it. I was thinking that much. It was just more because 3 visits in order to have the block effects requires you to pitch on your opponent's side. So it's more about that than not putting your opponent. It's not as much putting your opponent to 1. It's not as much that I'm caring about. It is more about I want the best opportunities to because so the reason why I say this in that the reason why I'm thinking about it is because you're pretty sure that is a prevent 1 damage gloves.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that you activate your own gloves.
That's true.
To take that gloves.
And it's fair to assume that you're not gonna punk people at this level of the competition.
No. And it's like, because the way Jacob, unless, like, what I think is the assumption here is that Conrad was thinking here, I'm just going to force Jacob to have the protection gloves.
Yeah.
Which we obviously knew he had, but based on how he'd been playing, where he could have pushed a little bit more damage on the turn before, I'm pretty sure he could push the 1 extra damage the turn before with his if it had the +1 gloves. So I think it's relatively safe to assume that
that it doesn't have the +1 and just protection gloves.
Just the protection gloves, right? So, and because if he because here's the other thing. Or actually, he has the protection gloves, because otherwise he activated the gloves. He went to reactions.
Yeah.
He didn't say before blocks. He said, in reactions, I activate my gloves. So you know that he used the gloves first and the head is left. Then you know that the only headpiece that can be is is either protection or the blocking headpiece. But I don't think it's the heading block piece. Then it's either he doesn't. It doesn't matter if it is the blocking headpiece.
Oof. Imagine if Conrad had the blocking headpiece, so he can use it to get 1, protect the tiger, and make the 3 visits even bigger. Oof, that would be so good. I think that card is better than the class card in Illusionist.
I think actually Illusionist is one of the few classes where you want to pick up both head pieces. Because against New...
in the mirror, it might be very nice to put another aura at the bottom of the deck.
In the mirror and versus New, I like playing the like the class headpiece. Okay. And against then, I like the other one a little bit more.
Yeah. I just like when I have ability to pitch on my opponent's turn, but not losing cards.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Conrad could have a little bit better chance there if he did not flip the gloves there and rather use them as a way to be able to pitch and make 3 visits a 3 block on your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
Because since you were pretty sure, like, it's easy for us to sit here talk about this here. They're just drafted. They were sitting on camera.
Yeah,
they were playing. I still think Conrad played really well during the whole game.
He played. His deck didn't look. Here we saw Jacob getting the power version of his deck, where he did 70 damage, 14 damage, and he even managed to get it so close.
Yeah.
To 1-1.
Yeah.
I don't think a bad Enigma player would be able to do that in this position. He was very structural when he was trying to save his auras and how to rebuild. So he had a plan, and I really like that.
Yeah. So yeah, it was still very good. And it is these little small things here that will change, that will be the difference of managing to be the winner or the loser at this level of play.
Flesh and Blood is a game about small edges, and Conrad didn't get enough edges to turn it around, and sometimes that happens. But he still is doing very well in the tournament, so I have full belief that this might be a rematch in the top 8.
It might be. So I'm thinking we're going to do a little break before we're getting ready for the next round, because the time is closing in right now. So we're just going to get ready for it.
People will finish up, and we'll be back to you soon.
Right. See you soon.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. We are at round 5 at the Swedish National Championships here as Dragon Lair Stockholm. We have a return, Dennis on the Enigma, and we have Jesper on Nu. So tell me about this matchup. Who do you think is favored, and what are some key interactions or strategies that you will deploy in a match like this?
So historically, Illusionist is favored into the Assassins because they usually lack the go again. I do actually think that a competent player on Nu against a good and competent player on Nu versus a good and competent player on Illusionist is actually closer to a 50-50 matchup.
Yeah.
But it is the ball. The ball is mostly in Nu's court in how to. In that he needs to find the way, or she needs to find the ways of how to, just like we talked about with Zan, the best way to beat Enigma is to make the wards less efficient.
Yeah, so not give value for the wards. And it's also help if you have a lot of pick to pieces in your deck.
I think how much you can utilize your weapons will say a lot about the match. The less you use your weapons, the harder the game is going to be. You would often prioritize using weapons into the wards just to make it awkward for your opponent. And it's also what I've seen, probably one of the bigger problems I've seen new players do into this matchup is that they will, when they're grabbing multiple wards, they will play another pump where they're just throwing damage into the air just to get one damage. So let's say that they have an attack that go, we are on now. It seems like it played a yellow solitary companion that creates a ward.
It's a very nice start. Often solitary and a specter. So the interesting part here is that he decided not to attack with the specter. Mostly like not to make Nu be able to mulligan any cards.
I think it's also because it's better here to generate 3 auras than just 2. Because if you played Solitary Companion out after the Vexing Spectre,
then you don't
would not get the Spectral
Shield. And I agree. So here Nu is in a predicament, as one would say, because Jesper is facing down 7 ward. That's a lot of ward. That's almost half your HP.
It's not 7 because it's or actually it is 7. It's a red Vexing Spectre. I thought it was a blue one for a second there.
Yeah, still a lot. It was 5 to 7, so it's kind of huge.
It's still a lot of free health there.
Yeah, so here comes the dagger. It's probably just going to be soaken up by the Spectral Shield, and we're probably going to see an equipment flipped on the second dagger. Unless Jesper is planning to use his, as he's had in his hand. He can go 2 attacks here, but I'm not sure if it's worth it.
I think it would be prioritized. It seems like he has another blue, so I would have prioritized here to just like to go another dagger once more. And then go, because you can do 1 dagger, and then you can play your attack. You can also play your his on that attack, and then you can you can play your his on that attack to get it pumped up, and then arsenal the slither token that you get.
Yeah. So here's another dagger.
Yeah. I like this a lot.
Might be a block from hand. Yes, that's a good card to block with when you already have 2 auras.
I like this line, because now he can threaten 6 damage, which can grab down both wards and still push 1 damage through.
No, it's ward 6.
It's ward 5, because it's a yellow solitary companion.
You're right, it's ward 5.
So he will still push 1 damage through.
The problem here for Jesper is if Dennis has 2-3 blocks. He has
That's a sacred art.
It's a sacred art. Oh my lord. I think.
So this is actually the other Enigma player on the same table as Jacob.
Yeah.
So it seems. So what I've heard when I talk with the people at the tables, Dennis is actually the one with the stronger deck, I will believe, because he was sitting before. It was Dennis, and then it was. I've forgotten the. Conrad. Yeah. He was sitting before Conrad.
Yeah. So here we see Dennis walking.
Yeah,
he's coming over for 6.
And I like this here because he blocked for 3, and then you say, okay, I will still want to grab some ward. And I like what Dennis does here. He gives the chest, and then he can give the Solitary Confinement. So he keeps his Vexing Spectre, so that's gonna be able to attack for 4 with Go Again.
Yeah.
And then that one gets banished, and Jesper gets alive because this is a Mind's Desire.
Yeah. which can be crucial. In this matchup, Nu wants to gain as much life as possible because she has to take a lot of damage to try to kill the auras.
It's also not often Nu actually generates life of the blocks of Enigma in Limited.
It's only with Mind's Desire, especially. So here we see a typical attack for 2. The question is, what is in Dennis' arsenal? If that's a strong card, then Jasper is a lot of trouble.
I'm actually curious what Dennis took over the foil 3 visits. Because the foil 3 visits that Jacob opened in the third pack went past Dennis, and then Conrad picked it up.
That's right. I've talked to some of the players here, and some of the Enigma players are not sure if they like the card or anything.
But I think Dennis still has 1-3 visits, because we remember that in the pack 3, we saw Jacob look at a non-foil one, and that was still going the way, and Dennis would have the first pick of those 2.
That's true. So that might be able. So here Jasper is trying to figure out, okay, how can I threaten this ward?
What I'm now actually thinking wrong about it, because if Jacob opened it, he's sending it to the right.
Yeah.
No, to the left, and that means that they come to Conrad before they come to Dennis.
Yeah, I think
Conrad is passing to Dennis.
I think they have 1 each.
I think so too.
I think they like the card, but not so much they want to have 2.
So it's going to be interesting to see how this. I do like the number of the Mystic cards that I see in Jasper's hand. They're like and I've seen it in the deck.
He has the awkward -1, which is not a favorite of mine in Nu.
No, I think Enigma is probably the only one where I actually like playing it. Oh, that's a good card.
Oh no, this is very scary for Jesper. He gets a ward 4 out, and now he arsenals the Sacred Art, and this can be back-breaking for Jasper if he doesn't navigate this turn correctly.
Because it's the Sacred Art, this is a very hard game for Jasper to deal with.
Yeah, it's one of the best Majestics in the game for Limited, I think. It's just very, very powerful.
It's up there with the Manifestation of a Mirror Guy.
Yeah, and especially if you transcend on the turn you're doing it, so you get another Spectral Shield. Oh my goodness. So he's sending a big attack and no dagger, because he has to go again in the arsenal.
Yeah, I'm unsure about how much I actually like this, even though he has to go again in the arsenal. Sure, this pushes some damage, but the thing is that Dennis could, if he wants to, he could just give up both wards and block it out.
Yeah.
And a lot of people say, yeah, I'm fine with that. Or you would actually still take 1 damage, but that means you got full value out of your wards.
Here we see the annoying part of it being -1, because if it has been anything else, he would have gotten up to 7 and then take one of the wards. Now it only goes up to 6, which is the amount that Dennis is blocking for.
Yeah, that is could have been, as you said, that would have been better. But yeah, he has this later. I think I would have liked here to just start with the daggers regardless.
But why didn't he? He pitched the blue card that gets plus. Oh yeah, because in the hand the other card is not a blue card, so he could not have played both.
Yeah, I see what you're thinking about.
He was blocking 5, so he had forced him to flip his helmet.
Yeah, so this wasn't too bad. So now he has a chi, and yeah, so he probably played this because that allows him to transcend. That is a reason to do all of this. So because if you want to transcend, it makes it better to go this line.
Yeah, because then he can use the resource.
Because you have to set yourself up with the transcending.
So Jesper here is going to take one of the wards, because I think he's going to take the ward for Haze Shelter.
Yeah, I think he's going to give it up since it is sure it is higher block value right now than the Vexing Spectre, but they're the same damage. But the Vexing Spectre has go again.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a blue.
Oh, it's a yellow.
No, yeah, it's a yellow, I mean, not a blue.
So he managed to clear some of the board. Dennis has no cards left in hand, so he's just going to pass. But the second Dennis gets a little breathing room, there's where he will definitively try to turn the corner.
Yeah, so Dennis is just looking for a point where he can just flip up the Sacred Arts. If he gets Jesper down to 10 and then he flips the Sacred Arts, I think he will be very far. That is not a good hand for Dennis, unless that Battle from Bastion was a blue one.
It's a good blocking hand, but it's not a good offensive hand.
The hand blocks 5. You can block 8 on that hand.
No, he has a 3 block, a 2 block, and
He has 2 blocks.
yeah, and prevent 3 shield.
Yeah, it's a prevent 3 on the.
So it's as a 3 block as well.
Yeah,
So it's
it's
a yellow.
Battle from Bastion.
I
So
think
it's like
Dennis is happy if he keeps 1 card because then he can attack for 4.
yeah, that's all you need.
Just get a little visitor and just ask if anything was up. So here we see Jasper coming for 3 with a
Desire of
flesh and blood with a go again card in his hand. So sadly he will not be able to transcend if he wants to do anything. He's just gonna push over with the attack reaction, get a slither token, and probably just gonna use it anyways. This looks like a really good new deck. He has a lot of red attacks. Here he plays his red defense reaction, trying to keep the ward alive at all cost. And I think you give it go again and then pitch the card to attack with a dagger, keeping Dennis off cards yet again.
Yeah, this is quite a good back and forth. Yeah, he's just using that to get rid of the card in his hand, so he can arsenal the path well traveled that he's sitting.
Yeah, you can also attack with the daggers. This is he's not floating one. Yeah, then you are arsenaling it. It will be.
No, he's actually.
Oh yeah.
No, actually,
yeah, it doesn't matter. It's blue.
I like it because I like this because it actually pushes the. It pushes, so he has to use the card. So so Dennis cannot actually attack now.
Yeah. That's what I said. So he's taking his turn, but even though nothing has changed and we're just deck damaging, I still feel that this is going in Dennis' way.
So because of the card in Arsenal, this is in Dennis's bulk court, but I do feel like actually Jesper is the one with the most control in this game, because Dennis has already used a lot of his equipment, and they've both used quite a bit of cards, but Dennis is not actually doing anything. Sure, Jesper is not actually damaging the life of Jesper, doing any damage to the life.
Okay, I think we're ready to pop off.
That is probably a hand that's going to make it so he play the Sacred Art because he could do a double transcend turn.
Yeah, he's probably just going to let this ward go, take all the damage, and then build a big board and present a lot of damage back.
Yeah.
So let's see, what will Jasper do? He doesn't know about the Sacred Art unless he has seen it in the draft. So I don't think you can play around your opponent having a majestic.
I would assume that was the first pick.
Yeah, I would pass it if I'm not in Sen, if I'm not in Enigma. But
that is true. It depends on the pack that you are in.
But it will heavily try me to play Enigma if I open it because it's really so powerful.
The Sacred Arts are such a good power card for you.
Yes, News is the most situational, but it can be very powerful. Oh, here we see the sweet. This is what you love to see. Giving it go again, triggering the blue cause, coming in for 6 with go again.
This is just beautiful.
Yeah, but this is what Dennis wants. So he gladly blocks 3, takes 3, and then I think Jesper is going to arsenal the last card here, and then he's going to witness the horror that is Dennis Fröberg's scary hand.
Yeah, if I'm Dennis here, I'm just gonna be, I'm taking damage.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
I'm chilling. You can get that hit. Sure, you can get alive too. I don't care. I'm just gonna be. My turn is just gonna be sexy.
Yeah, because he's going to get.
Do you see that? That's the second Tanachi wind, and then there's also there's the first Tanachi wind, and then a second Tanachi moon.
Yeah.
So you can play that one with go again, and then into spectral shields.
Oof, that's rough.
That is.
The Transcend card is a little awkward because it requires an attack.
No, but he can do all of this. So what he can do is that he can take the 3 damage, and after damage, he can decide to do it.
Yeah, but he can't play. He doesn't have any other blue cards to play on. He can play the Sacred
He
Art.
plays the drop, and then before the drop resolves, he played the Sacred Art.
Yeah,
It does not seem like he wanted to do that.
Yeah, he wants to do thing on his own turn, and I
Yeah.
think it involves the third minute, the second tenet of Chi, whatever, the one that draws a card if
Second
you
Tenet
transcend.
Chi Moon.
Yeah.
The
So
card
here
draw
it
is
comes with Go Again. Oh, she's pitching the Transcend card. I did
yeah,
not
because it
see
doesn't
that.
really need to use it right now, right? He doesn't need to double transcend this turn. It's not really matter. He has a blue card in his hand, so he's coming now for 5 Go Again. And if he transcends, he gets to draw a card when he closes the combat chain.
Yeah, and he's going to do that with the beautiful Sacred Art. There it is. It's often a card that's scary to have in against new, but sometimes you just gotta have it and make sure that it doesn't get banished.
Yeah. So yeah, Jasper is just gonna say,
No blocks, I'll take it. And then, boom. Do it, Dennis. Slam it in his face.
no, it does not seem. It seems like
Oh,
he's just gonna let us go.
why did he wait?
That's even more. That's a lot of transcend cards in his hand.
Oh, that's very interesting. No, I ain't sleeping. I'm on the job.
But
I'm here.
But you were the one yawning.
Yeah. I'm yawning because I'm stretching my mouth because I have to talk all these wise words.
No. It's because, as I've said, we're down in a stuffy basement, so
I need air.
air is a little bit hard to come by.
I
So
can't
that's
breathe
why.
without no air. Okay, ball court.
Or is it just like a skill gap, you know?
Shut up, caffeine addict.
I'm not a caffeine addict. Yeah, here we see another. So this is what I talked about. What I like about this new deck is that you see all of these mystic attacks and how we've combined these with the transcend cards to give the power of red cards, even though they are blue cards.
So here we see attack for 3, blocking for 3, and it's going to.
I also love this. This is actually a bit funny because me and you tried this kind of deck that he's playing here, and I
Yeah.
love to actually see this kind of deck where people would say that, oh yeah, this is not that good, but the fact that you can use these Mystic Assassin reactions,
On
the double transcend, but the Mystic reactions on the Mystic attacks makes them so much more powerful and new
Yeah.
than in the other decks too, because you have much more things you can use. I actually really like Jesper's deck.
Yeah, it's. I think it might be slightly better against Enigma than a typical new deck because it has just a lot bigger numbers and more damage. Oh, is he? But here we see Jasper doing the traditional. So he's going to add 3 more damage, making it up to 8, and arsenaling the other reaction.
So this is just, as you see, he doesn't really care that much about his on-hits of traditional cards. He's just pushing damage. He's just playing an aggro deck at this point.
But is this correct? Because now he's going to pop off.
Yeah, I think I would have kept the
So he
the
said
the last
before
pump.
you end the turn, boom,
Yeah.
Sacred Art, boom. And I think, don't you wanna do activate new in no?
Activate Enigma. I don't think you want to do that because you want to.
Yeah, he has only 1 blue in hand, sadly.
Yeah.
So there will not be a shield with another nice.
No,
counter.
and it's fine to just make another cheat. Make another because he's probably going to pitch one of the cheats he has now. Okay, he's not.
Yeah, no, he's going to.
It
he's going to activate Enigma on his turn. Use the other chi to attack for 6, and then arsenal the
Haze
haze
Shelter.
bending.
Haze Shelter. Haze Bending is
Yeah.
the Spectre Ward from Everfest.
Oh yeah.
Shelter is
Hassan sheltering.
yes. Yeah, so it is not that big difference if he makes it now or he makes the Spectre Shield next on his own turn.
Yeah. The scary part now is that Jasper is only 3 lives ahead, and his next hand is not looking that hot.
No, I do think I would have liked to arsenal the
The Fang Strike.
Fang Strike.
Yeah.
Because like the 1 damage represents so much more later in the game compared to just now. Just the 1 damage is often not worth using the card on yet. You have, if he might be sitting on double trouble, that it can be used for later, and also just pushing other on-hits.
Yeah, I agree, but
and especially if he has things like pick to pieces, right?
Yeah, but it's hard to evaluate. You know,
Yeah.
they don't have all the information. He didn't know that the sacred art would come out from the
No, but
arsenal.
it's just in general, right? It's but as we've talked about, like they're X and 1 into this point. They're good. They're obviously good players.
Yeah,
They're sitting at the top table, and yeah, this is.
I think if Jasper blocks, Dennis is so happy because that means he can't use his entire hand. And I
Yeah.
see a blue transcend card. It's a passover, which is usually really good. Ooh, if Jesper had another blue card, he could have attacked back with broken the second minute of Chia. It's on the screen. That would have been really powerful. But
Yeah.
but I don't think he has. I think
He's lacking the other blue
Yeah.
to transcend, because yeah, if he could transcend here and he can get the second turn of Chi and actually draw a card so he can put in arsenal, that would be a really strong turn.
yeah.
No, actually, he does not have the second tenet, because the second tenet of Chi Moon is in the graveyard. Is currently in the graveyard.
Yeah, but he has
Yeah, he's the
passover.
passover. Yeah, he has
That's
the
what I'm-
passover.
So that's the scary part. But okay, he's actually opting to go for the bending and just attacking for 4. That's interesting. I thought he rather wanted another spectral shield, but this puts more power on the board, and he might.
I don't like this line. So the reason why I don't like it is, but sure, it attacks for 2 more, and it keeps pressing 2 more every turn you play it. But or it attacks for 4. But your Spectral Shield attacks for 2. It's a 0 cost, so it gives you more blockers, and it also gives you an arsenal,
Yeah,
right? And I think the arsenal is worth more damage than 2 damage.
yeah. I 100% agreed.
So I think this is less value out of your hand than what you would gotten by having it, because that also means that you have more. It's more likely for you to start your next turn with a Spectral Shield in play,
Yeah.
so that you can attack for that one for zero cost, coming for 2, go again, and then you can place the Hail Shelter after for if you. So you can keep you can keep 1 blue in your hand and Hail Shelter in arsenal, and then you can attack for 6 on next turn.
Yeah.
But by setting up this turn you're doing now, that will be harder for you to set up.
Yeah, and also, if he keeps it in arsenal, he has a very easy way to make it block 4 on the opponent's turn.
That's also, it's basically a D-react / a attack for next turn. It also allows you to block more with your hand and keep more cards.
When are they going to print enlightened block? It blocks for 3, and it has 3 modes, but you have to put a card from your hand on the bottom of the deck.
Oh, I love this. Generic? Yes?
Yeah, of course.
No. I don't want a new sync below. That's just better.
But you have to put a card on the bottom, Christian. This is balanced.
So it does seem like he had 2 blues.
Yeah, he actually had, but Passover is not that good when you don't have go again. It's the typical mistake.
Yeah. The other problem is because you have the Venomous Strike in your hand, you would rather try and set that one
Yeah.
up.
So he's going to come for 3, and has a Venomous Strike. And it's a rare, so not all people know what it does. It's called Desire of Body. Desire.
It's Art of Body, Art of Desire Body.
Yeah. The assassin craves part of the different human, and this one is one of the 3 that has a relative same effect, but they have to have different name.
Different colors.
Because they are different effects.
Yeah.
So here we see up to 6, and Dennis is pitching a 3 block that will also give him a Spectral Shield when it dies, so it's pretty good.
So this is so yeah, this so here we see again. He blocking out the 6. No, this should be coming for 7.
No, it's a yellow Venomous Strike.
Oh, okay, it's a yellow. Okay.
Yeah.
So you see here that if he if he had kept his hand or talked about how he would now be having 3 Spectral Shields in play and a Haze Shelter.
Yeah, and 2 with counters.
2 with counters, so he could attack for 8 this turn.
Yeah,
now he's
instead
only
of
attacking for 6.
Well, only when your opponent is at 4 is pretty good, but
it's still good. But I think, like, okay, he would have attacked for 4 less, so his opponent would probably been at 4 higher health. He would be at 8 now instead. But your 6 attack this turn would be more dangerous than because you would still attack for 8. That would be lethal. Yeah. Now you're attacking for 2 more than lethal than you would have done last turn.
And
but your board, you would have 1 more ward, so your board would have been better.
Yeah, so you would have 1 more life, and the problem now is that he is pretty vulnerable to a well-timed pick to pieces and not a lot of block in his hand.
Yeah.
Because if he, the more you attack new, the less odds are for you to getting blown out by a attack reaction.
Yeah.
And if Jesper has one of those go to 1 chess piece, here he has an opportunity to get it if he has a 2 block in his hand.
That is true.
No, a 3 block, because he takes 2, go to 2, he attacks for 4, he blocks with the 3, and so there's a that would not have been a possibility or a much harder possibility if Dennis would have kept the board that we talked about.
Yeah. It is a little bit interesting here to see, though, because if Dennis did not have his Sacred Art, he would have to play very differently. Yeah. And I don't think he would have been as much in control. Yeah. As he is now, thanks to the Sacred Art.
But credit to Dennis for identifying that this is my win con. I'm going to win with this card, so I just need to give you the hand and just weather the storm until you give me 1 opportunity, and then pow!
He definitely maximized. That's why he was fine with just blocking with his hand. It's like, I don't care if I don't attack you back. Yeah.
Sadly, no 1 HP chess piece.
No, not here. Oh, +1 on the... So just... Yes. Yeah, it gives +1 here.
But does he have a... so he goes to 1.
Yeah.
But this is very nice, because now he has both the daggers covered up.
Yeah, Jesper...
and a fat...
At this point, I would pretty much say that Dennis has 1 unless his hand does block 0. The only way Dennis loses at this point is if his hands block 0.
But even still, Jesper needs a pick to pieces to do something.
Yeah. But at this point, it's very hard. As long as Dennis can still present 2 attacks or something like that, it's going to be hard for Jesper to actually keep any form for any comeback or bigger damage.
And then it's you can either do a slow fatigue game where you get blocked out by the fatigue by Enigma, or you could just concede and go to the next game. Both players are 3-1, and so I still believe that there is a possibility for going top 8 even if you lose this one.
Yeah, they should still have an opportunity going. If they lose this one, having the losses at this point is not the worst point to do it. Yeah. Because they still won. They have 1 loss. I'm not sure of when these players got their losses. But depending on when they got the losses, they're still in the game.
So here we see a passover to trigger the blue attack. Very nice. And put the strong attack in the banish. Jesper might be considering putting a blue instant so he could block with it.
He's taking the second
he's going for the value play, and I respect it. You might not never get able to play it, but that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, no, he has a Hiss in his hand, so he's gonna get to play it because he has 1 floating. Hiss gets to play on Droplet, giving it +3, and then he can go it in. So he's coming for 7 with the Droplet, and then he can go with the second Tenet, also giving him drawing a card.
A comeback, winnable.
This is actually.
Yeah, Jasper's hand was much better than I saw. So even though it's a blue Hiss, so...
it's only for 5, yeah. I thought it was a red one, but it's still for 5, so he's still gonna be able to take...
a sun shelter.
At least 1 or 2 wards with him. Yeah. Because if... if Dennis does not put anything more in front here. No, he's gonna take 1 ward because the haze shelter blocks 4 and the Vax Inspector blocks 3 because he pitched a blue. Does pitch a blue to play the Vax Inspector.
So we are currently not in damage yet because we have not. So it's like sorry, we're in damage. My bad.
They're just a little bit unclear about where they were.
It's tricky because new is an instant activated ability, so
it's why you should try and be as clear as you are as you can on when you want to activate your abilities on things of there. But the only point new can play that would be after damage.
So he's actually going to let the ward go. I thought maybe he was going to.
That's interesting because he only has 2 cards left in hand at this point.
So there has to be anything that attacks. Did he remember the trigger, or this might be a missed trigger? That seems like a missed trigger.
It seems like a trigger that was missed. That's a little bit sad. Or, it seems like he missed a trigger.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
It is sad. It can affect a lot in the game here because him getting an arsenal here. Might have been.
Yeah, so he keeps a red shelter. That's good.
Coming for 4 because that means that Jesper has to give him 2 cards, or 1 card plus. I think actually he has the headpiece. I think I saw the block headpiece.
Yeah.
So before blocks, he can activate the headpiece. The Aqua Shell, I think it's named.
Yeah, it's the
Aqua Sing Shell.
Aqua line. One of my favorite equipment in the set, actually. I love it in all 3 heroes. So it just feels so nice to mulligan a card and get the life for it.
Yeah, so he has a 2 block there that he could use to pitch around the helmet before blocks, block with the helm, block with a 3 block, and then still keep a 3-card hand. And I think that is the best place you are at right now because that's easier for you than to threaten the haze shelter.
Yeah, and the problem, even though, let's see, for the sake of argument, that goes well, what is he going to do? Because if Dennis draws a good hand, he's just going to let this haze shelter go and then kill you.
I'm looking, but still with 3 cards, it's still more pressure on you. So if you see here, I also wonder if Dennis would have been... No, wait, you take 2 cards.
Okay, so he does it on his own turn to get, which is interesting. He probably couldn't line up a good block.
Well, he had a 2 block and a 3 block that he just used.
He drew a cheat.
So that's interesting that that's the line he chose to do there.
Yeah.
So he's activating new. That's a chi. That's good to just get rid of that one. That is getting banished.
Baby, bye.
It is banished. I think Jesper is unsure if he actually banished. It seems like It seems like Jesper was a little bit unsure if that was actually a blue, but Italo, our friendly table judge, was probably there to tell them that it is indeed a blue card.
So here is the problem. He's attacking for 1. And it's something that happens. Oh, and he has the -1. This is so backbreaking.
Dennis have 7 transcend cards.
Yeah,
he have 3 drop in the ocean, 2 homage to the ancestors, and he have 6 and the sacred art.
Man don't want to block. He just want to make shield.
Yeah, but when you just can pitch to your damage, why would you?
So no, here we see the...
I think at this point now it's very hard for Jesper because it's he makes another one because of the chi.
And then he can attack for 2 and a 2 and then maybe another
This is 8. This is 8 damage and then he still has an arsenal.
Yeah.
Then this is just I think this is over for Jesper, sadly.
Yep, block 2.
He has a 0. Yeah, he has a 0 block. He cannot. He cannot block it out. Or he can block it out and keep the path well traveled actually.
Yeah.
Using the head.
Blocking.
So I think they're in
Arsenal.
pitch stack now. Because I think this is the path well traveled that he pitched earlier.
They have not shuffled the card, so he's just gonna Arsenal. So if
you see Dennis's library is very small right now.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. He has all he needs. He just send, he's just gonna send a dagger.
I think this is kind of what he needs to do at this
he
point.
just said, I don't care about this ward.
Yeah, why would he? He's 4 damage split over 2 attacks instead of 1 big 4 attacker.
So he probably has more go again, and he's just going to clean up this game right now due to that Jesper draws into the chi. So here's a plus 2.
And that's a
Ooh.
path well traveled in Dennis's hand. That's the 7th Transcend card. That's
Yeah.
the actual 7th
Yeah,
Transcend.
that's the card.
I was pretty sure I'd seen a path well traveled
yeah,
too.
this is 9 go. and
And then
then
it's just
he
like,
go again.
oh yeah, I'm just gonna give it a go again.
yeah, I
Because
didn't-
why not?
yeah.
Yeah, he's just like he can't do shit about it.
Yeah, he is, as we like to call, the styling on them. It was very well played by Dennis. He played to using the power of his well-drafted deck, and got rewarded for it. I
Yeah.
think it's interesting that he's playing so much chi. Do you think it's too much?
No, I think this is correct, especially since he has the Sacred Art. Because what he's so Enigma has quite a lot of strength. Where if you can just keep activating the hero ability, you have the best weapon of all of the heroes in Limited.
His deck is 3G and the 1/3 block,
Yeah.
almost a certified Michael Fang.
I do think I do think if Dennis, there's 2 lines there where, yeah, he pushed damaged. Where I think if he just if he tried to make Spectre Shield, there's 2 points he could have arsenaled Haste Shelters, where I think he would be even like he didn't really need it. He still won.
I think he made it closer than it needs to be.
Yeah.
Is my bring. I think Jasper had the problem because he didn't have a single pick to pieces in his
Yeah,
entire deck.
it did not seem like pick to pieces. A pick to pieces could have ripped Dennis apart there.
Yeah.
Dennis's deck is really weak to pick to pieces.
Yeah, he's vulnerable, but maybe Dennis didn't see that many pick to pieces in the draft pod. So
Sometimes they're not just there.
yeah, there's a common. We have opened 3-4 packs.
We have seen 1.
This has been only one, so if this is like the draft
maybe two.
pod, then it might just
Yeah. No, when I've been cracking some of my cases too,
not a single.
I haven't really seen that. There is times where you don't see that many, so
Not a single one. So
yeah. It's like Pounds and Key, because sometimes you don't see that many of that one in your draft pods either, right?
for that's a rare, but
No, Pounds and Key is a common.
oh yeah. I thought
Key
it was
Unleashed is
yeah.
rare.
All right, we're going to take a small break, and we'll come back to you with the last round of draft. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back here to round 6 in Dragon's Lair in Sweden for the Nationals. We have a good game for you guys. Now, what is cool is that we've actually, with this game, we're going to have Enigma versus Sen. So we had, we've had Enigma in every round, but we've gotten to see all heroes.
Yeah.
So that's cool. It's going to be Jakob Trossing versus Dennis Fröberg, where Dennis, as you just saw last game, but Jacob being the only undefeated 5-0 player in this tournament. So can he continue this streak where it's very likely that if you do win this game, that he might even be locked for top 8?
I think he's locked for top 8. I'm not going to say it's for certain, but I do believe so. And maybe we'll get to see the ultra rare 9-0 person. That would be insane.
It will be interesting to see that if we manage to actually get that here, that we do have a undefeated player here as we've had in the other Nordic countries.
So we talked to Jacob at the start of the round. And he said, what did you give my deck? And we said a 5. So he's like, okay, now I need to win on stream.
Yeah, because he did not seem like I think he would be like close to agree. You're joking with me. Okay, it seems like our players are getting ready. The names are a little bit wrong, and I'll fix that quickly.
Yeah, so as we said, if you are a really good player, even though you have a mediocre deck, you can 3-0 a draft because this format is really, really short edges. If you don't walk the tightrope, even when your deck is busted, you might just lose. Here we say CAC for 0. That's the smallest CAC I have ever seen in my life.
So this is, if you're sitting being Jacob here, this is not something you want to see
No,
at all.
then you're scared.
Enigma started, they just went, Vengeful Spectre, pass. You go, I attack with weapon. He goes, double transcend. And he's like, shit.
Yeah, so here is a attack for 7, which is pretty good. That will leak a lot of damage. But if I'm Dennis, I might be happy. Okay, so he actually is going to defend himself. He's scared of this damage.
Yeah, I think it's fine here to just defend this way, because he knows he has the Sacred Art. That's the third Transcend. Do you know, we should actually just have a Transcend counter at this game. Because now Dennis has Transcended 3 times in the same game.
That's insane. So, people, Nullblock is bad. We'll see if he beats these allegations.
So then now his also block makes even more sense, because now he can still make the Spectral Shields and do some damage.
Yeah. So he'll get a Spectral Shield, and he also gets to keep the. As we saw last game, he has the 0 for forward. That is the best friend of Vengeance Spectre, because it costs 0s to play, and then it ends with a counter and attack for 5. It sure feels good.
But so the difference we're gonna have in this game is that Jacob actually knows that Dennis has the Sacred Art, because they talked about it before this game. So it will be interesting to see. How that, if that is going to impact the game, if Jacob is going to be even more aggressive into it to try and just kill Dennis before he can establish. Do you see something funny here? There is so Jacob is at 20, but Dennis is at 21 because of his homage to the ancestors.
Yeah, and I agree with Dennis here. Just make another Spectral Shield, keep the wall up. We're gonna be here for quite a while. And there's also one thing that Jesper didn't have in his deck, or new player on the last match. Jesper didn't have the boots or the arm piece that is very crucial to have in a good new deck.
Yeah.
So that might have gotten him the thing he needed to actually win.
Yeah.
Against Dennis. But
it was very. It was like it might seem like later in the game it wasn't that close, but it was quite a close game. Could have gone anyways. But yeah, this it's gonna be interesting to see. That's an insanely strong start by Dennis. I think it's one of the strongest starts I have seen from a Enigma player in Limited.
Playing Aspect of the Tiger, pitching Aspect of the Tiger, and
coming in for 3.
Coming in for 3. And hey, he's just.
And Dennis just like, hey, look, I have a chakra. Yeah. I'm just gonna block 3.
Block 3.
Just gonna sit here on my.
Here.
Jacob goes, okay, I'm gonna come for 4 and I'm gonna create a tiger.
Nice.
What are you gonna do about that?
And now he can go the Kakara into the tiger with his card in hand.
Yeah.
It is a 5 attacker. So I'm not sure if he wanted. He might just want to play the tiger to enable the go again.
Seems like Dennis is just gonna say, do you know what? I'm just gonna ward 3,
Yeah.
take 1 here.
I'm
I'm
happy.
fine with that.
I'm fine going to the starting life total.
And I didn't use any cards in my hand, so that's fine.
Jacob is just going to use the tiger because he doesn't want to IP himself.
Yeah, and then he comes with a gravekeeper. I think Jacob is just going to remove one of these haste shelters.
Yeah.
Because to remove the options in case the headpiece is the truth foretold,
Yeah.
as we know it is.
Yeah. Dennis is just going to take a 5 here and be a menace. Oh yeah, he had the combo!
He had the combo. He had the Sigil of Solitude. I almost always say the Suffering, but that is a Runeblade card.
Runeblade. Shout out to Runeblade cards. Where are you at? Please call me.
Actually, like part of Mistfills and Illusionist cards are kind of like you have the Sigil of Solitude and you have Solitary Companion.
Yeah.
There's like the generic Illusionist card. It's all about solitude almost.
Yeah, they are lonely gamers. They have no friends.
So yeah, so Dennis is just like, yeah, I took some damage from you. Here, take 5, go again.
Yeah, I would like to deal you 5 and heal 4.
You paid 1 to play a card to attack me for 5 and banish a card for me. I attack you for 5 and go again for the same cost.
Yeah, and gain 4 life.
We're not the same.
Yeah. I think actually the official name for the sigil is the Sigil of Fatigo Boom Boom Pow, because it's such a big ward 4. It's so huge. And I don't think Dennis's deck is equipped to play Protect the Queen, but I think he's happy with this exchange. He healed 4, he sent a big attack. There was an argument to flip up the headpiece, to have a ward 1.
What I do like about how Dennis is playing his deck, so this is actually one of the flip side of this, where he's not really playing that many of these normal blocking ward card, like blocking normal illusionist cards. He's mostly playing these instants and getting his, so he's taking some damage, playing out his auras to attack and do damage that way, and then just using those to soak up damage for next turn, just rebuilding every turn almost. Sometimes blocking with the cards that he can block because it's just less efficient to play those than block with those.
And here we see a Blaze the Tiger. No, what is it called?
It's Biting Breeze.
Biting Breeze.
I think so, at least. Now I got unsure.
It's a 0 for 3 on hit, get a Tiger. So I think Dennis might be happy just to ward, get the 3 life out of his aura here, deny the on hit, and continue on. And here we see the...
Oh, this is such a good line. So here's also an important thing to do when you play the Preserved Traditions. That is that you have to choose the targets, which Jacob did very equally there. Because what Dennis could have done there, if he has passovers, is that he could go in response, play passover, target the same card, and then by removing that card, the Preserved Tradition would not resolve and actually not transcend. So you're stopping the transcension, which would be really strong.
Yeah. That's a counter spell in this Sign of the Forest, as we call it.
So I think Jacob's line here was he's in between. Okay, so he decides to go.
I think this is
Sun.
correct to get use of the tiger is already +3. I don't think he can waste. And I saw what his arsenal was. That's a pouncing key. So now he actually gets to use the tiger. Both the tigers. Very well, especially if he has another yellow or blue.
There is a blue. There is a deep blue sky in his hand.
Yeah.
So with the deep blue sky, he can use he can now go anger, breed anger.
You go tiger.
A tiger, breed anger.
Kakara,
tiger, and then
the last card.
So that is 8, 9, 14 damage turn.
That's very good.
That's a very strong
And he
turn.
already had 3 more. So 17 damage.
No, it's with the 3.
Okay, yeah. Still 14.
Because it's 4 + 4 + 3 + 2 + 1.
Yeah. Whatever you say, math.
So that's 14. Yeah. That's 3 + 3 is 6. + 4 is 10. + 4 is 14.
I get the math. I'm just joking on you. So here, tiger for 3. Dennis is taking it. Here comes the Kakara. No, the breeding anger.
coming in
creates
for 4.
the tiger. Yeah, here's also the line. If you sequence wrong, you will lose a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So Dennis wants to block 4. He doesn't want to take all the damage. He just want to take some of the damage.
That is the red haze shelter number 3.
Yeah.
And a Veiny Vengeance yellow, it seems like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rotate. So Dennis has.
That's actually really strong too. He pitched 1 card. He blocks out here. He's using 3 cards in total to do this, but he's still sitting here with the Spectral Shield.
Yeah,
and now
which go into the tiger.
Yeah.
Dennis, I correctly identified that this was a strong turn,
So
and Jakob cleverly did not play his arsenal card to be sure that he has power if Dennis has something nice to rebuild his board.
So what was nice there is that Dennis used 3 cards to block 3 cards.
Yeah.
Which is usually is like, you think like, oh, it's down cards, and that was very well. But that is the 4th haze shelter yet red. I don't think anyone picked up. That is also a thing I've seen, that people in Limited here does not really like the haze shelters because they do not have go again. So they would rather have the Vaxing Spectres.
Yeah.
But I do think, as I apparently do with a lot of cards, do think the haze shelters too are very undervalued among a lot of people. And you see here Dennis doing great value out of this more instant-based Enigma deck compared to what we see a lot in Limited and in Classic Constructed, where they play these more Protect the Queen style of decks. And I think this is the kind of style of deck that is still yet to be explored in CC, and I think this is the kind of deck where 3 Visits would be shining really well.
Which he has in his deck, maybe. We didn't see his entire deck.
We don't actually know, and I forgot to ask him about it now between the rounds, to ask him if he's sitting on one of them, or if Conrad has both of them.
Yeah, so Jakob is considering blocking the 4 damage, blocking with boots, blocking with another blue to get the tiger. Yeah.
We did get confirmed from Dennis that Dennis was the first of the Enigma players on the table, so that also explains why he has such a stronger deck.
Yeah, so he went into Enigma a little more early than the other drafters.
Yeah, than Conrad, which I think I heard that there is the count is 3-3-2 on this table.
So here we see the typical show the card and think about it, and then decide that you want to block with it.
But you also see here Jacob just showcasing how strong of a player he is by always being patient, looking through his line, and just like, yeah, this is an inefficient card. I'm just gonna block with it.
Yeah.
Which is what we saw Dennis do last game too.
Because he has the Transcend card in his hand, but I don't think he has a good blue to pair that first Tenet of Chi Moon with.
Yes, that is exactly the thing. He could have played those just to transcend, but it's not really worth it to keep a card just for transcending. You still want the value out of them. And this is like all of the moving pieces that you have in this format.
3-on-3, block for me, says Dennis.
Yeah. Show me the moon. Bring me to the moon.
We can't show you the moon, Christian. That is highly inappropriate on stream.
I was not talking about that kind of moon, but
okay.
There is a beautiful night sky here in Stockholm.
In the city?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. We live underground, so we can't see the sky.
No, I was talking about last night, but okay.
But we didn't see it.
We were outside in the middle of the not middle of the night, but
okay,
late.
I only looked at your beautiful eyes.
Okay.
Anyways, back to the game. So here we see a Battlefield Bastion blocking the Kakara, which is it's a card that blocks 3, but it's so much better against a deck that goes 2-1 instead of 3.
Yeah. Okay, Dennis remembers his Bastion trigger this time.
Well played, Dennis. Doubling up between games. That's champion potential right there.
Yeah.
So here we see the strong 4 go again. Dennis does not know what the last card in Jakob's hand is.
I really like this line where he then set up the haze shelter, because here you can see what Dennis is doing very well is that he's making maximum value of every ward he's gotten.
Yeah.
There's not been any ward which has prevented less than his ward value.
Yeah.
And that is like he's not taking a lot of damage, and usually Enigma is Zen favored.
Yeah. So let's see. Does he have a 0? It would be really good with Solitary Companion here. Or,
that's another Sigil
Sigil
of
of
Solitude.
Solitude? It's
just,
very good.
Okay, Okay, is this a draft deck or is this just a cracked blitz deck?
It looks like the deck when we had a commoner challenge, me and Christian. I made this Enigma deck.
Yeah, and I made the new deck that
Yeah.
the other played, and the result was kind of the same.
Yeah, it was very close, but when you get the combo, the problem here is that this one is rather hard to get the full value of, since Jacob here is attacking for 2, which is a very good point to attack for, and then we block for 2.
Dennis has the 2, but what I really like about how Dennis plays here is that he knows he has the Sacred Art sooner or later, so he's just being patient, having as much life so that he can just face tank the turn he draws the Sacred Art. The disadvantage he has is that if it takes too long, so he bleeds too much health before it comes to that point, then he might struggle actually playing it and actually get ahead.
Oh, and here it comes for 7.
You were talking about not getting full value of the Solitude. Well, here he blocks, he just takes 3, or he's actually just going to take 2.
Yeah, I wonder why he chose to use the chess piece. Why does he think 9 and 10 is a huge difference?
I'm not sure about the difference there.
I think I would take 9, because now you have a nice Venging Inspector that you want to protect. It doesn't come with 4 counters, but it's attacking for 4.
I can actually, so I think the thought here is that most of the zero Gogan cost attacks for Jacobs, or a lot of his turns goes in multipliers of 3 and not of 4. So that's why you want to be on 10. But at the same time, it wasn't on hit or anything. So if you use it now or later, it's going to be the same.
Yeah, I think this might come up later where he needs 1 more block to protect something and might be lacking it. Especially later, because he has a lot of 0 blocks, so he needs to keep all the block he can when he needs it.
He might struggle now to protect one of his words that he would like to protect a little longer and get less value out of it. So we see a Homage, we see...
Venging Spectre? No.
Yeah, there is a Veining Vengeance, Vexing Spectre, and then the Single-Minded Determination.
And here we see a classic. It's a
Harmony of the Hunt Blue.
So it attacks for, as we say, Nori. And
it goes poke you with a needle.
A needle? I think a needle would hurt more than 1.
Are you sure? Well, to be fair, the needle, the card needle, does attack for 2.
Flavor fail. So he's going to play.
But Kodachi attacks for 1.
So he's going to play another Spectre. And block with it.
I think that was a blue one, that blue or yellow one. That's why it was fine.
Yeah, to protect the red.
Yeah, because this comes back to if it's a yellow one, it only was 2, so you only lose 1 value out of it, and that would be better.
And here we see a Kakara.
Or if it's a blue, you're also fine with it because it trades 1 for 1. And here's the same again, right? Sure, he loses 1 value on it, but he gets back the Spectral Shield. So most of the time when you're playing Enigma, you're fine with blocking for 1 less than the ward value you have on the card.
Yeah.
So a ward 3, you want to block 3 or 2. If it only blocks 1, you lose value on it most of the time.
Yes.
And this is how Dennis has been playing the whole game, right? You see.
Yeah. He has yet to draw on the Sacred Art, so he's still fishing for it.
Yeah.
And one problem for Jakob is that he has already played the red pouncing and he has already played the traditions. So I don't think he can get it back in the deck.
Yeah.
So this one is gone for the rest of the game.
He doesn't really have that many power plays left because he's used his red pouncing key. He's used his red key unleashed. He's also used his red breed anger.
Yeah.
So a lot of his power cards is gone, and I'm not that sure what he can fetch anymore.
He has the breed anger. That's the card he added back with the Berserk tradition, and he still has
blue
one
pouncing key. Yeah, that was the no, it's a yellow. Yeah, it was the yellow pouncing key he took.
Yeah.
Earlier in the draft.
So here he's probably going to send it for 3, 2,
3.
And
yeah, and as I see Dennis, he's like, okay, I can block 3 for it. I'm fine. And then he's gonna arsenal the last tiger that he got.
Arsenal the tiger, and Dennis is still patiently waiting for his moment to strike.
the thing that Dennis now is he can just sit back and just block out the turns to, or he cannot block out that well all the time.
It depends on his draw.
No, the thing is that I don't know how.
There it
there's
is.
Sacred Art.
Sacred Art.
But
11
it's not-
points on day one.
But it's not. It is not paired. It might be paired with a spectral manifestation blue.
Yeah.
And if that's a spectral manifestation blue, this is such an insane hand.
Yeah, because then he gets
Then it gets two counters on one.
yeah, and 3 spectral shield. The scary part here for Dennis is how much damage can he take. So
yeah,
he
it was a blue, but he have decided that this is not a hand that I want to use for transcending. So I think what we're gonna see here is blocking most of the hand, maybe playing the Vengeful Apparition blue,
an arsenaling.
and arsenaling the Sacred Art for later.
Yeah.
And I can like this because he's blocking the on-hit. I
Yeah.
think that if the first attack there was not an on-hit, he would just take the damage if it was just pure damage.
Yeah. Agreed.
Because it seems like it doesn't seem a lot of reason to
But here,
actually...
Jacob actually opted to go for the 4. Yeah, I like this a lot. He blocks with the Spectrum.
The other thing that Jacob here is that Jacob still has his full equipment suit,
Yeah.
which allows him to still. So he's at virtually 11
Yeah.
based on what we know about the equipments. I don't remember what Dennis's hand slot is.
Okay. Well, that's a red one.
Yeah, an arsenal. Yeah, so it was a red. So okay, so if his hand was all blues, I think he would have just taken the damage this turn. But since he had the red Solitaire Companion, he would just do this, because that also means that if he can, if Jacob does not present too badly damage, he can block some of it
Yeah.
and maybe play a blue. That is 2 chi.
It's 3 chi and the go again card. We're in the pitch deck.
Okay,
boys.
path well traveled. Yeah.
Yeah, so
So what?
Jacob really needs to have a good turn here. Or
Yeah.
else Dennis is going to go to town, as we say on
It's
the...
going to be really hard for Jacob here. If so, this is. I think this is also the other thing Dennis has just been waiting for. Because if he gets the Sacred Art, he has enough life. He can just Sacred Art. I'm gonna pitch to Hero Ability.
Oh, blue, water the seeds for...
Here's actually what Dennis can do.
Yeah.
He pitched his Hero Ability.
Yeah.
On Jacob's turn. On his turn, he pitched a Hero Ability. He attacks. He gives a go again. Plays. Use his last chi to pitch the Sacred Art.
Yeah.
Sacred Art transcends. Give 2 counters on both of those, and then makes 2 more. Have 1 chi left in it. He has 2 chi left in his
And then
hand.
attack for...
And then attack for 6 more.
3, 2, 2...
Yeah, so you attack for 10. That's a 10 damage setup.
Ward 4, and I don't think Jacob has 7 damage
Jacob
on his
does
turn.
not have enough to kill him. So if Dennis sees the line here, he is going to attack back for 10.
That's lethal.
And that is going to be lethal. And I think that's why Dennis is just sitting here now and just like shuffling his hand and be like, yeah, this is fine. I'm just going to take the damage.
I think I paid attention. I think Dennis is also drawing into some block cards. So if this arsenal card is not 2 damage, we're cooking, boys.
Yeah. So yeah, Dennis might be thinking, I think Dennis is a little bit worried about going down to 2 here, because there is still an arsenal card here. And going down to 2 could be dangerous here. Yeah. So he's just want to preserve some life. By doing this, it means he's going for... He cuts...
I don't think this is correct.
No, he loses 3 damage by doing this.
Yeah.
But he's unsure about... because he could have waited. He could go down to see what his opponent does there. Because if it's big enough damage anyway, he still has to preemptively do things.
Yeah.
So this... Yeah. So attacks for... So now he's doing what I said anyway.
Yeah.
But just with 1 Spectre Shield less.
So, and there... bada bing, bada boom.
And now he gets both cards back in hand. He attacks for 3. So he lost 3 damage on this.
Yeah, so there's a little uncertainty. When,
Yeah, just clarifying.
yeah.
That
this is in reaction step.
I think also Jacob is a little bit was just making sure that the Spectral Shield gets the counter, because it's if people are used to the Sacred Art just making 2 Spectral Shield encounters, you get kinda thinking that all
Yeah.
there's only spectral shields that
Yeah.
he created get the counter
The
instead of
problem
everything
now
reward.
is that he has too much resource. He can't activate Enigma this turn.
No, because I've already done it.
Yeah.
Right.
And
So he's stuck with one card in hand.
with one chi card. So I think
But that he would be stuck with a chi card regardless, because now he has he's floating. He's ended his turn with one resource.
is
Floating.
is this the legendary Arsenal and the chi?
Yeah, maybe not. If he has the if he has the gloves that gives counters,
Yeah.
and he had done our line, that would then he could have used his whole hand. But now, because then he would have used the last resource to attack with the last,
Yeah, and then
one.
pitch for the
and then pitch for the gloves, right?
yeah,
But
and then
now,
get another ward. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Depending on how well Dennis knows his pitch stack, he might actually say to himself, "Do you know what? I'm fine. I'm gonna put this chi in
Yeah.
my arsenal just to draw the 4 next cards that I planned to
Yeah.
draw."
Because if he gets to keep one blue, he's presenting 7 damage over 3 attacks.
Yeah.
And that's huge.
I think here, yeah, like it wasn't. So he lost 3. Yeah.
Yes.
So it is the +1 here. Yeah. So if he had decided to go to 1, as we go to 2 instead, he would have pushed. Yeah, he would have had more than lethal,
Yeah.
and
And
Jacob
now-
would have to give him cards.
Yeah, and have to give him equipment. I'm sorry. I just got a phone call. Nothing I care about.
But yeah, so now Jacob doesn't have to give him any cards, and that makes this a little bit worse for Dennis right now.
Yeah, Jacob also gets the chi. I don't think that chi matters too much because
I don't think it matters at all.
I don't think he has any good targets left in his deck.
That I don't think either.
Dennis did not arsenal the chi.
No, I don't think so. To do that, it means that you're very sure about what your pitch stack
Yeah,
is coming
Then
on.
you gotta be like
And
so
If
sure.
you're not that sure about it, it's not worth it
Yeah.
to do it. Right.
So let's see if Dennis not go. But the thing is that we don't know. I don't know what Jacob's arsenal card is. It might be been an attack. So if he had taken the 2, he would have gone down to. He would have attacked with the arsenal card and enforced some action from Dennis.
That could be, but here's the difference then when you're looking at Dennis's hand, right? No, I don't. So, yeah, if so, the Arsenal card would have to be an attack for 2 for this to matter, for him to take the damage
Yeah,
or not, right?
But Dennis, I don't think Jacob paid attention to Dennis's pitch deck because he would have known that these were 4 0 blocks.
Yeah, but my point here is that if the difference on Jacob using his Arsenal or not is based on blocking 1,
Yeah.
then that means that that is attack is for 2. Because if the attack is for 3, he would just push it anyway.
Yeah, true.
Right. And that means it must be a blue card, but I don't think it's necessarily that. I don't. No, it is a. I think it's a starter pot.
Yeah.
It might be the starter pot, but I think Dennis should just take the 2 damage because if there is a high enough damage card in the arsenal anyway, that is above 2.
Yeah.
He dies anyway.
Yeah, and he would have 1 more life, and he would have pushed 3 more damage.
Yeah. So, but if it's just an attack for 2, right? Then the result is the same if he waits.
Yeah.
Right. So it was quite safe to wait there to just see how it is. Unless he thinks Jacob would not attack him by blocking 1. But then that doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense unless Jacob's card there is a purely an attack for 2.
So here we'll see the equipment plus a spectral shield blocking out the Kakara.
Yeah.
The question is, how many shields do Dennis get to keep?
That is going to be the big question. And if Dennis can manage to keep 2, it's going to be hard to keep multiple shields here.
Yeah, but he has a chi in hand, so he's kinda happy. No, because Jacob has two block equipment, so he needs to have a little more action than just.
So now Jacob is just going to take a double check of what is left in his library.
Fail
Yeah,
to
there's nothing
find.
to find, but hey, that's good about the chi. It gives you a tiger.
Yeah.
It still gives you a tiger, and here's a tiger for 2, which is good here because that means that Dennis is either going to take damage or have to give a card here.
Yeah. So He has a 3, at least 1 3 block.
He
I
has
think
2 block 2.
Yeah, no, it's the Vin. Yes, the
So there's a Chi. Yeah. So there's a Chi.
it's the Hassan card.
Yeah.
There's
That's a 7.
that's the one that he kept in Arsenal, so he couldn't attack with
So
it.
couldn't attack it regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So I think Jacob found the line. I think if
Yeah.
Dennis had pushed, because this is just 5. Yeah, he takes 2. He goes to 1.
so if Dennis had pushed the line that we talked about,
Yeah.
Jacob would have to give him 2 cards.
Yeah.
And this line would not be possible if he lacks 2 cards.
Yeah.
And then I don't even know if Jacob can go to 1 even with giving 2 cards. Because he needs to block a 3 out with a 3, and then there was coming a 3 later down because of the gloves.
Yeah.
Right, so there's 9, 10, 11 damage that turn.
Yeah. So this might be it for Dennis, because I don't think he has any more blocking cards, or not enough blocking cards, even though Jacob just is coming with shitters.
There is a reason that Jacob is 5-0
Yeah,
at this point.
He is good. He takes a mediocre draft
Did you
deck
see that?
and makes work.
That was just homage without transcending. It's just, I'm just going to gain a life.
Yeah, he
that's the
doesn't
same
have
as
another
block.
blue to play.
No, and he doesn't really need it anymore either. Now he kind of wants to, like, can I get rid of my non-shield generating cards?
Yeah.
So there's another attack for 2.
Make a tiger. I don't think the tiger matter.
No, it's probably just going to be a tiger for...
And I have to block 3. Oh, the tiger
it
matters.
Because there's 2. Yeah,
Oh,
and Jacob take us down.
well
Continuing
played.
on, he's 6-0.
Can
Most likely locked for top 8 at this point. I'm not going to take it for sure, but it's very likely.
Why did they get 2 packs?
2 packs?
Yeah, and they
I don't know. I think there is something they give out
Yeah.
of their... I don't know what they do there, but yeah.
But anyways, massive shout outs to Jacob taking this Zen deck, going all
This-
the way.
Yeah, and it's been so well played by Jacob.
Yeah.
All of the players. We know that we harped a little bit on the play lines of Dennis, but it's not easy. You're sitting on camera. This is the 3rd time that Dennis is actually on camera today.
And I don't think you don't think you need to defend him. I think it was reasonable for him to think that the Arsenal card is a attack, and for that cost.
Yeah. Exactly.
And not a big 7 attack.
It is. There's a lot of ways, and there's a lot of things. It's easier for us to sit here
Yeah, we have
being
a lot of.
removed. We have more, but it's also we're not sitting in the game there. We are not sitting with the cards and thinking and having
Yeah.
the things on the line. We can just sit here and relax, thinking
Yeah.
about all of the options. So it was just he took a choice there on that he felt that it was fine to just have a little bit extra life.
Yeah.
Which there is ways that he could, like, there. It could also be very well, as you said, right? He could have, Dennis takes the extra damage, and then Jacob was okay, I'm gonna attack with his 3, even though the 3 would have been lethal anyway. But there is some psychological parts here that could have been more enabled by him taking the damage compared to blocking the damage.
Yeah. It's just a hard call to do. It's scary to like take all the damage and go to 1, especially a deck that has a lot of wide applications. But I think that was the line for victory here.
I think the other thing is also he might not have calculated enough on that turn.
Yeah,
like how much damage is actually pushing on that turn. Because I think if he realized he would push 11 damage on that turn, I think it would be easier to be like, because that block, so he blocked 1 damage.
Yeah.
By keeping that in his hand, he would have enabled +3 damage.
Yeah.
So it's 2
And
more
one
damage
more
than he
life.
blocked. The same amount of
Of
life
yeah, same.
later, and but also be able to use his whole hand.
Yeah.
Right.
Because then he would have drawn 1 card deeper, and then he would have had a stronger hand against Jacob's weaker hand.
Yeah.
And stuff. And it's not like to point out what we think is wrong. It's just for everybody to learn and what we think is the better line.
We're just trying to explain what we're thinking, but again, like as we've said, like Dennis's pattern here of thinking is Dennis's thought of pattern could just been that, like, okay, I just want to save a little bit more damage. And again, it's very easy to not think about all of the damage, all of the things that is. There's a lot about the things. There's a lot stressful, and you know you are in like the pod final of
the seed one, the big boy pod.
Yeah, we will try and get up standings as fast as we can. As long there's still some rounds going on.
Yeah, and there are also going to be a little, I think, short break for people to get some air and then reset. It's actually going to be a longer break. Actually, it's scheduled for 30 minutes.
Yeah, there's actually, we have a little third, but
yeah.
just to make things ready and get people recollected over again, so we will have a little break here.
Yeah. We will come back earlier and crack some packs for you guys.
I'm actually also going to see if we can nab Jacob.
Yeah.
See if he's up to talk a little bit
you
about
know what?
his...
Let me go grab him. You finish up the talking.
All right. My co-caster is just leaving me here to grab cooler people than me. So it'd be cool if we can get Jacob in here to talk a little bit about his game, how he's thinking about how the tournament going, how he's feeling. But yeah, there's 3 more Swiss rounds after this draft. Then we will know who are the players that will be here in top 8, which would be really, really cool to see. Yeah, it's been some really good games. It's been really, really good games being played right here, being played intense games, being good decisions all over. There's a bit some of the better games. Well, I'm going to give you guys a little break, and then we will be back soon with hopefully a little bit with Jacob or some of the other players if we can do. So see you soon.
everybody. We are at the 7th of 9 rounds at the Swedish National Championship at Dragon Slayer Stockholm.
Woohoo!
Woo! Here we have Ashkan versus Marcus. Both are playing Sen, and I can already tell you that Marcus is heavily favored in this matchup because he has Marvel Sen.
Marvel Zen is better than, like, foils and marvels are better than none. I should know. I just play fancy cards.
According to Norwegian statistic, the most foil deck is usually the one that will outperform the non-foil decks.
That is true. So we're
Factual, actual.
yeah, it's gonna be interesting to come back now to CC.
Holy moly! Who is that player?
No, this is not. This
Oh,
is
okay.
different. Yeah. We don't have any accolades on any of these players. I think they've done. I do think Ashkan have done well on some. He has some top 8s on ProQuests, but that's about it.
Yeah, still no small feat there.
No, that's pretty good still. Do we have any fun information from our two fun players?
Yeah, let's see. I'll talk about you tell me if you find anything of their relevant information. So here we'll see.
Yeah, Ashkan coming up. So he's been playing Flesh and Blood for about 3 years, and he has a very good fun trivia about himself. He dies to Beast Within.
Our friend Magne is known for loving that card, or Brø Within as it's called.
Yeah, it's Bro Within. That's it. It's just what it is.
He likes to play mid-range decks, but interestingly, he is on a very aggressive send deck. Here we see a die roll, and it seems like Ashkan won the die roll and decided to go second, which I think is huge in an aggressive matchup.
I do so.
Did you find our other friend?
I am looking for him, but his prediction, Akshan's predictions for the weekend, he says it's hard to say of who to make top 8. There's a lot of skillful players in the local meta. He says that if Albert Schutt would bring the Dory that does not exist to this tournament, he would be a hard player to beat. Sadly, Albert did not come with a deck that doesn't exist.
He doesn't exist. His deck doesn't exist. Who is this person yapping about?
I don't know. It's been hard.
Every day I miss him. Why did you have to be sick, Albert?
Yeah,
beautiful Swedish man.
I think that was unnecessary of him to get sick on this day.
We have to concentrate, Christian, because the action has started.
It has.
So here's a card I don't see when I play against Send because I play new. That's Levels of Enlightenment pitch to play Harmony of the Hunt.
I like that both of these players has gone all out on their equipment suit.
Yeah.
But Marcus is still a little bit above Ashkan just because of the Marvel Zen.
Yeah.
But Ashkan has the does actually have the Rainbow Foil Zen, which is in a way harder to get than the
How do
Marvel.
you get the Rainbow Foil, actually?
So we didn't get him in Norway because of the delays in kits and a lot of those kind of things. But there was a play event in the start of the release of Pot the Mist Whale where you if you
and
participated.
he's pulling out the bling bling cat.
That's a Marvel cat. He's just upping things.
So it's important to bring your Marvel kitties when you have the big boy hero.
So we've seen quite a lot of games, or not quite, we've seen 2 games of Zen and Limited, and what would you say is the big difference between Zen and Limited and Zen and CC?
Sen in CC has more of a combo potential, and he's playing Sensor, that's a spicy tech, but he, with the ability of them, a lot of players play Sen like a two times combo deck. One where they use the boots and Art of War, and one where they use Traverse the Universe to get a really big pop-off turn. But it's quite a rough start for Ashkan that was caught with a 0 block on the opening turn and didn't want to give equipment, which makes sense. Here he goes for Risky. Brrr. Is it a combo card?
Oh, that is one of the worst cards you can hit of your Ancestral Harmony. As Ancestral Harmony is one of the power cards that you have in your deck, and it's really sad that he banished another one.
Yeah. He still get to transcend and do something this turn, and he actually being able to transcend instantly. It's very huge in this matchup because then your helmet is live and you're ready to pop off whenever the draw gives you the pop-off hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here we see what you commented in Limited. He's targeting this, giving the opponent an opportunity to respond in case of the passover.
I see Ashkan is making sure that you cannot see through his sleeve by playing smoked inner sleeves. That makes the chi a little bit harder to see, but it's also easier to see for us now. We just see the black blob, and we know the black blob is a chi.
The censored card is the chi. Here also, can you bring up the chess piece for the people at home, since we see now Akshan has one resource floating without pitching any card.
The beautiful 12 petal of Kasaya. As we see both players having the extended art version of this card being so beautiful.
Yeah, it looks sick.
The art as we talked about, like the art in this set is just so gorgeous.
How do you say gorgeous? That's a joke, a dyslexic joke, because I can never write that word, but I agreed.
I can't even. Oh, well, I'm kind of dyslexic myself and word blind, so it's hard to spell.
How do you work with the words? How is that your job?
I have autocorrect built in.
Carried by autocorrect, baby.
When you're a programmer, your IDE, like the software that you're programming in, kind of auto-completes a lot of the things for you, so that's how you do it.
Nice. So he's actually thinking about bringing a Gust Wave, which is interesting. I did not see a Bonds in his hand. Why would he go for this combo card and not like maybe he's not playing the Tiger package and not going for head chase the tail?
I'm a little bit surprised about that too, because he has the Tiger.
It's a spinning wheel kick.
It's a spinning wheel kick. It is. So it might just be because he wanted to pitch that. That is. Is that a? That's a blue spinning wheel kick.
Yeah, I've not seen that before.
I've not seen that been played in this deck before. So I think that is the reason why he picked then the Descendant, is because
he wants it in the graveyard for the Bonds turn.
Yes, and it's also quite an okay card to.
Yeah, it's coming for 4.
It's going for 4, so it's a good combo card to pair up with your Ancestral Harmony. And then I think it's better to pitch the spinning wheel kicks. That's very interesting that he decides to play the blues of the spinning wheel kicks.
Yeah. So it comes for 4, 1 floating.
Yeah, because now this goes well with the resources too, because he can attack. Ooh.
That's you hate to see that card blocking when you're playing the mirror, because that most likely means that the opponent has drawn an Art of War.
I would just say, whenever you're playing in Zen, if they block with their shoes, you know shit's going down.
True.
Shit is hitting the fan.
And here we see a weaker Tiger, due to lack of no marvel, coming for 1.
So we see Marcus is winning the Marvel battle, at least here.
Yeah.
But I'm almost a little bit sad because I don't see other foils in the deck. I wish there was a little bit more foils in the deck. So there is this is coming for 6 and then 1 arcane damage from this.
Arcane? Isn't it just deals 1 damage?
No, yeah, it's just 1 damage.
Yeah.
From this card that I always forget the name for.
Yeah, it's from the Professor product. Shout out to the Professor.
It is something key.
Something key. We are very professional at this booth.
Yeah, and that helps us a lot because there's not a lot of cards in this set that has a key in their name.
Yeah. So here he starts with descending. Maybe he has just Natty Bonds line.
That's the second level of Enlightenment pitched.
Yeah.
He pitched one earlier too.
But his graveyard is not stacked. So if he has Art of War, why didn't he send it first? That's interesting.
That is indeed something that is interesting to see. Why he didn't do that first? So it was Mauling Key, the card we were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, so he has Art of War, but he wanted to do the tricky part where you do it in the middle of attack. But
so if you're already committed that you're going to play the Descendant Gust Wave anyway, I think it's better to do this. You see what your opponent do, because it gives you more information. If your opponent blocks something here,
Yeah, but you have less information because you don't know what to draw.
that is true. But if you're committed to that, you're going to play this line regardless of what you draw. Then it doesn't change for you if you play it before or after.
He plays the tiger, the
Tiger form incantation blue into a passover blue.
Yeah, so see here he got kind of punished for not doing this because now he could have activated Sen to get a bounce and start doing a lot of damage this turn. So
That
by
is true.
so by trying to give the opponent less information, he gives himself less
opportunities.
Less opportunities. So I think this might have been.
But at the same time, I think it's fine not getting a bonus line this turn because his graveyard is not really that stacked.
Yeah.
I think what he's rather going for here might be something akin to Chase the Tail or something like that. That sets up differently.
He has only one tiger in hand, so Chase the Tail is not that good.
It's a 1/4. So the thing is that if you're fine with spinning wheel kick, Chase the Tail is often a spinning wheel kick with an upside.
That's fair.
It is a 1 for... No, it's a
Ooh,
Tiger Swipe.
That's much better because
So that's a 0 for 4 will go again.
yeah, and he has a tiger in hand, so this represents
It's actually going to come for 5 because of the auto war.
yeah, and the tiger also has the pump, so
The Tiger's going to coming for 2.
yeah, so this represents
6 damage. So
6.
7.
why is it tiger for 2?
Because there is one from the Tiger form incantation, and then
Yeah, from the gloves. No, the gloves will go on the tiger swipe, so it will come for 6.
yeah, but it should be coming for 2 because of the auto war.
Why? He hasn't. Oh yeah, he played
He played a Tiger form incantation. And the Tiger swipe should have 6
yeah, the
Shukos. I think they're forgetting about the ability of the Shuko.
and here's another tiger.
No,
now
the
you do the
Shuko
Shuko.
should not be on that one. So it doesn't really matter that much here.
Yeah.
Since the damage would be the same anyway.
But if he had 2 tigers, why didn't he get the?
No, he didn't have 2 tigers. I think he tapped the Shukers to show that it was on the Tiger swipe. I think the last tiger came from the Tiger swipe. I think there was actually attack for 6. It's just they didn't show it well.
Yeah, but he blocked the tiger swipe.
For 5.
Oh, okay.
Because spinning wheel kick only blocks 2.
Okay. Well, anyway.
It also might be that he just blocked for 4 on the spinning wheel kicks, but I don't think he did that.
Yeah. It's not our job to look
No.
up all the shortings. And
I'm also pretty sure since we have our table judge over there, I'm pretty sure that he's there and making sure that like the numbers and things are actually correct.
so we'll assume that no harm, no foul has been done.
No.
So here we say Marcus drawing another hand he's happy with, blocking with Traverse the Universe, getting the chi back and ready to pop off again.
But so far it seems, oh, that's pretty strong.
That's a nice sensor, and he doesn't have the equipment to block it out.
So I think like this could be hard for Marcus because he had a puff turn of his legs that was not very strong.
I think if he had sequenced it different, it could have been stronger. But it was okay. He's leading the race. He dealt some damage, but
No, it would actually be about the same or weaker, because he doesn't really have any good targets in his in his graveyard for the bonds.
so here we see another mirror tech with the weakest link. But they managed to protect it and ready to go again. So let's see, what is he going to do?
What is
this
Marcus
turn?
going to do? So I thought that Ashkan was the one in driver's seat, but no, Marcus was the one in driver's seat. That is the 3rd Levels of Enlightenment.
Hey, he drew
round.
it every turn.
He just like, oh yeah, Levels of Enlightenment, here he comes. Levels Sacred Art, Tiger something.
Yeah,
somewhere.
and now
Tiger
he's
Domain.
going to do a very tricky thing. He's going to activate Sen in response to the attack trigger to get 2 buffs on the Levels of Enlightenment. So he'll probably give it go again, and he will probably draw a card, and he will get a resource for it. So now he's going to go with
Chase the Tail.
Head chase the tail.
I think this is good because the Sacred Art generates 2 tigers. He will end up with 3 tigers at this point, 1 from Zen and 2 from the Sacred Arts.
Yeah.
So he has access to 3 tigers and chase the tail.
Yeah. And both the
Yeah,
tigers will get buffed by the Sacred Art.
He chose Go Again on levels, so it was Go Again and draw a card.
Yeah.
That was the modes chosen.
I think he has forgotten the Transcend trigger on his chess piece.
That he might have gotten, yeah.
But it's round 7 and the people are tired, so mistakes are bound to happen.
They've also just...
Okay. Ring, bing. Oh, another miss.
He shuffled back the levels of enlightenment back on top of his library. That is the 4th level we've seen from Marcus.
Only to get it out of here.
Yeah. I think he's going to be punished really hard for missing that trigger. So technically, Marcus has not shown any point of saying that the tiger is missed, because he needs to show awareness of the trigger at the latest point it would be relevant, and the last point of relevancy will be...
Yeah, now he pointed at it.
Yeah, he pointed it, and now we will see what the ruling actually becomes. Because he's technically never missed that trigger before he tries to play a card that he has to pitch for. Because the first point, the relevancy of the 12-petal Kisaya would be because it generates a resource. And the first time that would have a visible change on the board state is when you try and play something that you have to pitch for.
Yeah. So
technically, but because Marcus now believes that he had missed a trigger, he did actually miss a trigger. Because he asked about it. I'm unsure if this is the correct rulings on this, but it is how it is. And it is very brutal for Marcus there to not
lose 7 damage. Actually, it's 8 because he had the +1 to the combo cards.
Well, he played that. No, it's actually 8. Yeah. So that
he had double Transcend turn.
Very punishing.
He still has a 10-point life lead, so if his current hand is good, he might be able to do something. The scary part is that Akshan still has all his equipment.
Yeah. He has been quite good. Like, Marcus has used his equipment quite aggressively. And I've heard that when people play the Zen Mirror, they are trying to just be as aggressive as they can. And to be fair, Marcus has a life lead here over Ashkan, but there is still 7 value of block in Ashkan's in equipments.
Yep. And activate Zen, get the tiger in hand, and search for a combo
so
card.
that only put Ashkan on 2 life lower than 4 life lower than Marcus, because Marcus also has this 12-petal of Kasaya.
Yep.
Now we will see if Marcus can come back to maybe annoyance on himself of not announcing that trigger.
Yeah, it's always important to detail yourself, even if you miss it, and then just remember to focus on the game. It's okay to miss things. Just take a breather. The game is still winnable.
Yeah. It's still very winnable. It's anyone's games still. So there we see the second red Descending Gust Wave coming from Ashkan.
Here we see
into blue bonds.
the definition. It's only attacking for 2.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have any major buffs on this turn.
It seems like there's an Art of Tiger
body
in his hand, in Ashkan's hand.
Art of Tear.
Yeah, it's that's exactly what it's named. Now I want a card called Art of Tear. But yes, I wonder what the choice of Ashkan will be.
I think it will be 100 wins or a Tiger Swipe, or maybe a Mauling Key. I seem very smart if I just mention all the cards in his graveyard. I'm bound to have one correct.
You're bound to have one correct in the end.
Oh, I'm so smart. It was the Mauling Key. Yes!
It is. It's one of the... I remember actually in the style where I was a little bit down on Mauling Key. I didn't really think it was going to be that good. But then again, like, the damage rate on it is really good. It is a 1 for 6 a lot of the times.
That's way above rate.
That's quite above rate. It is 1 pitch in difference in rate. So
Yeah.
it is what we like to call illusionist rate on the card.
Yeah, but they usually have a drawback, don't they?
Yeah, well, you have to play a tiger before you get the extra damage on this one.
That's
Otherwise,
rough, buddy.
otherwise it's on right. It's on right
On
without the
right.
tiger. I don't know what happened with my accent there. It's just
This is what you do when you wash out the accent of a man from Bergen living in many countries.
yeah. Or otherwise, it's just my head getting tired.
Yeah, you're never tired.
Oh, I've never been tired before. Never in my life.
Yeah, so Ashkan was trying to play the card and then realized, no, I'm not going to play it. And I think it's better to arsenal it, as it's just 3 damage. It's not presenting any huge amount of difference.
Yeah. Oh, I also just said the wrong name of the card. I thought it was art, but it's aspect of the tiger.
Okay, yeah.
It's because it's out of the body, out of desire, aspect of tiger, essence of mind.
Yeah.
Right? No, it's not essence of mind. It's essence of.
Yeah, what's the illusionist version?
It's not mind because it's essence of ancestry.
Yeah, we like old people.
So here we see another Harmony of the Hunt, red from Marcus,
Get the tiger in hand, 2 floating. And
into
here
blue descendant gust wave.
so he's going back with his own bounce turn. And is his bounce turn more powerful than Ashkan's?
That is a beautiful,
Woohoo!
a beautiful path well traveled.
The Marvel cards. now we see it's very typical when players forget things that they very deliberately activated it.
Yeah.
And that's good. Do that to improve.
It's a good thing that once you get punished for missing something, you're gonna keep being like, I'm gonna remember that. I'm not
Yeah.
forgetting that trigger anymore.
So now I think he's gonna get. Does he have an art of the tiger in his? If he has a chase in his. No, he doesn't have a chase in the graveyard because.
Yeah.
Oh, this turn would have been so huge if he had. Oh no.
I'm also gonna I'm gonna take back my statement about 12 Petal of Kasaya. Because it's a May ability. It was actually missed at that point because the default action of the 12
May
pass
is no.
is to say no because it is. So normally if it just said transcend gain a resource, I would be right. But because it says you may gain, it is correct that he did miss it because he took the default action then of say, no, I did not want the resource.
Yeah. It's very few situations where you don't want the resource, but there are some because when you want to pitch a card, you don't want the resource to stop you from pitching.
Talk about Molin Key. Here it comes running again.
Yep, from the graveyard.
Wait, so we've seen 5 Molin Keys been played this game, I think?
Yeah, so...
This is the 3rd from Marcus.
Yep.
And then 2 from Ashkan.
I wonder what the last 2 cards is. Is it 2 tigers?
So we got a tiger from Zen's ability. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
2
2
tigers.
tigers. So
Harmony of the Hunt and
tiger
Zen's
for
ability.
0, the prettiest cat in town.
And then he arsenal the second pretty tiger.
No, he has only one Marvel. It is so sad.
Ah, okay.
So here's the question. Is Akshan going to block 5 with his equipment? Does he have a turn that deals more than 12 damage?
He's looking through his graveyard to find out what he can do.
He might even not block with the equipment and just take the 6, go to 3.
Yeah, that depends on how much his crackback can be. If
Yeah.
I think at this point he is gonna maybe want to use a traverse just to get the chi to just increase the damage on his turn.
Yeah.
Because he had a bonds in his hand, if I'm not mistaken. Ashkan, did he?
Yeah. He
Yeah,
has, he has some form of the bonds combo.
So if he has the bonds line, he can probably do a double bonds line this turn because he has Descendant Gust Wave or bonds in his in his graveyard. So that enables him to maybe go a double bonds line this turn. And I think that's maybe what he's trying to set up here.
Strategically, he gets the the pretty tiger. Don't want to arsenal the inferior art. Respect.
I'll respect that. I've done that a lot with my Cold Foil Spectral Shields in Prism.
You don't arsenal your cold for spectral shields?
No, but I keep that one around, so whenever I play Invoke Soraya, that's a yellow Descendant Gust Wave.
Yeah, I think Akshan is on the rainbow bonds list.
I think what Akshan is doing is that he's just playing his money combo line. Like, I wonder if he may be playing the prismatic card.
Oh, that card is so cool.
Since he's playing blue spinning wheel kicks, which are 2 blocks.
Yeah.
I wonder if he does actually play the prismatic line lines in his deck.
I hope so. It's a really cool card.
Because even if you don't play all yellow lines, if he plays prismatic ley lines and can get the buff just from red and from blues, it is still an overrate yellow pump card.
Yeah. And here we see the power of the bonds combo. So bonds, get surging, play another surging, play another bonds, play another card, and keep the money train coming.
It can be a little bit hard now that we have like 4 cards called bonds, because we now have a ninja with bonds of ancestry and an assassin with 3 cards called bonds. You've bonds. There's 2
Bonds
cards.
of agony, bonds of attraction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the card I'm referring to is Bonds of Ancestry, which is a ninja card that lets the player exile a combo card, or banish a combo card from the graveyard, and get the card with the same name that they can play this turn.
Yeah.
Which is used to keep the chain just going and going and going.
Yeah. There is actually 3 bonds cards from Assassin. It's Bonds of Agony, Bonds of Attraction, and Bonds of Memory.
Okay,
Memory being the one that cares about names, Attraction being the one caring about colors, and Bonds of Agony is the one that just says, I want to take 3 copies of the same card.
I want to win the game.
Yeah, it's kind of like a lot stronger Bonds of Memory.
They don't do anything similar.
Well, one cares about names, so they care about the same kind of cards to gain life, and
I think this is very hard for Marcus to win now.
Yeah. Because this is what I talked about, where I think Ashkan did very well this game is that he's been deliberately setting up for a turn where he's not reliant on Art of War to combo off.
Yeah.
He is just setting up, okay, I'm just going to manage to get a double bonds line out, because a double bond line represents 7 damage per bonds line you run out.
Yep.
So so in this one, it's 13 damage plus the aspect, that's 16 damage, and now he can play the he cannot do a mauling key, I think, because I think 2 are gone.
No, he has one left.
He has 1 left, so that means that we're probably looking at a 21 damage turn.
Yeah, which is crucial. So
which is pretty good to get off, which is what was enabled by his headpiece again, and also his setup through this game. It's very easy to just like, okay, I'm just gonna go all power phase and play Zen and just try and face roll people. But this is what I like to see when people play Zen. It just seems like they're just doing this random wacky shit, but they're just building up the graveyard to build up for this point. I know a lot of people don't like bonds of ancestry, because people are kind of like, it gets you 2 or so much, you can do so many things, but a lot of the time it does require a setup.
Yeah, and there's also a very fairly interesting way LSS can balance around it if they print more cards that do interact with cards from graveyards.
Yeah. So this is actually 3 more damage than I initially said. So we are at 6, 10, 14.
And here goes the fist bump. Boom, it's over.
Ashkan goes up to 5 and 2, and Marcus falls down to 5 and 2.
Well played, well played. So here we see this is a professional tournament. It's a tier 3 event. It's so important to play clean. They had 25 more minutes.
It is a competitive tournament,
yeah,
not
competitive.
a professional.
Yeah, no, my bad. It's not the Pro Tour.
No, but your point still stands, even though this was an amazing game played by both players. And what I actually like about this game is that it showcased that it's not enough to just block with your headpiece and block with your legs and just do into your Art of Wars. I agree that. So on the turn we were talking about, where if he played the Descendant Gust Wave afterwards and he played his bonds, that turn would have ended up on about the same damage, because he didn't really have any Tiger Generators or good cards to fetch. I think there is 2 to 3 damage difference on when he would have played.
But he has at 5. That might have mattered a lot.
It could have mattered a lot.
Yeah, if he did that and then he correctly plays the Tails turn,
Yeah.
Gets 7 more damage.
If he correctly plays the chase, if he remembers the triggers, he can play chase the tails. He's probably already winning this game.
Yeah,
because that's a bigger factor on this game because he lost 8 damage, not 3.
Yeah.
Different. But I can see the point of
you can't miss your damage when you're trying to become the Swedish national champion.
No, you can't. I think it was. This is what you see. I think you learn something from this match where I don't think Mark is going to forget that Transcend trigger
no,
in a while.
But he's not out of the tournament yet. There's still 2 more rounds.
Yeah.
If he just wins the 2 next, he's probably in.
It's likely that he is in at this point.
So he just need to go out, take some fresh air, get all the stuff out of his body, and then come back stronger in the next round.
Yeah. So I'm thinking we're going to do a quick little break. I need some refill of liquids to cool down my throat. And then I'm thinking we come back and we do crack some more packs for you guys before the next round.
Yeah.
We still have 30 minutes left in the next round, so we're going to fill it up with some good pack cracking for you guys.
Maybe we get some marbles. That would be sick.
And I'm also going to see if I can haggle our little overlord, Henrik Overlord, to give us a little standings that was before this round, if he has time. As I know you guys will love to see how the standings are.
Yeah. We'll come back shortly.
Yes.
Stick around. Hey, 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 people. Here we are again. We are not ready to start round 8, but we're here with the promise of the pack cracking. Woo!
Pop the crack the blah, 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 blah. Yeah,
Yeah,
let's try that one more. Crack the packs.
Yeah. So, do you want to continue on my box, or do you want to...
I can start my box, or do you just finish your box?
I guess we can continue these packs. Here we have another party mist whale, and let's see what we get. Remove the token. Just 2 boring tokens.
Again, seems like there's another new pack there. Or was it a new pack?
Okay, yeah, so 10. So let's see.
10 is always the Transcend card.
Yeah, but can the equipment card be the cool card, or is it always just a boring?
No, it's always a common equipment.
Okay, yeah, then we just do then we do like this.
Yeah.
Okay, or first rare. Woo!
Because you can end up with a common equipment and a rare equipment in the same pack.
Woo!
That's a blessing of key. And the foil is a Biting Breeze.
Not a fun pack.
Should we get one pack for me
Yeah.
then? See what shit I open with my luck.
Your
My horrendous pack opening luck. I'm famous in Norway for being one of the worst luck in opening and getting value for the packs I open.
yeah.
Except when I open for others. Usually I open quite well for others.
Too bad this pack. This is your display.
Okay, let's see what fun things that we can get out of this pack.
Yeah. Bless the pools.
Bless the pulls or pull the bless. So this is most likely a tiger.
Meow.
And then we also had a nice little beckoning mistblade.
It has 2 sides, Christian. It can also be cack.
It can be a lot of different things. So we have a uphold traditions.
Yes, sir.
And then we have an ancestral etchings blue.
Okay.
And then, that's a Heirloom of the Rabbit Hide. Seeing what I said again, you can end up with 2 equipments in your pack as long as there is an heirloom and a common. So what is the foil? The foil is a foil battle from Bastion Red.
You need that, don't you? Or do you have enough?
I think I have 6 or 7.
Apparently that card exists.
Yeah, that one exists because it's not rare. It's a common.
Yeah.
I don't have problems with the commons. The problem is the rares.
Let's crack another one. We're just gonna keep going until we get
get something cool, or someone yells at us that, hey, it's time for the next match.
Back this. When you see this, you know it can be good.
Do we think it's good?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, as we talked about, good first pick in draft.
That is a tight chakra? No, it's a wind chakra. Another essence of ancestry.
And
mind.
Please be good.
So that's the foil.
Okay.
And then the last card. What is it? Is it a token?
No.
It's a tiger. It was the eye of the tiger.
Always get my hopes up. I was so sure that the fable was going to be called Eye of the Tiger.
You were as sure about that as I was that Enigma was going to get a demi-hero.
Yeah, but we are not the prediction gods.
So let's see, what is this? Just another token.
Token City, we don't care.
So
it sounds like it started raining.
Apparently, as we saw, so my last pack had Heirloom of Rabbit Hide, Ancestral Etching, and Uphold Tradition. We're starting here again with Illusionist equipment.
Yeah. The pack knows what you want.
And then we have Aspect of Tiger Body, which is the red one. And then we have the Bonds of Attraction yellow. And what is the foil? It is a foil Vexing Spectre yellow.
Oh my god! Yellow! Let's go!
Well, yellow is more of the meh ones.
It's the least likely to see some constructed play of all the cards available.
Yeah, I think Veining Vengeance has more likelihood of seeing play.
Just 2 tokens. We don't care about that. So let's see, what are the rares? Here we have Secretary Win. Wow! And then, whoa! No. Just
Nothing.
stinky.
Let's see what we arrive at in this next pack. It would be nice if we had an overhead camera for this, but... So we have a Slither token and a Ward token.
It's called Spectral Shield. You're supposed to know that.
It's the Ward token. It's a token with Ward.
Ward token.
So we have the good Breeze Strider boots.
Very good, very good.
And then we have Essence of Ancestry.
Yellow.
Spirit. And then a Tide Chakra. And the foil is a Winning Vengeance.
Nice.
Red one. So that is quite a good card.
Good one, good one. Let's crack some more. It's quite fun sitting here and just looking at cardboard, hoping for something fun to happen.
Yeah.
And the tokens are token and please, no fun card.
So let's see what more fun. What is you guys' favorite cards from this set?
Yeah, maybe
Put
we'll
it down there in the chat to what is your favorite card in the set. That's a Gravekeeping and a Foil Ancestral Etching yellow.
Yellow.
This is a blue set, not... Is this light? Nah.
Yeah, because light is the only class that allowed to have yellow cards.
Light is the yellows matter. We got like... You got a foil yellow, I got a foil yellow.
It's kind of weird that they decided that...
So this is a tiger or a bubble. And then we had a beckoning mistblade.
Yeah. It's interesting that the most fun card is at the back of the pack.
So we have a Keiko.
Kiko.
Chest.
Another yellow.
Another yellow.
I thought they were short printed.
And then a blessing yellow.
Good
and
foil.
then a yellow. That was 3 yellows in a row.
Huh? Cursed pack? Question mark?
Well, I'm the one opening them.
Okay.
And we talked about me being cursed on what I open. So we say yellow is short printed because we don't really want yellows in these packs. Then that means I opening them.
That can be a fun card.
I almost want to say, please don't be a Marvel I want. Because I don't want to owe you more shit.
You know it can't be a Marvel because it doesn't have two-face.
That is true.
Let's see. Here's the equipment. Here's Gravekeeping. Opa!
There's actually none of the cold foils I actually need, so...
Foil, Tenet of Cheat.
What is the last card? Is it a token? It is a tiger. You like them tigers?
The tigers are baiting me.
They are.
Why can't they be fun?
So let's see. We have a Fang Strike.
Oh. Please be good. Please be good.
So let's see what we have. We have an Arousing Wave as the equipment of the pack.
Love
That's
that card.
into a Blue Moon Chakra. Into another yellow Blessing of Key. Into a red Essence of Ancestry foil.
I thought it was yellow in 1 second.
And that is a cold foil of Old Tradition.
Nice. Do you have that?
Yeah, that's my second.
Okay, but second? That's pretty rare. Yeah. Lots of tigers, my guy. Rawr.
So
let's...
I'm gonna let my companion here sit and open a little bit more packs, and I'm just gonna go check on our players when they're getting ready.
Yeah, I'll talk to you soon. It's just me time now, guys. Let's go, baby. We have another pack. Let's see. Is this the pack that we get something cool? Now Christian and his bad vibes are out of the booth. Let's see. Is it a fun card? No fun card. Just these knives. As Imagine Dragons once a beautiful said. Let's see if we can find any fun. So yellow, Key Unleashed. Yellow, Art of the Desire Soul, and as soon as he leaves, we get a foil Majestic. That's really nice. This is my friend has opened 3.5 cases, and he's gotten 2, and we have gotten 2 in 1 box and 1 foil. So he's gonna be so mad when he gets back. Let's go. Let's see if we can get anything more cool. You know, when you're in depth, it just keep getting bigger. Oh, token removed. We have possibly a fun card. Please don't be a tiger. Please. So here we have. And the fun card is.
Oh, that's a cold.
Hey,
no, it's
no,
just a
it's
majestic. I
just
would think it was cold foil, but yeah. Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, put it in the pile. More money.
More trade value.
Let's
that.
go.
The player's having a little break right now. And then as soon as the...
You need that one, right?
Yeah, I only had 2.
Yeah.
So I needed a third one. So that's actually really good for me.
Let's go.
The players are just having a little break right now. And then as soon as they're ready, we'll bring them up to you. Until that time, we're just going to keep cracking packs.
Yeah, it's fun.
So here we have a Fang, and then we have a Slitter. They love coming together, those two. Let's see what we have in the pack here.
I also fang when I slither.
I heard you say that. Please never say that again.
So you can say stupid
Of
stuff.
course I can.
But
This is a ninja mask.
Ninja
And
mask.
then we have another Essence of Ancestry. What? That's my 4th, 5th, something like that. A Blanche Red, but it's not a foil one.
No!
So what is my foil? It is a yellow. So, okay. How many yellows? I have opened 3 yellows and 3 reds.
Let's see, my foils are blues.
Okay, in your rears. Okay, look at this. Look at this. On my rears, this is how much I've opened that is yellow. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's 5 yellows of 3, 6, 9, 12. So yeah, it's just
Let's see. We just keep another pack. Oh my god, back card. So here's the bait, guys. If the backist, the card a backist.
the furthest card to
back
the back.
Is back. It's always a tiger or a
Henrik is
bubble.
standing there and laughing at us.
Yeah, but that's the point. We're supposed to be funny, but back card. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if there's anything fun. Yellow Blanche. Well, it's actually quite playable because it's a popper and still has the strong effect.
Tide
Yellow
chakra.
Tide Chakra. Let's see. Not not a tiger. No.
Yeah, it's
not a tiger.
Yeah, no, it's
No, wait, it's the foil. Badoom. Hey,
it's
maybe.
aspect. Well, okay, he was technically correct. It is
Yeah,
a tiger.
yeah.
It's aspect of the tiger.
Here's the tiger. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice, but it's not
Yay!
foil.
No.
Poor Magna, he needs more foils of those.
Or friend and fellow collector is a Runeblade foiler. So he's trying to get this in foil, but he has like only one.
So a beckoning and a beckoning.
But I'm still happy with the Majestic. It's fun.
And here we got the Aquazine Shell, which is quite a nice card. We talked about how that can be a good block.
Oh, I really like that card.
We have the second Tenachi Wind. That is the one that gains go again if you're transcended this turn.
Meow.
There is a Tide Chakra, yellow Tide Chakra. That is now the 6th yellow rare.
More yellow, more
So let's
yellow.
see, this is going to be a yellow foil. No, it's a
Aw.
blue. It's the first Tenachi.
It's a really pretty
Moon.
foil. I love how the moon is in the background. Do you want to say something?
No, hello again, stream. So all I wanted to say is that we are soon ready for next round, and
Yes.
I
Yes.
set up the players for you. We have some soon up. It's the wrong names.
Yeah,
Okay,
we-
we'll
Oh,
fix.
they don't see that. Anyway,
No.
So we will go on pause for a bit and come back to you very soon.
Okay.
All right.
We'll see you guys soon. Hope the pack cracking was fun, and we'll bring you spicy games.
Welcome back here right before round 8 in the Swedish Nationals here at Dragon's Lair in beautiful Sweden, Stockholm. We have an interesting match for you guys now. It's going to be, well, Marcus is back from last game on his Zen. He's going to have a redeeming game against Dash.io, which we have not seen on camera yet today.
Yeah, it's against another Jacob, not Jacob Trossing, who is 8-0 at the...
He's 8-0. He's not. So let's see. If he wins the last game now, so he's at 9-0. I'm very curious. Can he break the curse?
Yeah, of course.
That is, can the undefeated player go? Can he do a Yuha? Can he go the whole way?
Oh.
Because that is the only way. If he wins the 9th round, the only thing he can do is break the curse. If he breaks the curse, he does a Yuha.
True.
Where he goes 9-0.
Undefeated.
No, I mean
either wins the entire event or loses its in quarters.
Yeah, 12-0. It could be worse, and he could just lose in the. We need to jump over. They've already started the game here.
Their players are going fast.
All right. The starting player it was Dash.io. Started a turn with just playing out a yellow broom grenade from their hand, and then a Teklo heart from their top of the deck.
But here you see, my dear Christian, the boom grenade has a counter, so it has to be from the top of the deck.
No, it doesn't have to be from the top of the deck, because you could have played either of them from the top of the deck or from hand. Because none of these cards has go again.
Yeah, either of one is from the top of the deck.
One is from the top of the deck, and the other is from the hand. It doesn't really matter which one.
So in this matchup, it's a very aggressive matchup. You have to be very fast. And the interesting thing is here that Marcus did not choose to...
I am going to just run out and stop the players a little bit because there is missing a arm piece from Marcus's side. I don't seem like they have realized it themselves that there is a missing.
I will continue the stream. So Marcus will be probably at a big disadvantage, but this will most likely just be a little hiccup. He will get a little warning, and then he will get a moment to equip it. It's huge stress. People are nervous, and he's already back, guys.
Everything is correct. We are just blind because if we look in the graveyard, we will actually see that the shoe coat is in the graveyard right now.
Okay. Oh yeah. That's because he must have went with the.
Do you see the T-bones in the graveyard?
T-bone, yeah.
There is a T-bone in the graveyard. So yeah, that's what happens when we rush a bit into it. So luckily, I checked in the graveyard before. So
yeah, that was smart. And here we see Chase the Tail. Will he remember?
Well, the fact that he has 3 resources floating would say to me that, yes, he do indeed remember the trigger.
Yes, sir. So in this matchup, so he had another Transcend card in hand. It's very important for the Dash player to try to be as fast as possible and try to use the grenades and get a lot of value from them.
Yeah, so this is an aggro mirror where both players don't really want to block, which could be which a lot of times is in the advantage of the Dash.io player, as they can get the on-hits from their booming grenades and things like that.
Yeah, so Tiger, Chase for 4, and then next Tiger for 4.
Yes.
No, for 3.
Yes.
So he made 3 Tigers this turn. Interesting.
No, he's making the 3rd Tiger now. He didn't have it. He needed to create one. Because I was kind of like, I do not see where the 3rd Tiger came from, but now I see where the third Tiger is coming from.
So that's a pretty huge turn from relative no setup.
Yeah, which is what Sen can do a lot of their turns. But Jacob starts really hard here with grabbing the gloves out from turn 0. But at the same time, if you look at this life discrepancy, like Dash.io starts on a very lower life total than
36.
Zen. She started at 36, the same as Prism Awakener of Soul.
No, she's 32.
Yeah, she's 32. I knew she was lower. My brain just farted. So the life discrepancy is, there we see T-bone number 2. This is hard for Marcus. Which one?
But he has Transcended.
He has Transcended, so it's not as bad.
It's not as bad, but this is one of the things why Mechanologies is picking up steam. That T-bone is so good against Sen because he has only Braid Break.
It's also it's good in general now because we have so much good armor that people not necessarily want to block with or use, that there's not that often they necessarily want to use that actually equipment to block with, or they want to control when they're actually going to use it.
Yeah.
So you see here it's a red one, so that means it's actually hitting, and then it's also consuming the grenade, so it's actually dealing a total of 4 damage,
Yeah.
3 from the yellow grenade and 1 from the T-bone.
Where did the grenade has popped? But I don't think they have.
I think they've forgotten to update the life totals.
Yeah. So.
Yeah,
a little takes his backsies.
a little like, I'm just going to show you this Arsenal card, and no, do you know what? No. Look at this pretty Arsenal card I have. Just fair this card.
But this is scary. Now he's also blocking with the boots, so that means he is ready.
Seems like you remember.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Now they updated the life totals.
Now they are correct. Another boost did not hit an item, so Sprocket Rocket does not get the extra effect.
No. There is a heist that disappeared. That's a little bit sad for Jacob. He really would like that one to be.
Oh, and that's a huge one.
That is a really good card for him to go, because that can disrupt the whole hand of Marcus. And if you look at it there, so it's only 4 card deck is shown. I'm a little bit surprised that Marcus doesn't show him the tiger and the... Oh, he does show him the tiger, but why doesn't he show him the chi?
That's interesting.
Because he could have chosen to show him one less card.
Yeah, he can't choose the chi.
Exactly, so you have 2 cards he could not choose, the tiger and the chi, so you force him to choose between 2 cards.
Why can't he choose the tiger?
Because the tiger does not have a block value.
Ah, yeah.
And the difference between the harpoon and the intimate inducement and the siren's call.
Yeah, this one has to choose an actual card with block value.
Yes, this checks for the block value and such that it cannot put then cards that does not have the block value onto the combat blocking on the combat chain.
Yeah, and here we see item, and then he shows the same item to get another counter on the gun and pass the turn. Let's see what Marcus can do with his big hand of tiger and chi and all the good stuff.
So it will be... So you see this, both people being quite aggressive into each other, and Jacob drawing quite well of going T-bone into T-bone, which is exactly what you want when you're playing Dio into a match like Zan, where luckily Zan did have a chi in his hand, otherwise he would have to consider what he wanted to give to the T-bone.
Ideally, he would have gotten the helmet before Marcus was able to transcend. So a little unfortunate for Jacob there.
Yes, but you can't really complain too much. You're now working more and more with you're forcing Marcus's hand, so you're getting with more information. He's using almost all his equipment so far, and we are 10 minutes into the game. We are a little bit less than 10 minutes into the game. Both players are down on 21 and 26 respectively, and look at all of the equipment's gone from Marcus' side. This can be a game that usually ended quite quickly because of the aggressiveness to both decks.
This is a very fast match. These players are here for a good time, not for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. So we will see here how there's a game. Both of these are X and 2. This is likely
a winning in for top 8.
A winning in for the players. There is one more round after this one. I don't remember where these are on the standings compared to in general players. So we have Jacob being the 4th seed and Marcus being the 5th seed. So they are quite high up on the standings.
Hey, your boy Niklas Astner is on 9th. Maybe he managed to climb his way back.
Yeah, he's currently playing against Joachim Gustafsson, and your boy Bengtsson is playing against Trossing.
So Bengtsson is he's locked for top 8 when he plays against
Very,
Jacob.
very likely that both of these players are
Let's
like
go.
from top 8.
Maybe we'll get the dream of the Niklas Niklas dream.
It would be amazing. It's a little bit sad we couldn't have the last match. We had the two we had last year and the year before nationals winners that played against each other. Joachim and Bengtsson was playing against each other, but we sadly couldn't get them on stream.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah.
And
Well,
here we see the classical bonds into the Tiger, because Marcus is playing a hybrid list, not to play around Amnesia and to play around cards that would shut him down completely.
yeah, he has ways like they're trying to build their decks the best way they can into being able to.
Oh, here we see that activation of I don't remember the name of the item, but it gives a resource to play a boom grenade on Marcus' turn.
I don't remember the name of the item either. But yeah, you see Jacob is very on precariously low life right now.
Yeah. It's very scary. He still has equipment, and here's a high octane card, which is a really strong card combined with the gun that will get that really likes to have a lot of action points. So he might be able to push a lot of damage this turn.
The item we were
Rocket Rotic, banishing another boom grenade, getting the +1.
The item we were talking about was Fuel Injector, which is an instant ability to just gain a resource.
Marcus declares no blocks and takes 8. That's a pretty good deal for a 0-cost card.
That's a pretty fine thing to do. I think Jacob is just being quite. Marcus is just being quite fine with. Do you know what? I can just take some damage right now. Though Jacob does still have quite a good amount of block in his equipment.
Yeah.
There.
But why didn't Jacob play the red boom grenade first?
I am not sure. I'm not a DO player, so I wouldn't know.
2 red attacks. Checks the top of the deck. It's free to know. There's another boom grenade in hand, which he didn't play at the start of the turn.
Yeah, the boom grenade was played. It was already resolved. You're thinking about the boom grenade in his hand. I think it's because he don't want to front load all of it, because if he front loads all of the boom grenades, the opponent is more inclined to block. But if you spread them out towards his attacks, an opponent takes 1, and then they block later 1, you're still getting value from one of the boom grenades.
Yeah, because then they take damage and they block.
Yes. Otherwise, like if you have 2 boom grenades in play, you're just like, okay, I'm gonna just block out these attacks because it's the same as blocking the boom grenades, and then they're gonna disappear.
So this is a heist which can get an item from Banish into play.
Yeah, that's a really strong effect from the card. One of the better card that came out of Bright Lights.
It's so cool. I hope it gets more support, because I really like the value aspect of the card.
I do like how Mechanologist in general is more like a value-based class in general. I still think they're figuring a little bit out how they want to build Mechanologist. As we see on Teklevasen, that is one way. We see Dio go one way. We say the original Dash went one way, and then with Max going a 4th way.
Yeah. They're quite different, even though they're not traded, which is really interesting. So he's blocking out the heist, doesn't want the boom grenade from Banish, and here is probably going to come some
pistols.
Pew, 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 pew.
You did mention that the Mechanologists are not traded, but according to James White, Mechanologists are weird because it's kind of like a trait, but also a class in itself. So I think like how they view some like Evos and Scrap and all of these, they kind of view them as kind of traits without being traits. Kind of like Stealth could in a way be a trait.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. James White is gonna come up with a better excuse for this one. So here we see setting up, not pushing the last 2 damage to get more value for the next turn. So here's the scary part. What is in Marcus' hand? Does he have a strong 3-card hand? Probably not, because he pitched a red to play a red.
What is nice here, you see here that he's using
the most interesting equipment in the game.
Yeah, the adaptive plating to get value. Even though he didn't get to crack that boom grenade, he could use it defensively with his adaptive plating to generate a block for 2, blade rake, block for 3, I mean, because you get +2 when you galvanize a card, which is destroy an item that you have on the field.
And it also have the very weird ability of equip this to another equipment zone, which currently does nothing, but LSS loves to future-proof the game.
It does currently do something combined with the card called Fabricate, because it means that you can start with certain things in one slot, use them, move the adapting plating over to re-equip something in that slot.
Yeah.
But that is currently the only way.
It's very niche.
Yes, but you were saying it didn't do anything. I'm just clarifying that it can do something.
That is basically nothing. So here we see he connecting with Heist, putting the boom grenade in play, getting an action point, cranking it.
So you now have 2 action points. So this is the strength about Heist, that if you play it and you boost it...
Oh, and then he gets to play the card that I hate in Dio. Is so disgustingly good.
Spark of Genius is such a good card. But yeah, you can go boost with Heist, get an action point from that, or you get go again, and then if you hit, you get a item with crank back. You crank that item, then you have 2 action points, which is what you see him leveraging here, having 2 action points, and now he's got down to 1 action point again. Because
he's up to 2 because he cranks the item that he gets.
Yeah, no. Oh yeah, he cranked the item he got with Spark of Genius.
Yeah, it's so filthy.
So he's still on 2 action points. That is so strong. And now he goes with a weapon just to see a little bit of how it goes, and then he still have the cards in the hand. He's 3 cards left, and then he can crack the backup protocol if he wants to.
Yeah, he's activated. There we see the nice token to show that he has activated the dash IO.
So if he cranks this one, he goes up to 3 action points. Or goes up to 2, because he used 1, so he was down to 1 action points.
What did he use it on?
He used it to shoot the pistol.
Okay, yeah, I didn't. Oh yeah, because he was going to get too many counters on the pistol. It's not. So here you see a very sad T-bone. There's no equipment to steal, but it has to be blocked because of the red boom grenade.
Yeah, and then we come with that one for
Pulsar wave.
So pulse wave harpoon. Does it says this? It says this chain, right?
This chain, yeah. So it's he only needs to show 2 cards. So
yeah, 2 of his 3, but it's half his hand, and I see a sacred art in that hand.
But if he has 1 2 block, he needs a 2 3 block, or else he has to give up 2 cards.
Yes. So yeah, and there's a sacred art that blocks 0, and I think there's another 0 block in his hand. Yeah, there's 2 0 blocks in his hand. So this means that he's going to be taking. Yeah, pretty much what he's saying is that he's just revealing the whole hand to show that. That's why he just put it down, because what he so he's going to block anyway. So he could have shown the 2 0 blocks, and then that
and it's over.
It's just over because it hits for 4. And then he still has 2 action points left, and he has a pistol. And he
takes the boom grenade, so yeah, he got... this is one of the risky thing about Send. Is very powerful, but you have a lot of 0 blocks in your deck, and you can get caught by another aggro deck that... and then you don't really want to have those 0 blocks in hand.
Marcus had a really strong turn that just put Jacob down to 9, and they just kept on going, sliding on each other, but then Jacob managed this beautiful, complex turn of generating multiple action points. And this is where it can be so dangerous. Like, if the heist had not hit, a lot of this turn would not be possible in the way that it did.
So maybe he should have tried to block out the heist.
Yeah, because of the action point being generated and boom grenade being generated from the banish. The problem here is, as you see, is that the problem that you see in this hand is that he only had 6 block on the hand.
Yeah. It's very hard to give them up on the first attack.
Yeah, and the problem is that this hand doesn't really do much, and he had the Art of War in the arsenal, so it would be hard for him to actually end up
using all of their cards.
Yeah. So Jacob Nilsson goes up to 5-2, and Marcus Westin sadly goes to 5-3.
Poor Marcus, he said that he's never won on stream, and the streak continues. But we were rooting for him. Go Marcus, maybe next time you'll
we see that being a curse from a lot of people, where they are, welcome back to the booth here, being cursed a little bit that them being on camera, being like, it's very easy to judge people when we sit here and we watch them in our cozy little abode where we just like, oh yeah, we got all information. We're not playing. We don't have the pressure compared to what the players are sitting there. The pressure that you have by sitting under camera. You've played. This is the 8th round they're playing. They're playing on camera. They're tired, and you're sitting there with more pressure on yourself. And being on the camera here, you're feeling a little bit more isolated. How we have the streaming area away.
Yeah, you're not surrounded by all the other guys gaming.
Yeah. You're a little bit more isolated. So when you're used to some of the sound and maybe that helping you blocking out some thoughts, and then you're sitting there a little bit more isolated with less noise, that could be enough to also make your thoughts not be as good as they might usually be, because there is quite different sitting on camera. You've played some games on camera in card games before, so you know how that is. How was you the first time you was on camera? How did you feel that was?
I was quite nervous. I think it's many years ago. But it was also very exciting because I was like, oh, I get to be on camera, yippee! And the stakes were not that high, but it was a slightly higher stakes. And now I'm pretty used to being on camera, but it is one skill to play good. It's another skill to play good on camera.
Yes.
It adds a lot of things, especially since the players have to use the dice that they're maybe not used to and other things, and small things might take you out of the correct play patterns.
So we have 32 minutes left on the clock, so there's going to be quite a lot of time. We're going to have a little break here, and then we'll come back, crack some more pack, talk a little bit more about standings, about how the players are doing, a little bit more about the metas.
Yeah.
So we will see you guys
very soon. We are here. We are almost done with this amazing tournament with Mr. Jakob, the trusting goat, going 8-0. What a beast!
So now it's going to be interesting to see. So what I've heard is apparently last year he went undefeated into top 8 where he lost in the quarterfinals. So
you know
we
the
have
rules.
we have several things here that that he needs to break. Can he go past the quarterfinals? Can he go undefeated all the way into the finals? Can he win the finals? Can he do a Juha Sarnilampi? Or is he stuck with the others and losing the semifinals?
It's
Well,
hard
we'll
to
see.
tell. It's hard to tell.
Tune in tomorrow, because that's when you're going to get to see it. But before that, we're still going to have one more match today. This is the last round. We heard from a little birdie that it is going to be Azalea. We don't know what it's going to be playing against yet.
And they're playing for a win-in for top 8.
Yeah. We have about 11 minutes left until the next round.
11?
Yeah, there is a little break in between the rounds.
Oh my lord.
So what we're going to do is what you guys like. We're going to crack some more packs.
Yeah, we still have a lot of packs left. We don't know if there's a gold pack in the display.
We don't know that yet. So we did, or Peter here, did a little check around to see who is locked. And it seems like we have 3 players at least locked. There's probably more locked, but the 3 players.
If we get the standings, we'll probably see if there's any more locked. But both the Jacobs are locked, and Mr. Niklas Bengtsson, my bet baby, and I think Mr. Astner might also be locked.
So that
we
depends.
might
Did he beat Joachim?
Yes,
he did.
he
So it
did.
seems like both Niklases.
Oh, don't count them out, boys. Don't count them out.
So we're gonna see here. Who is that? So
Please, they have to play tomorrow.
I hope we can get a Nicholas finals. Please let us get a Nicholas final. If we can get something, I want a Nicholas final.
Even though it would be so sick.
So what do we got here? That is a beckoning misplay and a spectral shield.
Okay, get to the fun part.
So again, these packs, they love me being some illusionist. Because that's an uphold tradition.
That's like
And then we have
so
a
many
tide
of the
chakra.
arm piece.
And then we have a
Yellow.
the wind chakra
Yeah,
in yellow, because apparently I love to open yellows.
That's your favorite color, Christian.
And that's a blue ancestral etching, and I threw that on the
so
floor.
bad you throw it on the floor?
I think I have like 5 of these, or 6 of these.
Then you can make 2. No, you can't put them in commoner because there's a rare. Boo.
Yeah.
Then you can have 3 blitz decks.
Do you know what we call that? A common misconception.
A common mistake. 2 tokens, nothing fun. Skip. Let's see. Our first rare is the aspect of Tiger Rar Mind. And then.
That was yellow, and you peeked there.
Oh. Boo! Bad tiger.
So what do we get here? Giving it a little bit here.
Yeah, if you shake, I heard that if you shake it, it'll actually produce better results.
Well, you've gotten 2. You've gotten 2 of the expansion slot cards in the Eloquence, Eology, and the Longshot arms.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So here we have the beckoning misplay.
Ooh, we
have
love
some
to see
fancy.
that. No tiger, no tiger, no tiger, no tiger, no tiger.
You know, the more you're gonna say that, the more it's likely that this is just gonna be a Schrodinger's tiger. So we have an Aqualapse. We haven't seen that one yet in this
Yeah,
pack.
I actually like that card a lot in draft. It's best in not Sen.
It's also like it's actually quite a lot akin to the boots in New.
Yeah.
So that's an emissary.
Ooh, my favorite. Yippee.
The Tide emissary, and then another Tide chakra.
Tide,
which is
Milo,
blue.
Tide.
That's a foil venomous strike. So this was a very
Assassin
heavy, and that is a tiger.
Oh. LSS, please stop baiting us with the tigers. Can't we just get a crack bubble to mix things up at least?
No, it's tigering us.
It's tiger every day. Ktish token, baroom token. We cry. Here we see a funny little mask. Baroom. Of the emissary of Win. Quite a good. It's you can get go again, or it's just 0 for 4. Powerful.
That's
Moon chakra, and the foil is
a sigil of solitude.
Yay!
That is, yeah, it's It's nice.
It's nice. The illusionist foil. I heard they enjoy those.
I've heard that too. So let's see. That
Oh,
is just a
wow,
bait
tiger.
card and a bait card. Not really a bait card, it's just a token.
Bait. All tokens are bait. You heard it here first, folks.
That's a great bait, mate.
Great.
So apparently we got another Aqualapse.
Yay.
And behind that is a Bonds of Attractions red. Then we have Moon Chakra blue. And the foil is a Companion of the Claw blue.
Nothing exciting just yet, but there's still a lot of packs to go around.
Yeah. So my trend also keeps going where the cold foils I open in my boxes are, or in the boxes, are usually being the common ones.
Yo, cracked bubble! The legend, it's here.
That sounds kind of cracked, man.
Yeah. You can't spell cracked without cracked bubble.
Technically, you can because you just added 2 more words and
Here's the other emissary, the last one. I think
emissary
this
of
is the
moon.
weakest of the 3 emissaries.
it depends a little bit. I kind of like it. It depends. Oh, that's the territorial domain.
Wow.
It is majestic.
It's a very weird card because it's like there's only one is only the boots that can enable it.
Yeah, there's only both of the boots. You have the current boots from this set, and then you also have the boots from the
Yeah.
Tellurian Community College.
No, it's
collaboration.
also the block card with ambush.
Oh yeah, the ambush card.
Because it's not a defense reaction for some reason. Or
well,
why is it not a defense reaction? It's a
Because-
defense reaction in every sense of the word.
No, it is not because it has with the timing of when you can use it.
Oh yeah, so you
Yeah.
can block with it, but only at block speed. I
Yes,
see.
exactly.
Okay.
So it is quite different there.
I don't know, man.
It is quite different for the rule. As a person that being a judge and works with the rules, it is quite different. So let's see what more we can get here. Bang. That is a Slither, so that's probably a Fang Strike. No, it's a Spectral Shield.
Hooray! Ward token. I wonder what type of deck they were thinking when they made the defense reaction. Oh, it blocks for 5 and is a blue. Oh my god, that's
Which one?
crazy.
They,
Territorial Tiger.
yeah, well, it's well, they've printed quite weird ninja reactions historically. So this is the kimono, which is so pretty. The cold foil of this one is really
Oh
pretty.
yeah, extended art.
Yeah. So this is a Haunting Spectre red, which is very nice. Oh,
Hey,
Manifestation of
your-
Mirror Guy.
Your first majestic. Nice.
And a Haze Shelter red.
Very good card, Mirror Guy. One of the power cards in Enigma.
Powerhouses of the Cell.
Of constructed and limited. Yeah, here's the Fang Strike and the Slither.
Yeah, usually, a lot of times when I see the Slither, it's usually a Fang Strike with it. But here was a Fang Strike with the Slither instead. It could be slithering around, you could say.
Keep slithering, keep falling in love.
So that's an uphill tradition. We like that. Oh, heirloom.
The heirloom and
That's majestic.
hey,
Blue Mist.
another one. Then I'm up to
6
Six.
and then 7 with the foil, the weakest link.
yeah.
You should have around, on average, you will get about 8 majestics in a box. That's including foils.
Yeah. So one more basically.
Yeah, on average. Sometimes a little bit more. Beckoning Mistblade and Spectral Shield. I get a lot of Spectral Shields.
Yeah, for your Enigma deck.
Yes. And then we have some beautiful stilettos.
Yay, more stilettos.
And then we have a Pouncing Key Blue, which is quite nice. We have a Bonds of Agony.
Hey, nice card.
That's good. I know Lucas need that one. And a
Let's
foil
go,
solitary
Lucas.
companion.
Well, he has a foil that you want, so
Oh yeah, true. A little bit different in value right there, but
nah, it's the same.
I still also owe him quite a bit of value. I owe everyone value. Ooh, what is this card?
We love that. It's always important try not to spoil, because that takes the fun out of the cracking the packs. Here we have the legs,
Aqualapse.
a wind chakra.
Ooh, that's a cool white blue yonder.
Yeah, it's really cool because it works on everything. So it's a very tricky card that can give you surprise damage out of nowhere.
I think it's a very undervalued card actually, because it's like, okay, it's quite easy to get it to just be a not to push the point, but lunging press, and then it can also just be better than lunging press in a little bit, a couple of situations.
Yeah, it can be used on daggers. It's very interesting. That
Oh,
pick to
pick to
pieces,
pieces.
and let's see, was it a cool card? No!
It is the tiger. So we're gonna do this a little bit different. I'm not gonna remove the cards on the back yet, because it could be the marvels.
Yeah,
and
okay,
then
so
we'll
not. What made you boost your confidence?
No, I'm not boosting the confidence. I'm just thinking like I don't want to spoil anything. It's also more fun.
Okay.
So we have a helm, aspect of the tiger blue, has another name. It's actually mind. So blue is mind, yellow is spirit, and
It's all
red
about your
is
mind, your body, your soul.
So this is a moon chakra, and then we have a deep blue
Ooh,
sea in
that's
foil,
a very pretty foil.
and then we have a token.
Okay.
But this card is so pretty in the foil.
I love the wide shots. They're so pretty.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's anything fun in this pack. We do the Christian technique. Here's the legs. Ooh, red pouncing.
Standings for the round 8.
Okay, thanks.
Here we have double trouble. Very good card. Hey, I got the same foil. Hooray!
Nice.
Let's see.
Foil brothers.
Token. Wang. Ba-bum-ba-bum.
Okay, so now we can do a little bit. We just got the round 8 standing or
Hooray.
standings before round 8. I just need to find a way to throw this in up so you guys can look at it while we talk about it.
So we already know 3 of the locked players, so it's going to be very interesting to see who the last 5 is.
Yes.
So here we see.
So here
will
we see the current players. We see Jakob Trossing still undefeated. So we have these 5 players on 6. Most of them are probably locked because they're currently 6-1.
Mm-hmm.
If there's someone that I would think the top 3 is very likely to be locked. So Jacob is probably going to play against Ashkan right now,
Yeah.
because he already played against Niklas and Jacob.
Yeah.
So Ashkan would be the next he will play. There's likelihood then that Niklas and Jacob is the one that's going to be playing. And then it might be that Asner gets down-paired.
I folk ut det.
Yeah, we just were told we have about 5 minutes until the next match. So yeah, so it depends a little bit on the players at 6 points on who gets down paired,
Yeah.
and that is the person that gets down paired is probably locked in a win and in, and the people that meets the other one on around the same score is probably going to be relatively locked. We might actually end up in a very weird situation here. That if Jacob have played against most of these players and how this shakes up, we might end up in a weird place where Jacob actually has to play against one of the players that is X and 3.
Oh, but that means if you win, that you probably go sneak in.
If you beat Jacob at that point, you would. So not necessarily. That really depends on where you are among the X and 3s.
Yeah.
Because if you are one of the lowers down here, like 10th place, and the people above you win, you cannot go past those. Because you cannot pass, if you're below someone on the standings, you cannot pass them in the same round because of the tiebreakers.
Yeah.
You would get really good tiebreakers on second tiebreakers, or third tiebreakers, I mean. But I don't think that would be enough for you to actually necessarily go past. But it's gonna be really interesting to see. Like most people at the top here, we're probably looking to 2 to 3 slots being up for grabs. But that really depends on how the pairings actually shake up.
Yeah.
I think probably Bengtsson, the top 3 here, as we talked about, is probably the safest. Is the 3 safest one.
Yeah, I think almost every on 6 is locked, because if the guys on 5 that go up to 6, they should have worse breakers than the guys on currently 6 right now.
They should, yeah.
So I do believe there are two people that can snatch the 2 last places. So there's a lot of exciting names playing for the last spot.
Yeah. So normally it could have been clean because we were 8 people at X and 3 that would hopefully play against each other. But we have 5 players on X and 2, and those will be paired down. And also the X and 0 crossing will be paired down too.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of down pairs here.
He literally cannot be be down paired.
So there's a lot of down pairings here. That is because of the down pairings. There is some things that can change up and be interesting here.
Yeah. So if you see your favorites here, just hope that they win their next match, and then it's up to the gem gods.
Yeah. Yeah. They're soon waiting for a little bit words on when the players are ready.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just take us to a short break, and I'll go and get the players ready. We'll see you guys very soon with the exciting last match of today.
Right. now we're getting ready for the last round of CC here in Swedish Nationals at Dragon's Lair. Seems like... Oh.
Yeah, so here we have two decks we have not seen on camera yet. We have Shaheen on Enigma and Jon Bergström on Azalea, which is very two cool decks that we're not seen. And it's interesting that Enigma being part of most the second most played hero in this tournament, and we only seen one on the stream. But that may happen from time to time. Here, this will be a very interesting matchup. Is Jon Bergström ready? Does he have the card called Mike Grapplers?
Mark Grapplers, yeah.
Which is a card that makes the damage unpreventable. Or else I think he might have quite a rough matchup. It depends on how big of a board Shaheen can build. And it's also interesting if Shaheen plays a lot of different attacks, because then he can disrupt Azalea and protect his board in that way.
Yeah. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this game goes. Both of these players are X and 3, as you can see. So this is most likely a winning in for the player that...
The 7th or 8th place.
Yes, that is apparent. That is most likely what we're looking here. The 7th or the 8th placed coming in, unless we get some very weird things happening around
so
here.
who are you rooting for?
So I have to root for Shaheen.
Yeah.
Both because I've known he's one of the early Swedish people we actually met.
Yeah.
He was the judge on the first event we played here in Sweden over at Alara Games in Trollhättan.
He's our buddy.
So yeah, played quite a lot with him through the time that we've been here in Sweden, but also because he's also playing the class I like the most. He's playing in an Enigma.
He's your illusionist brother.
Yeah, so I need to follow up with my illusionist
Yeah.
pals. It's just like, I love Azalea. I've always loved her. She's a really cool class. I really like how Rangers have been designed.
She's really unique.
Yeah.
She and Lexi feels very different. And Riptide.
She is the OG.
Yeah.
So we have the old versus the new. We've seen that a little bit here today, a little bit with that. So it's going to be interesting. But no, I have to bet on... I'm cheering on Shaheen.
Well, I'm going with the underdog with Jon Bergström. I hope his Azalea the game is on point. Maybe we get to see some spicy blind flips. It's going to be an exciting match nevertheless. Rangers typically struggle into Illusionist, so we will see if this is the case, as a lot of things has changed with the release of part Mist Whale. And I also think Shaheen might be on a spicy version of the...
So I talked with him a little bit, and it seems like he is on the same list that came on the second place in the Malaysian Nationals,
Nice.
which is a hybrid list where they do have access to Iris of Reality, while also having access to the Cosmos, that is looked at as the best weapon. I do think he will end up... It seems like he's going... Did I see a Cosmo, or did I see a... Iris being put down there?
I love the tunic is face up, but everything else is hidden. So
I think you just kind of forgot about it. I think that, yeah. So he shows Iris of Reality, which I actually like here, because my thoughts about the Iris has been that what I like about it is that it gives you weapons that is more consistent and it's harder for you to deal with. And because if you have the boot, the Meridian Pathways allows you to play multiple 0-drop Spectra auras, which is going to make it really hard for John.
The fist bump, baby.
The players love to see it.
We love the camaraderie and the brothership.
But yeah, the Meridian Pathways allow you to play multiple Spectras that is going to steal the action points away from John if he has to start attacking those. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the draws line up and how much pressure John can manage to put on Shaheen before Shaheen has managed to put out his army of Spectras, which is his goal in this game. If he plays the exact list that came to Malaysia, that means he's playing...
Oh, here's a good
That's
start
pretty
with
good.
2 auras.
Yeah. If he plays the exact list, it means he's playing 10 Spectres. He's playing 3 Shimmers, 3 Haze Bendings, 2 Passing Mirages, and 2 Pierce Realities.
And we love Shimmer, that get that scaling, boy.
Yeah, and depending on the draws to Azalea, they have a couple of times they can push damage in your face and also kill in Spectra, but that would also often say that they have to use Snapdragon Scalers. We did see a Endless Arrow in the hand and a Murkmire. Grapnel is in the hand.
So he has the Murkmire, but he only has 1 buff in his hand, so it's not... no, he has 2 buffs. Inertia, Lace with Inertia, and the Seek and Destroy. So this is going to be a huge Endless Arrow coming in for 10. Oh, yeah.
Seems good. Coming in for 10. Endless Arrow is also often a card that can be quite annoying. It was a lot better against Dromai, where you just kept attacking the allies and returning it. I had to struggle a lot with that. It was kind of the card I disliked the most.
Oh, here we see Shaheen has the Transcend card.
That's a red and movable. That's blocking 7
plus
on the
3
10.
from the ward, so that's 10.
That's blocking it out.
Clean blocked out.
Yeah. So Shaheen has a Manifestation of Mirror Guide, looks like, and a Stir the Pot. So that can so you can play it out just to transcend, but that wouldn't be necessary. And that normally you would maybe not want to do that, but or he can't actually do both.
Yeah, I think he's just going to attack with the aura and maybe play the card from Arsenal, which we don't know what is.
I think that is the best thing he does. Attacks for 5 with the Shimmers, because the Eyes of Reality gives it makes it a weapon that is base attack 4.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's exactly what he does.
We also see here that John is playing the new arms, the long drawn half glove, which is a counter to Warmonger's Diplomacy. That often is a card that is very rough for Azalea. So he has like a free out to get an actual turn, even though he will be locked for 1 turn.
And we've seen Shaheen that he does play the Warmonger, as that was the card he pitched on turn 1.
Yeah, so he will definitely come up later.
Yes. It is looked like Warmongers has been the card where it has been a counter to Azalea. Because
well, she is a deck that has to play 2 types of stuff, and when you can just say you can't play 2 of the different stuff.
Yes, then it does. She does have sometimes a little bit of the Runeblade problem where she wants to have.
So here we see the very nice with the hybrid list that Shaheen, he has 5 power in play, but is not afraid of this Murkmire, because none of it is ward. And if John wants to kill it, he has to use an entire card.
Yeah.
Azalea Blind Flip.
And Azalea does not present double attacks that often. So that is a Frailty spike with... not spike, it is lace with Frailty. There seems like there is a Rain
Razor?
Rain Razor, Bolt and Shot, and an Amplifying Arrow, and it drew just an Endless Arrow.
This could be a really strong turn for Shaheen if this card connects. Let's see, John, let's see if Shaheen blocks this out.
Yeah, so he has not used Death Dealer this turn. So he still has that up.
He used Death Dealer. He used Death Dealer to load the Bolt and Shot. That's why it's so crucial for him to hit, because then he can attack with another arrow. And then we get the typical disgusting turn of Endless Arrow, give it go again, no, it's not that good because you can't reload the Endless Arrow.
No.
There we see Stir the Pot.
Then...
No.
Yeah, so he's going to do it the other way. He's playing Rising Sun, Setting Moon because he wants the Chi in his hand.
Yeah, to be able to get rid of it.
Yeah.
So here he can draw Warmongers if he's lucky.
That would be nice, depending on if he needs it or not. This is a game that can take quite some time. Thinking about the fact, like, one deck is trying to just keep his
Come on, you can do it.
Yeah, my head just stopping.
It's bored and health alive, while the
yeah.
other player is trying to kill it.
Yeah. So
Oh,
now
yeah, he drew a Warmongers.
he did indeed draw the Warmonger. So it would be interesting to see how this turn shapes up and what.
Yeah, I think maybe he's just gonna take it.
He could be tempted to do that because he currently has 2 cards that doesn't. Okay, he's gonna give it 6.
It's why would he block 6?
No, he wards 1 with his gloves.
Yeah, and here comes the punish.
Comes a Rain Racer.
Ooh, Rain
Yeah.
Racer. Does Shaheen has the answer?
So he could give up the. I'm wondering. So this goes. Yeah, he comes for 9. He's currently blocking 7, 8. So still, yeah. So he's gonna give up the shoes now. That's what I was considering.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Because that is a strong part of the Meridian pathway is the fact that they are block 3.
yeah, that's so huge.
Or they get ward 3, which is so strong. So he's blocking out 9 now. He still keeps his glove and he keeps his spectral shield.
And he keeps the shimmers.
Yeah, so that was so strong about this. And then a passover so he can transcend another time.
Get this endless arrow out of here. We don't want to see it.
I'm a little bit surprised he chose to go for that.
It's for codex.
No, but the endless is better as a codex target than a bolt and shot is true.
Yeah, because usually that's the last card.
So he has 1 blue left. So this only costs him 2 instead of 3 resources.
Yeah,
because of Enigma's
Why
ability.
is he attacking with that card? Yeah.
Yeah,
Attack with that card. I agree.
The card that has to be attacked to disappear.
Yep.
So it's coming for 6.
Oof. This is Guardian stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's even better.
This warms my my OG Prism heart. This is the stuff I like to do. Well, you were just attacking for 1 and 1, but you kept increasing the power, and now you're increasing it even faster.
Yeah. So this card has attacked for 11. That's very good for a card that costs 0.
I think what John should have done is I think it would have been a little bit better off on the Endless Arrow turn of not trying to actually push the damage, but just kill the shimmers. Because, so what you could do is if you just keep blocking, luckily the long draw has Battle Worn.
Oh, talk about a strong turn.
But, yeah, he used the Tunic for that. The reason he cannot use Tunic is because he's playing Iris, so it costs 3 to attack with weapons, not 0 and 1. So yeah, this is a lot of damage. I think John has just said, okay, I'm gonna kill the Shimmers this turn. But I think John, I don't think pushing 10, I think it would be better to just kill the Shimmers, because what you could do is you can keep blocking and just kill all the Spectres, because it's easy for you to kill the Wars, but it's harder for you to kill the Spectres.
Yeah.
And the Enigma player, as I said, they play 10, so you have to attack them down 10 times, but he's only played the Shimmers right now. And now he's given up his shoes.
Yeah,
now
so
it's
really
safe.
much harder for him to...
He cannot, unless he plays the first Energy Wind, he cannot play multiple auras in a turn. Unless, or Vengeful Apparition is a way for him to play multiples. But that means that he played that earlier, so he used the action point on that. So
here Shaheen forgets the ability of his hero, because he is playing the Beautiful Marvel, which we all know has no text, so it will be hard to remember all the abilities. That's not the May, is it? So he should be floating 1 here.
yeah. He should be having 1 floating. But yeah, I think Jon took a little bit unnecessary damage from the Shimmers, more than he should have. I think it would be fine to just kill it.
Yeah.
On the first turn, just kill as fast as you can, and just block a little bit more, and just keep going a little bit. Just save on your arrows, 0 cost arrow. Just say, okay, I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna.
Comes an E-strike for 7. Boom.
This is so much damage.
That's a 3-card 12. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and he gets an arsenal.
Yeah.
Look at this. Shaheen is at 40.
Yeah, in speedy nuts. Actually, here he will. He takes still takes 2, loading a extra arrow that he doesn't need, and it's over to John.
Yeah. So at this point, it's like it. At this point, Shaheen's card house can start crumbling because the spectral shield is going to be hard to protect.
Yeah.
Because that's what you like about the Spectras, is that they kind of protect themselves. Because people don't want to attack them because, oh no, I don't get to do damage on you. You get to keep your whole hand, right? I did like the Bolton shot of pushing the damage on that one, because it was so much damage and you could do a lot of extra thing on that. But the turn he just attacked for 10, I think it would have been better for him to just kill.
Activate Death Dealer, load the Bolton shot, so it's ready to go, and it's going to coming in for 7 with go again. On hit or reload, which is the most interesting
defense
part.
reactions cannot be used
Played from
hand because of the released attention.
Shaheen is blocking with the Traverse, so he's ready to get his chi back.
So it is likely then that he has Manifestation of Mirror Guy in his hand. Because if if Enigma blocks with the head, a lot of the time they decide to. That's when they want to use the headpiece.
It was a yellow, so he takes 1. So he takes 0, and he gets a new spectral shield. That's really good.
That's really, really good, because that means he's still representing 9 damage.
And here we see the problem, Asilia. He had the reload. Let's go. And then
he had to take. That is really good, because now he's coming for 8.
And on hit Blood Rot, which can be really annoying for Enigma.
Because it's damage, it will proc the wards, so that makes it harder for Enigma to keep her ward around unless they use more cards. And Shaheen is sitting here with he has a 3rd Warmonger, but he has shuffled his deck twice. That is the 2nd levels of Enlightenment. He blocked with 1 earlier, and then a sink below.
Yes, he will take 0 here with use of the one spectral shield.
And probably the spectral shield that does not have a counter on it.
I agree. I also like to keep the stronger of my cards.
It seems like, okay, I can either keep 4 damage or 5 damage. I think I'll keep the 5 damage around.
Yeah.
So
he
forgot to trigger. So they're seeing and they're just talking about it now about the trigger. So our table judge is So the thing here, this is a miss trigger, but it does not have a physical effect on the current attacks. So it is likely.
Probably should just be able to get.
It is likely that he might be allowed to get the trigger for it, because there is not a May trigger, and so there's no default action.
Well, default action is to fail to find, isn't it not?
You could also say that, but then you have to have the player shuffle the deck.
Yeah.
And if the player has to then go through to shuffle the deck, that means you are halfishly resolving the ability instead of just resolving it properly.
Yeah. So basically you have to give the player ability to search.
Yeah,
that's the bottom line. They have to be able to search.
If you're going to shuffle the library, they have to search. So here's the thing here is that if the chi was relevant, like let's say there was a weakest link hit, he would not get the trigger.
Yeah, because
it would be relevant for the because depending on what happened, too much would have happened at that point to allow it. But here it was not. The information could have been relevant, but not really, because John didn't have more things he could do. Actually, because it was before John played the other card.
Yeah.
Because he blocked on the first attack. But yeah, this is still up to the judge to decide how much would have time or how much information would have been gained.
I'm just gonna go quick and tell something to the judge, or Christian will keep you today.
So yeah, we have an attack here for 5 again. Go again into Warmonger's Diplomacy. That is pretty strong. That means that John's tempo is a lot weaker this turn, probably. Though before this set, before Azalea got the long draw, that means that they had a lot weaker turns when they were in the Warmongers. Now they can still present some kind of damage because they can use their arsenal to actually generate pump or generate damage from it. Let's see what John will do now that he's under under Warmonger. So he activated Death Dealer. Now he activates the.
Here we see the power of the new equipment that lets him get rid of 2 cards at the bottom of his deck, and his next arrow will get +4. So it's basically toss away 2 shitty arrows and bada bing, let's go.
Not necessarily arrows, because you have to put 2 cards from your hand and or arsenal on the bottom of your deck, so it doesn't necessarily need to be arrows. If your hand is full of pumps, you just go, okay, put these to the bottom, so basically +2 per pump.
Yeah, and then you it's less. You get less, but for 2 pumps, because the pumps pump for 3.
Yeah, no, I said it's the same as if the pumps was 2 per card.
Yeah, that's true.
3 per card. That you can activate through Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah.
So here we come for 7 go again.
And
Shaheen is
seems
just
like
gonna
he's
say,
gonna
fine, I'll take 6.
Yeah.
You're at 16. I think I'm in good enough seat here that I can just push down the last damage on you.
And a reload
And-
happens, but not an arrow that he wants to shoot.
And I think this is correct from John, because that means he can start his turn with opting. So it seems Shaheen has also chosen War. That means that he can play his instants and attack with them, but he cannot play.
Yeah, so he cannot
No
play the
attacks.
Rage Spectre.
Yeah,
But ooh,
that is really
I understand
good.
why he wanted War.
No, Shaheen, this does not work. This does not work as Shaheen wants it.
Oh no, why not?
Because you have to play, you have to choose the modes as you play. I think this, yeah, it seems. Oh, does he get?
It's
So, how it was played and laid out is.
okay. No, he gets it. He gets it.
Yeah.
So he probably verbally announced it correct, but just
Yeah.
physically did it wrong.
It
Because explain what happened here.
So the difference between a Sacred Art and the normal Transcendent cards is that when you play a Sacred Art, you have to choose the modes of the card when you play it, and Transcending is a part of is one of the modes that you want to choose. So the normal Transcendent card just says if you played another blue, they transcend. But the Sacred Art says that if you played another blue card this turn, you choose 3, otherwise you choose 1 mode. So that is when you play the card. So if you play it and then play another one above it, you already have to choose a mode. And if you so then you're legally only allowed to choose 1. What he could have done is say, hey, I'm going to play this card, choosing these 3 modes, and then I'm going to play this card. And that is what we would allow under what's called out-of-order sequencing.
Yeah, because the result is the same, and John, it's not like he can do anything, and so long as Shaheen tells it correctly, it should be no problem. So usually it just adds 4 damage. How do you like 10 damage from the Sacred Art?
10 damage from the Sacred Art is, what I would like to say, disgusting.
Yeah.
It's just straight up
And he still
disgusting.
have 2 cards in hand.
He's also at 35, and John is sitting at 14.
Yeah, and here Shaheen remembers that the first Spectral Shield cost 1 less, so he has 1 floating, and it might be relevant. He might be able to use it for something.
Think also about that. This is underneath Warmonger's Diplomacy for War. And then it comes for 7. So
casual 17 damage turn with 2 cards staying on the board.
take my 17 damage and Ward 2. That's fine. I'm at 35. You're at 9. This is Illusionist.
Yep. It's
This is
kinda rough.
So I think here that this could have been more in John's favor if he killed the Shimmers on the first turn he had an opportunity.
Shaheen got so much value from that card.
John took about 11 damage from that.
That's too much.
From that card, because it attacked for 5 and then for 6 before it died.
Yeah, the problem when playing against Illusionists is always it's easy to not do the right attack.
Yeah, so Illusionists are very hard to play against because they kind of get you to do these kind of plays, and you kind of you do things that feel tempo inefficient from how you used to it because you're not attacking their life totals.
Yeah.
But removing the board and interacting with the board is a way that you reduces the damage you take in yourself. You still have some attacks that's good. There's still some damage, but he have had an option. Yeah, we see an activation of Azalea here.
Okay,
Putting
let's
that.
go, baby.
Oh, that's a Bolton shot with Dominate. And then there's a
Premeditate.
Premeditate
Very
coming in
good,
for 7.
With go again, and on he get the Ponder token.
That's pretty nice. Then again, Shaheen. So here's a funny thing here again, because normally you'd be like, I don't really want. That's really good.
Oh, Shaheen was apparently really prepared for the Azalea matchup.
Shaheen was just like, I see your 7 here. I see you 2-card 7. Here's my 2-card 7.
Yeah, and then he's gonna clap back for 10.
And then let me show you my 2 cards 10.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Um,
Rangers not known for being able to block very well. Oh, so okay, so he's
probably did not have.
Oh, he popped it.
He popped, so he get another Spectral Shield. So
Okay.
he does not get a +1
Yeah.
counter on them. Luckily for John.
Yeah.
Very luckily for John.
Not
But
the end of the world.
no, so it does not seem that Shaheen had a blue. Otherwise, he would probably have attacked for 5.
And yeah, then Arsenal the 7.
Yeah.
He had another popper.
What is good here about Azalea, she's just like, yeah, you're kind of locked there. Go to the bottom. I'm going to do something else. Yeah.
I see a
It's-
defense reaction in Shaheen's hand, and John is desperately trying to find a good arrow to dominate, so he can kill all the wards of Shaheen and try to.
He would love to hit a Murkmire Grapnel at this point here.
Let's see.
Is that a grab?
Bing!
It's a Codex. That's not
So
worst.
It's he has 2 buffs, I think, so it will still be a good turn. But the problem is that it will not be dominated. So
Yeah.
Shaheen should be able to block whatever's.
So it seems like he's going to be losing the card
Yeah.
in his hand.
and
Okay,
he-
so in response to the Codex, Shaheen is thinking of doing something.
yeah, he might pass over a good card from the.
He might play Passover, or he might also be fine being like, you know what, I just want to clear my arsenal, and I want this manifestation, I want this Miragic Metamorph
Yeah,
in my arsenal instead.
that's also true. He might have to discard then, but it might be worth it anyways.
He might be fine with that, just trading it over
Yeah.
a card for a card.
So
But it seems like he was fine. Now, yeah, he's
typical
just saying,
illusionist, he has to hold priority and make the player wait a little bit because he might do something.
yeah, he needs to look at his options, and I think this is really good of him.
Yeah.
He did not seem to have the Murkmire Grapnel in his.
No, he has only seen one and he put it on the bottom with
Yeah.
Azalea.
It would be so good now if he had actually blocked with it earlier to put it back
Yep.
with.
And here
That's
we
also
see a giant 11 infecting shot.
that's also an argument for him. Well, he hadn't necessarily seen how Shaheen's deck is, so he couldn't necessarily know if Shaheen. But looking at the Iris, I think, depending on the player and how much they know Enigma, but seeing Iris, it can make you think that Murkmire might be better later or just bad right now.
Oh.
So it could be worse blocking. This is very good for him. So you could ask like, oh, why is he blocking? He's so much health. Well, because he loses weapons. So he
Yeah.
loses tempo if he takes damage. So even though Enigma usually has high life total,
She wants to block because she wants to do
she
damage
still
back.
needs to block because she will lose her damage if she doesn't block. And that is some of the qualms and some problems that she can have. So he's blocking 8, Sink Below, Veining Vengeance, and Tunic.
Yeah, so that plus 3 is 11, so he takes 0 damage. But he gets a Spectral Shield, which is very, very useful here.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, so he loses all of the...
He loses all of the good Spectres, but it's still attacking for 3.
Yeah.
And he still has 2 cards, so he might be attacking for 3 and then arsenaling, or if it's a 0 cost, like the one.
So-
he
Yeah,
picked.
so it seems like the Veining Vengeance was a blue one, actually. Otherwise, it should have blocked 3. It should have been blocking 8 with the Tunic and the Veining Vengeance, because it has ward 3 if it was a red. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that all of the others spared.
And here comes the.
Levels of Enlightenment coming in for 5.
Yeah, and here it actually mattered that the first Spectral Shield cost 1 less.
Yes.
Because now he got 8 damage.
That's also why he plays Manifestation and Miragic Metamorphs, because it's a 1 cost. So you can go this attack for 4, attack for 7.
That's very good.
It's really good.
So now John needs to figure out what is the worst thing. What's the best card to block with?
Yeah, because he has to give one, or he can just give Tunic and just keep his hand.
Can I go to 1?
But it seems risky to go to 1 when your opponent is at 35, though though Shaheen only having 1 Spectral Shield left, it depends on his draws on how well he can rebuild to actually do damage, especially when we've seen him pitch 2 Spectras, and he only played 1 Spectra. That means that there is still 7 Spectras left in his deck that he can draw. If you draw a Spectra-heavy hand, Shaheen might just have to pass over his turn.
Yeah. Which would be very unfortunate for him. But there's also the counter, if he just draws some attacks, he'll just take all the damage and then force Acelia to block.
Yeah.
Activating Acelia. Let's see. Boom! That's an arrow. Nice. Getting
This is the last red Bolton shot.
And just raw dogging it for 4.
Well, he does have the Rain Razors.
Yeah.
Which is very telegraphed at this point.
No, it could just be boots.
It could. It could just be boots, but
But I think it's more. Actually, just uses the boots.
Yeah. So he does not have the reload ability.
No, it needs to have the buff for the reload ability. So I think that he's trying to save the
Rain Razor to a later
Rain
turn.
Razor for a better turn.
So that is a Codex of Bloodrot in John's hand. As a Restless Coalescence. What more hands do we see in Shaheen's hand? Passing Mirage, Restless Coalescence, and not sure about the 2 other cards. Shimmers. That's a Release Attention.
Yeah, so this is going to be an attack for 8.
That is an attack for 8.
But I think Shaheen just takes it.
Yeah, so Enigma doesn't really care that much about Remorseless, as Remorseless only triggers on when you play action cards.
Yeah. It might deal 1 damage.
Usually it can deal between 1 and 2 damage. If you're very lucky, it might deal 3, but most of the time it's only 2. There is times it can deal more, or not deal, make you lose more life if they activate the boots to play multiple actions on a turn.
But both players are very naked right now.
Yes.
With only a single helmet being on the battlefield.
It's very interesting to see here how it is 24-1. It seems like everything is in Shaheen for Shaheen to just win this game. But it really depends on how his draws lines up now. Because John is still very well in this game.
Yeah, I think this turn will determine most the game. If Shaheen gets cards that can attack, that card can attack.
That's a really good. So he will be able to do this. He gets to go attack for 4. John needs to give 2 cards for that. Or a Sink Below. Yeah. And then he can play out a Shimmers afterwards. And then he can arsenal the last card.
Yeah, I don't think he's playing defense reaction, so this is a force block with the helmet.
Yeah.
And Shaheen is going to take 1 damage to play the Shimmers. And then
oh yeah, he thought he's losing the life, but it's a loss of life and not
oh, he loses the ward.
I'm actually gonna run out and stop them because it's not correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go,
no, it seems like they're
yeah.
Okay, they figured it out because so the thing is that it seems like John cashed him on that because Remorseless is loss of life and it's not a damage, so it cannot proc ward. It would just loss of life just happens. You cannot do anything about loss of life. Ward can only affect damage being dealt. That's why they will proc on Bloodrot, which deals 2 damage to you.
Yeah.
But Remorseless it will not. So what you saw, Shaheen was fine attacking for 4 and just losing it.
Probably our good table judge called it.
Yeah, no, it seems like John called it on Shaheen himself because he was like, I don't know.
It's the interactions because he's played.
Murkmire here is quite good. It's not the worst, but I think
he's actually going to go for Dominated Arrow instead.
I don't like this line.
Murkmire for Murkmire, baby.
The problem I have, so he's killing one of these regardless,
Yeah.
right? And well, the advantage he has now with pushing the damage the way he does now is that he can kill the Restless Coalescence and also still do damage. So you can kill one of the one of these, one of the weapons, while also doing damage. So that's what I think John is thinking now. You just want to push some damage, and you just want to try and do that through that. The problem and attacking for 4 and 5 is a lot of the same in this matchup. He's still gonna have to give 2 cards.
Yeah.
Because he does not, as we think, he probably doesn't have Sink Below, right?
Yeah.
And because of that, I might agree with this line a little bit more than I first was thinking. Just asking, do you want to pitch for this? Premeditate. So
Yeah.
it's going to come for +5, so that is going to be 9 total damage. That cannot be prevented.
Yeah. So
And Shaheen's deck, does he have more unmovables, or will it just block out? That is a Sink Below. That is a beautiful...
Ooh.
No, it's a Fate Foreseen.
Fate
It's
Foreseen.
the beautiful Chinese promo Fate Foreseen.
He's probably just going to make the damage slightly less.
Yeah, he just wanted information here. Just keeping his hand. He has so much life to give.
Yeah.
Sure.
And he knows his next turn is going to be good because he's going to start the turn with attacking for 5.
Yes. And giving his whole hand. So unless Shaheen has no way of making multiple attacks next turn, that looks like a manifestation.
Ooh, I see a C and C as well.
Yeah. So he's starting with 5. John has to give 2 cards here. I think this turn as you said, last turn was a decider. Shaheen managed to play an attack and also play a Spectra. And John had to... now he struggled because he could not do 2 attacks.
Yeah.
Right? He could not threaten the ward and the Spectra.
Oh, so I think it's just going to be C and C next. That will also take 2 cards, and then John is in the illusionist
Lock. Yeah.
because he can never. Shaheen's board will just.
It might
become
just
bigger
be over
and bigger.
here because John might just have 2 block in his hand.
Yeah.
So this might just be lethal.
Yep.
No, it's block 3. See, no,
No,
it's
that's
no.
a codex.
That's a
Here
good.
comes the hand.
Just double checking, probably a little bit of life totals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There
there
it
comes the
is.
hand. So Shaheen advances to 6 and 3. That was
Top
some. That was some amazing gameplay. Well played by both players. They did their. They
Yeah,
did.
yeah. He's showing Shaheen I should have gone with the bow. That does not let him play.
Oh yeah.
defense
No,
reactions.
yeah. If you have Dreadbore, you 100% should play Dreadbore into the Enigma player, because the Enigma players usually play between 6 to 9 defense reactions. They do play. They do play quite a lot of defense reactions. Welcome back to the booth here.
Yeah. So now we will have a little break, and we will come back when we know our top 8.
Yeah. So hang tight, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Bye bye. Och så är det PTI-event här.
All right. So we just have now we know what is the top 8's gonna be. Who are the players that managed to go in? Who are the players who sadly could not make it? So,
Without further ado, drum roll please.
So, on the first seed, we have the person, and he's still undefeated, Jacob Trossing.
Woo!
He is still managing here, so we're gonna see. It's gonna be interesting to see.
Tomorrow will the curse happen? Will the undefeated lose in quarterfinals happen, or will he break free of the terrible, terrible undefeated curse?
Yes. He will be playing against Dennis Fröberg, who was the last one to sneak in
Yeah.
on XN2.
He was very nervous.
Yeah,
Woohoo!
XN3.
Let's
XN3.
go.
Yeah. And then on the second seed, we had 2 players on XN2.
Mm-hmm.
That was, this is a bit funny here, because both of the players that was XN2 is the people we were rooting for.
Yes.
My Nicholas is doing a little bit better than your Nicholas. Because, no, actually I'm lying now. Your Nicholas is XN3. My Nicholas is XN2. So because the second seed is Jacob Nilsson on Dash.io.
Yeah.
And then we have Nicholas Astner on Enigma.
Mm-hmm.
That is XN2. Fourth seed is Nicholas Bengston on KO. That is XN3.
Yeah.
Akshan Kamyab is XN3 on fifth seed.
Mm-hmm.
He's on Zen. Martin Andreasen on XN3 is the sixth seed. He is representing with new, the single new player going into top 8. Then we have Jesper Lindström on the 7th seed. He's also XN3, who is coming here with Victor, the only Victor into top 8. So it's cool to see the Guardian still being represented.
Yeah, Sweden.
Guardian Nation of Sweden.
Sweden
that is
Nation,
cool.
Guardian Gang.
And then we have, you can see our top
brackets.
8 bracket here.
Voila.
Where you see Jacob versus Dennis, Nicholas versus Akshan, Jacob versus Jesper, and Nicholas versus Martin. So you can see here that it's a very varied meta.
Only 2 cents.
Yeah, well, technically we have 2 dashes though.
Yeah, but they're different.
It's
same,
2 dashes.
but different.
It's 2 dashes.
2 dashes.
No, it's really cool. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Jacob Nilsson versus Jesper is going to be. All of these games, I'm looking so forward tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be so nice.
It is an amazing. We have an amazing thing here for you guys because you don't have to ask us how these games are. You're going to be able to see every one of them because we are going to stream every single one of these top 8 matches, just like they do on the Pro Tour and things like that. And the Worlds, we'll stream every single one of you, so you don't have to miss any of the actions that's happening tomorrow.
So tomorrow we will have 7 rounds of CC.
Yes. We will be starting tomorrow at about 9:05. That will be the first match.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know yet if, based on it being 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm guessing we're going to do Jacob versus Dennis first. Then it's going to be Nicholas versus Akshan, then Jacob versus Jesper, and then Astner versus Martin.
I think so, but I don't know. No,
I don't know. It seems like the logical way to do this. So that's going to start about 9:05 tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be really cool. There's also going to be a Blitz PTI event that's going to be held here at the
Dragon Slayer Sweden, Stockholm.
Dragon Slayer Sweden, Stockholm. Shout out to them. Shout out for being great hosts for Nationals. Tomorrow, the Nationals top 8 will be played at Cruxel Studio. We have this amazing production.
It looks so nice, guys.
It looks so amazing that we've been told that these shirts are not good enough anymore, so we actually have to show up in suits. We have to do our best to look our best because it looks so amazing. Just look forward to that tomorrow.
It's going to be so professional, and it's going to be so fun and so interesting. And I think I might be able to yell, "Yes!"
Yeah, we had a little bit problems about that. We were a bit too excited here. You could maybe not hear it because we're trying to be a little bit silent about things. It's a bit harder. It was exciting games. It was good things. There was double Sieges. There were double pummels. There were Sacred Arts Unlimited. That's just like, yeah, it's just been...
It was crazy. So we'll see. We're going to finish up stream now. But we have an announcement of an announcement. Tomorrow, before the finals, we're going to announce something very exciting. So tune in for that.
You really wanna hear what it is. I don't actually know what it is. I've just heard it's very cool. Henrik has been teasing it to me and just like, yeah, we have a cool thing we're gonna announce tomorrow. And we've tried to be like, can you give us a little hint? Can you give us a little bit of a hint about what it is? And we're just like, nope. We'll give you a secret envelope that you're gonna open on stream, so you're gonna read it at the same time as everyone else does. This is gonna be really. I have no clue what it is.
Anyways, that's all for today, folks. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed yourself, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Good night, and have a nice day.
See you guys later tomorrow.